Yo, we're gonna get into tonight. Let me mute this TV out. What we're gonna get into tonight, who knows? You know, we've been arguing so much in our back chats. So let me see. So we're gonna see what we're gonna talk about tonight. I'm waiting for everybody to come up in here. You know, been a lot of new developments. You know, so many things that we could talk about. DNA, migration patterns, just a whole bunch of different things. You know, can migration and DNA tell you who people are? I believe it can. But I think that's about to be the next controversy in our community. But it's a learning process for everybody. So I welcome it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm about to shoot some stuff up. But before we get started, I want to play this video. I'm gonna see if it can play. Give me a second. See if I can do the screen share to try to get some perspective.
Egypt has
all right. Let's see. Let's do the boom. Hold on, do the screen. All right, let me do the screen. I gotta enable the screen share first, y'all. Give me a sec. Security. Turn screen share on, done. Boom. All right, so I'm gonna hit the share content. Bam. Bam. Yeah, I think we're mixing a lot of Nubia and Egypt together. So let's see what the Museum of Fine Arts have to say about that. So let's see.
Egypt has always traditionally been given prominence as the height of ancient culture. Nubia is now coming into its own and is being understood to be of equal importance. It is different from ancient Egypt, but it is equally important and not just an adjunct to this Egyptian culture. What archaeologists do when they pull material from the ground or when they translate texts, they bring their own cultural baggage to that interpretation and the baggage of the times that they live in. And so it's imperative that we go back and continually reassess the things that we take as facts. Many of the early archaeologists came to the study of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the perspective of Semitic languages or the study of the Hebrew Bible. And it was very important to them to bring Egypt specifically into the sphere of biblical studies. And so they had to carve Egypt away from Africa to bring it into that sphere. And the way that they did that was they used race. So these early archaeologists effectively made ancient Egypt white in the sense that they made it part of a dominant Western culture, and ancient Nubia was separated from that. It was black. And this was how they took Egypt out of Africa and put it into this Semitic sphere, this biblical sphere. And it's only in recent decades, the last 3-4 decades, that Egyptology has really moved away from that. And scholars who are studying Nubia are really given the chance to give a voice to this Nubian material that it wasn't given much of a chance to have in the past. Someone asks me, what was the ancient Egyptians' view of X? I immediately think of a two-pronged view, because the ancient Egyptians had an official view of many things, and this is the view that would be put up on the walls of temples and on the walls of the tombs of the elites. That was an official, let's say, state-sanctioned view. That bore little to no resemblance to what people actually may have thought. It was the official view. So when you look at Nubia as depicted on the walls of temples in Egypt, you will see Nubians being crushed under the chariot wheels of the king. You will see Nubians being dragged back to Egypt enslaved. What we see on the ground in terms of archaeological evidence is quite different. We see people who had Nubian names, people who were using Nubian material culture, living within Egypt, working in Egypt, marrying people with Egyptian names. So something quite different from the very intense militaristic scenes that you see in temples. When George Reisner excavated Kerma, he found the statue, a large, beautiful statue of Senui, and also a statue partially destroyed of Jaffa Happy, her husband. It was a very large tomb, and with size in Egypt and in Nubia, we tend to assume ruler, or someone very important, which usually translates to ruler. We now understand, yes, this was a ruler's tomb. It is a completely different time period than Jaffa Happy and Senui lived in. Much later, we understand it to be a local ruler, so it was a Kerman official, who, for reasons we can guess at, brought or had these two statues brought to Kerma and put in his tomb. It could have been an appropriation of Egyptian culture in general, just to show that, yes, I can own these things that are Egyptian wonderful works of art. Because what we're saying, if you read between the lines, is whoever owns these statues is a powerful person. And that means this art has power.
Now, what I get from that, I have no idea. I don't even know that lady point, actually. In one sense, she said that Egypt and Nubia were distinct cultures, right? It was cultural and people overlap. I think that's the best thing that she said. You know what I mean? And that's something that we got to keep in mind when we're talking about Egypt and we start talking about Nubia and acting like they the same place or the same people. They wasn't, and they're not. Distinct cultures, right? But they were contemporaries of each other, right? It will be sort of the same way as the Libyans, right? The Libyans were contemporaries of the Egyptians, right? There were cultural overlaps and and people overlaps at some periods of time, right? Sometimes the Libyans would be in power, right, in Egypt. Sometimes the Egyptians will push them out and push the borders, further into Libya. The Egyptian borders further into Libya. And it was the same way with Nubia. It was the same way with Western Asia. Sometimes Egypt will push its borders further out into Western Asia. But the Libyan is clearly a Libyan. The Western Asians are clearly Western Asians, and the Nubian is clearly a Nubian. And they had distinctions for all of these peoples that surrounded them that sometimes they overlap with. I think we overplay the Nubian presence a lot in this community, and I think we somehow, merge the Nubian with the Egyptian too much to act like the Nubian was the prototype of the Egyptian or the original Egyptian. I think that's one of the biggest issues that we're having right now. Let me make sure this link is sent out. But what y'all think? Do y'all think I'm on to the right path, or am I twisting stuff up as usual? So the link is out. Let's see where Unc is at. I think he was at a basketball game. But let me speak to everybody first. Let me see. Let's get in here. Let's see what everybody thinking. Per Black say he don't need clarity. Matu Judah. All right, let's see what y'all saying. Cause now y'all don't like Egypt? Really? Really? Assad and them could talk about that shit for 20 years. Pseudo killers talk about it for a week, and y'all niggas get sick of it. Maybe because we ain't saying what everybody else saying about it. How about that? I think that's where y'all goddamn discomfort with the conversation. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't hearing what y'all want to hear on this motherfucker. But let's get it. Danny, you're 22, Love 07 was going on. Tamika was popping. Cat DC, what it do? Decent Tavo, what up? Assault Soil. What's happening? Jolanda, what's the problem? Mike, my man, that's my man Mike. I think he's North African. I'm glad to see you back. Mike says that he says, Chef, we know that Near Eastern and North Africans married from sub-Saharan Africans. That's why we find Eastern Africans today 40% with Near Eastern DNA. Yeah, I agree with that, Mike. Matu Judah says, Dan, is this the only subject PK can do? No, we do a lot of subjects. It seems like everybody tuned in more when we talk about Egypt. And the shit interesting to us. If it ain't interesting to y'all no more, I understand. But it's an interesting topic. I mean, still to me, being as though, I grew up learning Egyptian history. My name is actually my real name. my parents named me that, right? So that's why it's interesting to me. It's my name is the Greek rendition of the pharaoh Khafre or Khafra, or however you want to say it. I think it's spelled in the traditional sense as Khafre, Khafre, Khafra, or so I don't think it was too many when my father changed his name in like 1973, he said he changed his name and I'm named after him. He chose an Egyptian name. I don't think it was too many people in our community teaching hieroglyphics or Medunetta back then. So he had the Greek rendition of the name of Khafra, and it was spelled Chephren. It was pronounced Chephren, but it was spelled Chephren. So that's how I got my name. And ever since I was little, I was told that the Egyptians reached the zenith of civilization. It was the first civilization, and it was started by Black people on the Nile. I even got pictures of my father with Dr. Ben take, at lectures back in the day and different things. I think in the mid 90s, I actually went to a Dr. Ben lecture. He was a guest speaker. He really was kind of old and sickly then, but I remember him sitting on the stage with his hat on, and he was a little bit older than the videos that we watch on YouTube when he was lecturing. This was around the Million Man March time. He was a little bit older then, you know what I mean? Well, he was getting up there. I remember seeing him, and people would go and he would sign their books for him. Black Man of the Nile and his family. Who else? My father used to take me to see Renoko Rashidi all the time. Ishaq Musa Barashango. I seen Ashwa Kwesi. I seen Naeem Akbar a few times. I seen Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Here in Baltimore, this is a Black city, so the different Black colleges and stuff, the faculty and the student the whatever you call the student administration body or whatever, they would decide a budget and they will bring different scholars or speakers to the different colleges around Baltimore in the early 90s, right? So they would, actually pay these different Afrocentric scholars to come and speak at certain events. So my father was tied into all of that. So every time somebody would come to town, he would actually take me. So and all of these guys, push the version of Egypt. So it's interesting to me. Like, I'm sorry, you know what I mean? I was taught this since I was, a little child, and the fact that, it was extracurricular studies actually for my family, because aside from that, we were Muslim, right? So this was, things that my father took us to outside the masjid, right? So outside the masjid, inside the masjid, we would always have Muslim speakers from all over coming to our masjid. We went to one of the biggest masjids in Baltimore, Al Haq. So we was always getting different speakers, that was in town. People, even Muslim clerics from Egypt. I remember, them speaking at our masjid before, and it was a big thing. So yeah, I always been around, speakers and lecturers, whether it was in my religion or my father had, us in extracurricular stuff dealing with the local colleges, Black colleges that will bring a lot of the speakers that we love today, you know what I mean, or that we hold in high esteem. I remember seeing them, as an early teen, right? So yeah, Egypt is interesting to me because it was taught to me, right? The Afrocentric point of view, I got a heavy dose of that, you know what I mean? So let me see. I'm still waiting for everybody to come in. They do this to me all the time. Yo said, I sound like Reggie. Yeah, Dash Herb. That's yeah, that's the name right there, Calf. Yeah. Calf right. Yeah. Yep. So, so now if we're beating a dead horse, I always said on this channel, gave us a platform that we can flush out our pseudoisms. So I'm questioning whether the Black Egypt stuff that I was taught is a pseudoism, right? With new information or looking at different information, it's a possibility that this whole Black Egypt claim and this whole North African and the whole of Africa being Black was pseudoisms taught by the Afrocentric community. The same way that, the Afrocentrics would teach, or the Hebrew Israelites would teach that the original Jews and the original Hebrews were Black. The same way that, we went on, and if the original Hebrews and the original Moors and all of these North African and Western Semitic Asian people was originally Black, then I'm starting to, think that was Egypt putting that same boat with the rest of the stuff that African Americans was reappropriating for their own attempt to reclaim their history that was taken from them. I don't know. Cedric, I'm about to send you the link. My bad, bro. Hold on. Hey, Reggie, hit the link. You and Cedric. What's up, Brendan? I'm playing, I was playing before I hit the live. I was playing Ghost Recon. Yeah, Ghost Recon. This the one where you down in South America fighting the cartels, the cocaine cartels. It's pretty dope. There's a lot of stuff to do on here. Let me get this link for y'all. Since everybody else is scared to hit the link. But another reason why I'm definitely talking about it because I seen how how this community attacked the Hebrew. Yo, why do y'all do this, yo? I seen how they attacked the Hebrew Israelites for claiming that the original Hebrews and were blacks and all of this other stuff. I seen how the Moors was attacked. You dig what I'm saying? So I feel like everybody should get the same treatment. You said the haplogroups. Reggie said, Dash Herb said your father was right. Well, my father was trying to teach me and us as best as possible. You know, I don't have no problem with what my father was teaching. It was sufficient for the time. So I don't feel no type of way about that. My father thought it was pertinent or better to raise his family as Muslim too, even though I don't agree with it now. I don't look down on it. I don't look down at my uncles and all of them who still are Muslim, right? I still deal with them. I still, if they ask me to come to masjid or, you know what I mean, or to an Eid feast or anything, I still go and participate. Like just like if my grandmother asked me to come to church on Family and Friends Day, I'm taking my black ass to church and I'm sitting there and I'm a pray at benediction time and I'm gonna do everything. I know how to act when I go to church, just like I know how to act when I go in the masjid. You know what I mean? I don't go in there arguing with motherfuckers. God damn it. This is crazy. Hold on. This is my goddamn girlfriend calling with the food. All right.
What's up, Trevor?
Adrian, what it do?
Oh man, I saw the video.
Oh yeah, what you think about it? Was the sister on point?
You wasn't saying nothing wrong.
Okay.
I mean, they were two there were two countries that was fighting each other, and that mixed in with each other also. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I liked how she talked about how I think she said there were some Egyptians that had Nubian names, and then we have the official account where the Egyptians was fighting the Nubian.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so she not saying nothing wrong. Now, if we really want to talk about, you know, I think people kind of give like Nubia a little bit, I say a little too much credit when it comes to Egypt. I think that if a lot of people wanted to try to find where did, Egypt get like, a lot of its culture and stuff from, you probably need to look at Sudan a little bit more and try to examine that area. Because Diodorus Siculus says that the Sudanese told them that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by them. But I mean, she's not saying nothing wrong in the final analysis.
Cedric, what it do?
What it is, what it is. I've been in the background, just looking. Been listening, doing some digging, putting things in perspective. As a pseudo killer, one of my strongest attributes, I believe, is the ability to listen and really hear. It comes from a martial arts background. You learn to listen and listen well. For example, what I just heard, Nubia. Nubia and Wu Jiao broke this down eloquently. That's why I don't discredit my brothers. Nubia is an area. It's not a people. It's not a group. It's an area. It's like when we say Mediterranean, when you say Nubia or Middle East, you're saying the same thing. It's not a one people that exists in that area. It's different groups of people. So when we say Nubia, we're using that and then refer to the Sudan. But part of Nubia is the Sudan. So when we break things down and we slow the conversation way down, we put things into a better perspective. Now, when we try to flesh out what is the argument is this. Egyptomania was created and started by Europeans, right? Was created and started by Europeans. They looked at an African civilization on the continent and decided that it was more European than it could ever be African. Why? Because look at the Sub-Saharan. They are not developed to the extent that we would assume. They are cultured and civilized. Then you have things like European Africa became a terminology. Then you had Africa proper, etc. So the whole Europeanization of the Egyptian civilization started from a European racist, blatantly racist perspective. Now, modern day scholars are actually going back and saying, yeah, their whole way of creating the narrative was kind of racist. Okay. Now, then they create the narrative as if the establishment of that culture that we see as Egypt comes from the north, comes from a European, Greek, Mediterranean, Spain, that whole, it comes from there. That was the narrative. You gotta push back, say, no, it's an African culture. And somewhere along the lines, the idea was created that African culture was synonymous with West African Negroid features. Now, I don't know where that confusion came in. When I entered this conversation, I fully well understood that my phenotype is African, West African, but I'm fully conscious of East African phenotype and looking nothing like me. Although my brother, who looks more Somalian, looks more East African than West African, but we got the same mother and father. But that's a whole different conversation. But when I went to Europe and was closely involved with people from Chad, people from Ethiopia, even people from Madagascar, they look all the same. And they distinctly look different from me and my friend, another brother who was a Ghanaian, West Africa. We look exactly alike phenotypically, and we were distinct from the East African. So I understood that when we say Sub-Saharan Africa, we are not talking about West African and not necessarily anyone that looks phenotypically like me, but Ethiopians and Eritreans and Yemenis and all those East African side of Africa are Sub-Saharan, but look nothing like me. We distinctly different, like phenotypically, they're Black, but we phenotypically distinct people. So the whole conversation of about us West Africans having anything to do with Egypt just confused the hell out of me in this whole conversation. My point, and I think the point that Ankh was making, is that all the anthropology, everything shows the evolution of a civilization starting in the south. And we can call that area Nubia, which is a region consisting of different ethnic groups, different cultures, all in that area. And then when we look at the question, who and what people call themselves Egyptian, when that nation was established, it was never at any point in time a homogeneous a community consisting of one phenotype. It never was. So the argument became completely easy for me to understand. It's an African culture, started, originated, and is purely African. It has its roots in Africa. It has its inception in Africa. And the phenotypes of the individuals was every shade of the rainbow because of the influx from all different groups of people from Northern Africa to the Middle East, some Southern European area, the Greeks, the Mohians, or whatever they call those people, and people from the interior also. Eastern Sub-Saharan Africa all played a part and all formed the nation of a mixed group of people that were the Egyptians. That whole conversation is pretty simple for me to understand. I can take the blackology out of it, but I can also take the whitewashing out of it. And again, why I can take also. Mute your mic, Elohim. That rookie mistake again. It's not a rookie mistake the second time, bro. But my final point was, I was one of those that when I realized that Egypt was in Africa, I was confused. I was like, huh? I thought that Egypt was up in Greece somewhere.
That's what I used to.
Because of the image and the picture that was created and painted by Western civilization. So I understood the pushback, but I understand the blackology in it, but I understand also the European racist point that we are predominantly arguing against. And that's my bill. I'm done.
Reggie, what's going on, bro? Your mic on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Peace, Reggie.
Hey, brother Cedric, how you doing?
So how did I do? How did I do?
You did well. You did well. You used loaded terms like blackology and you used loaded terms. But
I'm a pseudo killer. Those terms are gonna stay in there, Reggie.
You use loaded words, but a large part of it, I agree with you. I'm glad that Sheffrin, I get a sense of Sheffrin, his cultural genetic makeup. So I appreciate that. I wonder if I've ever met your father, if he's ever came to New York, right? But I've been to Maryland a couple of times in the 90s. So I wonder, and he was plugged into the student thing. So I wonder, there was another Black college, the head of the Black Studies program was Dr. Holsey. And ASCAC had a conference there. And so I went to Maryland for that conference in the early 90s. I did. So Cedric, I think that you did well. Okay, so certainly there's a period where Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop in his African Origin of Civilization, and then his UNESCO conference on the peopling of the Nile Valley, or really the peopling of Egypt. And Sheikh Anta Diop and Dr. Diop Fala Benga did a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary kind of treatise on that. And even that, at that time period, though they were largely correct, the information about the Green Sahara settlements wasn't really a part of that, the Green Sahara settlements. So first, so Sheffrin, and to Cedric, can we talk about Africa, the Nile Valley, without talking about Egypt? That the problem is, you're correct. Egypt is Michael Jackson. But in the Jackson 5, there was other people. There's Jermaine and Jackie and Marlon and Cheeto and even Reby and then their parents was Joe Jackson and Catherine Jackson. And then there were other groups. There's Otis Redding, Smokey Robinson, a long list of other people. We are simplistic people. We like Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. We like Egypt. It's 2022. So with the help of now DNA, the help of artifacts, we get a truer sense of what's going on. So we should look at Africa as populations of people, and those populations of people have various different phenotypes. So and most often, because we were young people, basically whatever the kings look like, the people wanted to be like the king, right? The king's family, whoever's ruling, the people want to, that's the ruling class. So we have ruling classes of people based on phenotypical situations. The old kingdom, it fell because of nepotism, that the royal family would be hiring their cousins, their aunts, their nephews, instead of skilled people. And then ultimately the old kingdom actually collapsed because of that nepotism. But anytime that I hear that families and royal families are ruling, then I know that a particular phenotype of group is basically predominant. So those are the ones who's going to be buried in the best tombs. Those are the ones who we're going to find their remains. And then there's the common people. So I think this channel is mature enough to understand that first, everybody on the continent of Africa was African as a big group. And then we do know that the Africans left Africa. And those, when I mean Africans, I mean Homo sapiens, and I also mean Homo heidelbergensis and Homo rhodesia, and if Homo heidelbergensis left Africa and in Europe, Eurasia, because it's one continent, created the Neanderthal population, we know that Africans, they were humanoids. So Africans left the continent and interbred with those people. Now, because of the fauna and the flora, herds, warfare, climate, people are going in and out of Africa and settling in the best regions for food. So we know the Delta was not like the Nile, where it depended primarily on the Nile flooding and receding, We know that the Delta was a different ecosystem, and the animals knew it. In early Africa, the animals knew that pocket connected to the Mediterranean and linking the Nile was a source. The birds knew it. If the birds knew it, then the giraffes knew it. The ostriches knew it. So, and the Green Sahara had many pockets and pockets of water until it started drying up. So then we look at state formation. So Egypt is important because Sumer is important. Sumer is non-African, so Egypt has to be non-African. But Egypt is part of a bigger picture. So, but if we keep focusing on Egypt, then we miss the boat. We missed the boat on populations. Nurmur was not Egyptian, right? Nurmur was not Egyptian. It's all right. I mean, look, Sheffrin's trying to survive out there in the wilderness with the cartels and shit. So
no,
so
I'm listening. I'm
listening.
tuned in.
I know you're listening. So
when you said Nurmur wasn't Egyptian, I definitely like, what is Reggie talking about? Go ahead.
yeah, he came from he was knowledgeable of two other civilizations that came before he became the ruler, and that's Nubian A and Nakata, and those are in the the southern part, lower Egypt. So so then the state gets built up, right? But there's some issues there. The issues is what is happening culturally in Egypt and what is happening culturally in the parts of the lower, how can I say, the southern parts. And were Africans communicating in the southern parts, or were they communicating through the Wadi Hawar, which is the Yellow Nile, going to Chad? And if people want to deal with what did these people look like who ruled Egypt, that I think that becomes the Blackology. The Blackology becomes Black is a loaded word, right? The more technical term should be, were they African? Were the rulers of ancient Egypt and the southern kingdoms, were they African or were they from the Levant and Mesopotamia?
All right, no. You jumped off the train. You just jumped the train off the track.
You didn't
All
like
right,
what I said.
No. Let me say this: the pseudo killers are we firmly accept Egypt and Egyptian people as African. The Western Asian and the Mesopotamian thing, we're as far removed from that as.
But I didn't jump off the track. What I did was I'm giving you the context to the arguments, because the Egyptologists like Petrie and the rest.
Oh, you talking about 1908?
I'm talking about the general history of Africa.
Yeah, but Petrie and them, that's over 100-something years ago.
Those
like
Egyptologists, those are the fathers of Egyptology.
Yeah, Reggie is actually quantifying everything I said. He's just putting everything in detail. Yeah. I appreciate it, Reggie.
Yeah, so I'm agreeing with you. Just keep Hey, check this out. Hey, Sephrin,
Mhm.
check this out. Push your head down a little bit more so they don't see you outside the trees and shoot your man. You know, because you was half out the bushes. So don't give your man away, right?
All right.
Don't give your man away. So I'm agreeing with Cedric, and but I'm just bringing a little bit more context into the into the conversation. And yeah, listen, I know I started studying this in 1983.
I was 10
83.
years old, Reggie.
How old? How old?
I was 10 years old. I wasn't studying nothing.
Oh, you was the man though. You was 10. So in 83, that's when I walked into the Department of Black Studies and really took my first classes. So now, oh boy, that was a nice time. That's those times is when I met Ivan Van Sertima and all those other groups of people. At that all at one time, being in the Black Studies department that I was in, Dr. Lynn Jeffries. It was John. I missed learning from John Jackson by two years. He left in 81. He left 81. So I didn't ever meet John Jackson. But I met and I never met Chancellor Williams. So I was 21. Dr. Clark was already 70 years old. Dr. Ben was 58 to 60 something years old. Professor Small was 39 years old when I met him. And Dr. Jeffries was maybe about 44, 45, 46 years old, heading the department. So nothing that Cedric said was wrong except for he did it his way with his loaded words. So the pseudo killers are firmly, I heard it from Sheffrin, because he's speaking for the pseudo killers, consider that Egypt is an African civilization. So that being that kills a lot of conversation. Now, were there rulers or kings of ancient Egypt that had closer relationships to some North Africans? That is the dilemma. The dilemma is, where did the rulership of ancient Egypt come from the first dynastic to let's say to the 18th dynasty, the early 18th dynasty? Where did the rulership come from? Did the rulership come from North Africa, where you expect much more phenotypical type of things? Or did it come from, I'm talking about when I talk about the rulership, I'm not just talking about the king, I'm talking about the royal families, right? So the question is, did it always have more of a southern lineage, or did it have a northern lineage? And then the way we bear that out is, one is we bear it out by the literature review. The literature review of what the ancient Egyptians said. 1 second, I have to take this call. I'm so sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give my opinion, my educated guess, based on all the information that we've been gathering over the past couple of weeks, arguing this debate. I would say, regardless of where they originated from in the South, eventually seeing that area that eventually became Egypt was of an influx of different people from northern Africa, from the Middle East, and from southern Africa, which had a darker phenotype, let's say. There was never a homogeneous group of people. So kings marry, they have kids, kids marry, and It's a matter of who they fell in love with. It could have been anyone. So at a certain point in time, the quote unquote phenotype or color of the ruling individuals could have fluctuated from dark Southern Sudanese to Arab looking. It made no difference to the Egyptian, in my opinion. What you say, Chef? I sound crazy?
No, you don't. I mean, neither one of y'all sound crazy yet, but it can get crazy.
Yeah.
it,
You
it,
know, like
go ahead.
I've established, look, I ain't buying no Mediterranean culture with the undertone that the Egyptian civilization was primarily influenced from anything outside of Africa. I ain't buying that.
See,
What
and
I'm saying is phenotypically, it doesn't matter because there is a spectrum of phenotypes that created that civilization at the Nile there that we call Egypt. And the ruling class wasn't a ruling class reflected the civilization that was there. And the ruling class itself was never at any given point one homogeneous phenotype of an individual. It varied from predominantly East African phenotype up and including the more Arab phenotype, because all of that existed in what we know as Egypt. I could be wrong, but that's how I like.
No, so all right, now I wouldn't disagree with nothing neither one of y'all said. My whole thing is when we talk, you said, well, both of y'all, you said is not Mediterranean, right? And Reggie said, alluded to the South.
Yeah, we saying the same thing.
All right. Now, the issue with that is I didn't sing the different things that people claim are the South. Two things I gotta say. First off, all of the experts that I didn't read and watched says that Nubia and Egypt were contemporaries. Right? They are contemporary civilizations, right? Damn near they arose damn near at the same time, is indistinguishable, right? From according to modern day scholars as which one came first, because you have evidence of the cult a Nubian culture being in the south at the same time as you have evidence of culture being in Egypt, right?
Yes,
Or
but that
civilization
is
being.
explained. That is explained because we are using Nubia incorrectly.
No,
Nubia
stop.
is a region which
Listen, I get.
consists of different people.
No, see, but listen, we got to know that we're using the term to get to destinations. We're not saying that even the border of Egypt is a fluid border at certain times. So we're not using it in the sense, okay, I'm gonna take your Nubia is not is different people in the south or listen, northern Nubia is in Egypt. The border, northern Nubia is in Egypt. It extends into southern Egypt and northern Sudan. So I agree the region, but there were kings that ruled over those people that exist down there. The same way with Egypt, right? So you're basically, so Egypt was a place, but Nubia wasn't. I'm asking you.
Middle East, is it a place
Yes, the Middle East is a place.
consisting of different countries, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with Nubia. So
No,
when
but
we
that's the same.
refer to Nubia as if it is a homogeneous group of people, there too we're making an incorrect notion.
So you're telling me that in Egyptian history, and that they always had different kings and stuff in so-called city states that claimed that they were kings at the same time, that you always had damn near more than one pharaoh, right? So it could be a pharaoh in this city that controlled these three cities, and there was one that was saying he was a pharaoh of these three cities. So the same thing that you can say about Nubia, that you're saying about Nubia, we can say about Egypt too. So you got to stop saying that I'm agreeing to you that in some sense you can say it's just a region, but at times there were kings that ruled over that whole region.
Can I add on?
Go ahead. Hopefully my point is made though. But go ahead.
I'm hearing your
I
point.
remember. Oh, you want to go ahead and say something, Cedric? Then I'll add
No,
on.
go ahead, Adrian.
Okay. I remember what you saying, Shepard, about there was like two different pharaohs and stuff like that, because that was brilliant. Because oh my God, I almost choked to death on my own spit. I remember when I was watching. I'm serious. That'll kill you sometimes. But but I remember when I
Peace, brother Adrian. Peace.
was
Peace to the
I
panel. All right.
Brendan, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, guys.
I remember when I was watching Gil Noble when he went to Egypt with Dr. Ben, right? And Dr. Ben was talking about how there was at one point two different pharaohs uh taking taking control over two different parts of Egypt. So Sheffrin, you ain't wrong.
Yeah.
You ain't wrong at all.
So it depends on if a ruler could be powerful enough to take control of the whole country, right?
Right. Like
You had
normally
periods with dynasties where families could rule the whole country, but I'm saying that's the same thing with Nubia, right? Nubia, everybody still there?
I'm still here.
Oh yeah, so it was times where Nubia had the same predicament that Egypt. I mean, it was times where Egypt had the same issues that Nubia had. So if you just want to say it was a region, but we know that it was kings and stuff ruling over that region at certain times where they consolidated power in that region. So that's what we're calling Nubia. Now you can call it, you can give it the name. You would have to talk to Wujawu and them where they could give you the actual name, right? But we call it, from my understanding, from what capital they ruled from in Nubia. That's where we'll say it is, whether it was the civilization of Kerma, when Kerma was the capital, you know what I mean? The Napatan kings, when Napata, you know what I mean, ruled over the region, and the kings hailed from Napata, Merowe, you know what I mean? So I think, like I said, you would have to talk to Reggie or Wujawu and them that can give you a clear understanding of what you would call the region in Nubia. But to push the conversation forward, I don't think we should get bogged down into saying that Nubia is just a region, because it's more than just a region, depending on the time period that you're talking about. And there was a civilization there also. So to just call a region you saying it's just a region, but it was a civilization. The lady, that video that I played, that's an Egyptologist, told you that. So,
And then even to add a little bit more to, like, I guess like somewhat of a Nubian wait, I was about to talk about The Magi, weren't they the police force in Egypt too? The
No,
Nubians were the policemen, right? In
I
Egypt?
don't. I don't know. I
Because
don't
I
know.
Somebody send Mujao the link. Somebody get Mujao in here. Where Reggie at?
He stepped off. I got a question for him. He stepped off. Maybe I should hold it, but I tell you, I've been researching this stuff. You guys have got me squarely in the center of this quagmire, right? And the more, you know
Man,
what?
I never thought about this stuff so much in my life.
Egyptomania.
Hey,
Oh,
I tell you, and the more I research, I find these articles, and stuff. What I'm seeing is there seems to not really be an academic consensus on the origins of the North Africans, man. I don't think there is a total agreement, right? Especially
no.
in terms of genetics, the
North African.
migrations and the patterns, because it's so complex, right? Even one of the articles that I read, it says that we know more about the genetic makeup of African Americans than we know about the ancient, or either the current North Africans or the ancient North Africans, right? Just because their genetic makeup is so complex, right? It's easier to analyze the genetic makeup of a peoples that only have one or two different admixtures. Like when you start adding 5, 6, or 7 admixtures, it becomes so complicated, right? So what they're saying, what I'm reading, what I'm understanding is like they're saying that we need more information, we need more genetic studies, we need more information across all of these different fields of study, right? Because when you look at the genetics, you might see one study that says, okay, well, we're talking about the back to Africa sort of theory, where people that are migrating in through the Levant, coming back in through the pre-Holocene era, we think those are the indigenous people, right? Then you see from an archaeological perspective, they talk about the ceramics, right? And what Brother Unc was talking about, that which somewhat conflict there. And then you're talking about, the civilizations of Nubia and their influence towards the north, right? It seems to be there is no consensus. Not that it seems to be, there is none, right? And for us to, I think, put that bar on us as a community, right, to say that we're going to come to a consensus where the academic community hasn't come to a consensus yet is a bit much.
Agreed. They're revisiting all the positions that they previously had. Even when I'm trying to find what is the North African, there is no clear definition. If you look at phenotypes, you go from pure black to white with blue eyes, Algerian types like Zinedine Zidane, the football player. I mean, there is no clear definition, especially if we are trying to pin down what phenotypically these people supposed to be. The conversation is for a fact that we cannot determine this. Like even here in the Caribbean, when I look at my offspring and look at my family, we have every color of the rainbow. My brother and his wife are black. They have a Chinese looking daughter. Like go figure, we once you start to mix in all these different phenotypes, like my dad's completely black. When we trace our genetic history, he has a great grandfather that's Lebanese, but dark Lebanese, like
huh?
dark black Lebanese though. Hair like straight hair, but dark. I won't say he's black, but he's dark.
Well,
Yeah.
he like brown or something?
But those are recent migrations, like in like the early 1900s. there was a great migration from the Middle East to South America and Central and Southern Caribbean. So my great grandfather is a dark-skinned Lebanese. But I'm phenotypically black. But if you look at my brother, we got the same parents, he is phenotypically East Africa. We got the same parents. Phenotypically, he's East African. With the hair, the forehead, the nose, the skin texture, East African. When I got to Europe, I was like, yo, Benny. I called home and said, Ben, I find your people, Chad. You look like these Ethiopians and Somalians. That was a joke for us because those are East Africans. But phenotypes, we can't go by phenotypes. I have an aunt that's like gray eyes and white. You look at both parents, you won't say that. Yeah, that's a both her parents. Like that phenotype discussion is and genetics. We can't. Not easy one to have.
No, not at all. They even talk about when they talk about the sub-Saharan gradient that they see in North Africa today, right? When from a genetic perspective, I've seen several articles. They say that based on the length of it's some very technical terms that they use, and this is way outside of my focus area, right? They talk about the length of the particular peptides that they can see inside the genetic sequence, right? That's when they can really tell when I guess you would say the variant was introduced, whether it's something that is latter or more recent, right? A lot of from a genetic perspective, they say that hey, maybe this African variant or this gradient, right, was introduced during more recent during the trans-Saharan slave trade, right? But the archaeological evidence says something different, right? It says that there were interactions from a cultural perspective beyond that, right? So there's a lot of different contradictory evidence out there because there's so many different fields of study that are studying the same topic, right? So
yeah, it's like it's hard to bring the DNA and that genetic argument on the table. Genetics don't tell you much about phenotypes. Like you and your brother can do a DNA test, right? And from your X chromosome, you are not related, although you have the same mother. But she has two X chromosomes from distinct family members. So each one of you got a different X chromosome. You're not related to your brother.
Yeah. It's
like
very
people don't realize
confusing.
that.
These topics are very technical when you go into them. I think that's a piece of it. I think it's so highly technical. We miss things. You can't cherry pick information that you see inside of these articles, right? I think one of for me, the thing that has been consistent that I've seen is saying that we need more research and we don't know really what the makeup of these populations are, right? That's one thing that I say has been consistent is that we don't know, which that's not surprising. Academia always says that, right?
Yeah, academia is hard to not quick to draw a definite conclusion.
Yeah,
Once the evidence
I've even
is
been pulled.
overwhelming.
I've been pulled into the examining the what they call the sequence dating of the wavy line pottery. I I was doing that today. I was like, what am I doing here? Right? Hey,
Man,
it's
I
a very
really,
very beautiful artifacts.
yeah.
That they have. If you go, I guess they've got this exhibit at the British Museum. They got so much stuff at the British Museum. It's crazy. Half of it I guess they don't even have on display at any point. Don't they like rotate it in and out? I visited once, right? And half of the stuff right that I really saw inside of the manual wasn't on display, right? I guess they move things in and out of the exhibits,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
based on whatever exhibit they're doing. Sometimes they have a Egypt exhibit, they bring more stuff out, or they're talking about a specific time dynasty, they bring those stuff out. So it's different artifacts at any given point in time.
Hey, but Brendan, can you hear me?
Sure. Hey, Corey.
What up? What up, Brendan?
Mm.
Hey, what up, Cedric? What up, everybody, the panel?
What do you
Everybody out
do
there
here, my
listening.
brother? Peace,
Yeah,
Corey. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Thanks,
Hopefully I don't.
behave.
I'm in the man cave, so on the phone. So hopefully,
No, you
I don't.
sound good.
You
Oh,
sound
okay.
good,
Sound
man.
good.
Yeah.
But
All
you
right.
gotta promise me you're gonna behave.
I'm on my best behavior. It's late,
All
so
right,
you know
we
the
good.
old.
We
I'm
good.
not
We
getting
good.
cussed out for none of y'all tonight.
No,
But
we good tonight. Okay, good.
but Brendan, I was asking like because we you know I understand what you just said, right, and I heard everything you just said, right, and the problem is that I think we keep wanting to lend olive branches, right, but it is confusing the actual conversation and the actual argument, right. So I hear you when you talk about you did the study with the late wavy line pottery, because I looked into that too, and in the archaeology and all of that. But and but the thing is, Brandon, the argument was never where the genetic marker originated or where anything originated at. I mean, in the wavy line pottery, I mean, the date on that, I mean, when that was in the Green Sahara, you're talking 9,000 years ago, right? Am I correct on that, Brendan?
Talking
Wasn't that in
about
wasn't the wavy line pottery?
about 4,000. In terms of the study that I did, they were studying stuff from about 4,000 to 2,600 BCE.
Okay, okay, yeah, okay. So,
But
which is
that's in
fine.
that's in the Green Sahara. That's in the Holocene era. So it's pushing it back, right? So
Yeah, the
you're not off.
Holocene, the Green Sahara, you got to be
Yeah.
talking 9,000
Yeah,
at that
you
point.
pushing it back. You pushing it back
Yeah,
there, right?
yeah. So I that kind of, and I'm not saying that you trying to do nothing nefarious or nothing like that, but what I'm saying is that kind of convolutes the actual argument, because the only thing that was really said, right, and we kind of were getting bogged down by a bunch of different red herrings. So because that's where the confusion is, where it seems like one has an argument at, but no one only there was only one statement made, and the statement was the people that's there, they've been there, right. These people have a ancestry, right. The people that's there today, they have an ancestry, right. And their ancestry are the people that were there of yesterday, right. And so I mean, we can talk about whether the consensus, really knows when what admixture may or may not have been added at this time or maybe this date or whatever, right? But it all adds cloudiness to the overall actual point, and it lends credence as if one has an argument in the real argument. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to point that out, um, you know, to people, and just to highlight that for you, Brendan, and I appreciate that. Now I don't. Now you could say, you know what, Corey, I disagree because of this and this, and I'm willing to hear that. but it just seems to me that that's beyond the actual argument.
I'm sorry, I'm late. I missed
Nah, you ain't late, nigga. You diving in too quick, Reggie. Shut the hell up. Let me say what I want to say, Reggie. Hey, Brendan, what's up, Brendan? I know you see me.
brother
Hey,
Art, my
brothers,
friend?
hey, brothers, brothers.
Wait, is this brother Art, my friend, my good
Wait a
friend,
minute.
calling me
Everybody
Reggie?
stop. Everybody stop.
Hey,
Two
Brendan.
senior members get on the panel. They need to be properly introduced. Ladies and
Hell, you
gentlemen,
ain't gonna do me like
Bobby
that.
West in the building.
Cedric, knock it off. Brendan, Brendan, where you at?
Hold on though, because Brendan was finna respond to me. Though.
I don't want to respond. I want to ask him a question. I don't want to talk about these.
Yeah, but
Brendan.
I was in the middle of asking.
I'm just messing the conversation up.
Man, you just gonna come in and dive in.
Line, nigga. I heard you lying for an hour, but go ahead and finish lying.
I was only on for 2 minutes.
Dude,
I only been on a whole.
It felt like an hour.
Actually on here for 2 minutes, bro.
Go ahead, man.
Oh boy.
I would only respond to this, and I would ask this question. When you say that the people that are there have always been there, we're talking about indigenous populations. How do you determine who are the indigenous populations, right? How do you determine that? And that's where when we talking about when things get cloudy, right?
When did that's
exactly, when did they get there? When did some people
we know
there,
they've been there for at least 40,000 years.
And some of it
but see where it gets cloudy at, is we only really talking about a certain time period that really matters. Even if I say they was there for 10,000 years, that's more than the time period that I'm talking about. And you see what I'm saying?
And the reason why I ask it is because there's several, I guess you would say, there's several indigenous populations, right? And their genetic makeups are somewhat different, right? So that's why I say it gets very cloudy and very complex, right? With those indigenous, even among the indigenous populations, right? Because what the problem, what the problem
is though, Brandon, is the whole thing is, Brandon, is we're trying and everybody gonna deny it. When they get on this panel, they deny it. But the whole thing is to try to tie us to these people. Refer to these people. These people here in America, Brandon, are referring to these people as the ancestors. These people are having people believe that we are somehow Egyptians in some kind of way. They stole, these people that's there stole Egypt. You see this is what I'm saying, Brendan. Like
I think that piece has already been debunked, right? I think we're going a little bit deep, right?
Listen, Brandon, you're not hearing me.
Yeah.
Can I get in, Corey? Because you hit niggas with the smooth style, and you faking everybody out right now. What's going on though, Brendan?
Tell them how I'm lying.
Peace, God killer.
Well, I tried to holler at you, man. You ain't get back with me.
Yeah, I was reaching out to you on Facebook. I sent you my cell phone and everything. Yeah.
Oh, sure. I missed it. But and watch this, Brendan. I got you. Hey, watch this, Brendan. Corey talk. How many? Once the nigga starts saying something 30 times, you gotta check him. Now he said 100 times. You only been there 40,000 years. So where they come from? Okay, if they've been in Africa for 40,000 years, Corey, where they come from, Corey?
See, this is a red herring now.
No, it's not.
Now,
see,
it don't.
I'm asking.
When you guys are done, I got a question for Reggie.
That's a red herring, and I'm not even finna go down the road.
Brendan, you see what he just did, though, right, Brendan?
It don't matter.
See what he did, Brendan?
I see.
Brendan, that was an important question. No, Reggie, don't do that. Reggie, don't do that.
Calling it a red herring.
Yeah, that's not right.
See, he calling it a red herring, Reggie.
No,
because of the simple fact.
No, it's not. No, I'm not even talking to you,
Egyptians.
Chef, I'm not talking to you, Chef. Chef, I'm not talking to you.
We already agreed that they were
No,
African.
Chef, stop saving. You saving him now.
No, why do he gotta keep saying it?
Because there's a rule.
Why
Once
do
you
you want to keep having an argument like we're saying that they not African?
Man, y'all niggas, y'all scared to death. I've never seen a bunch of pseudo killers scared to death.
Yo, you want to argue with everybody?
No, I'm not arguing. I wasn't arguing.
No, if Double X said that, if you want to prove
he
Double
said
X
it first,
wrong, then go argue with Double X.
No, I'm asking Corey. I'm not talking to Sheffrey.
I already told you it's a red herring.
Okay, good.
I don't really care. It's a red herring.
Wait, so just say I'm not gonna answer it, or I don't know. It's fine with me.
Cool. Either one you comfortable with.
Okay.
Either of the three.
So I'm gonna talk to Brendan then. Brendan, where you at? Brendan and brother Reggie. So when people like Double X start talking that shit about, yo, they migrated back in for 40, and it was in there for 40,000 years. First of all, nigga, how old is the oldest European? Yeah, they had a band of motherfuckers that you find in caves at 40,000 years.
What I tell you was, I told you.
Finish my point. So you starting off wrong. That's my point. There is no Europeans at 50,000 years.
Who said anything about Europeans?
And Corey ain't say none.
That's why I knew it was a red herring, bro. This is what I'm saying.
Hey, Corey, let me finish my point, Corey. We done heard the back migration debacle for the last fucking month. Don't act like we ain't heard that. The North African population is the back migration pop. We heard that shit to death, dog. Now I'm dissecting that shit because y'all said it too much. So I'm letting everybody know there is no Europeans to back migrate at 40,000 years. The oldest find they got is scarce, right? In Europe, okay? And there's a band of motherfuckers. So don't convince nobody on this motherfucker that a couple motherfuckers came back and formed the whole North African population. My point is that they're indigenous people that never fucking left. That's in North Africa. And we can prove and verify this. Along with
they was your kinfolks?
No, I'm finishing my point. Yeah, we all kinfolks at the end of the day, though, Corey.
Yeah, so that's not at Great Rift Valley. Yeah, we all kinfolks.
No, this is what I'm gonna do. Since everybody cut me off, I'm gonna remove myself from the conversation. I appreciate everybody, but I'm gonna let y'all know now. People in India, in the subcontinent of Asia, are fucking Asians. But guess what, y'all? They're just as Asian as the Chinese, and they're just as Asian as the fucking Koreans. There is no one way to be Asian. There is no one way to be African. So light-skinned, thin-lipped, straight-haired motherfucker that look like European blue eyes can be indigenous African. Simple as that. It's the racism, white supremacy that got you saying, well, you don't
hear no Indian saying that the Chinese
Finish my point.
Asia from.
Finish my point.
Go ahead.
My point. I'm telling you that light-skinned niggas with straight fucking hair that's looking like Europeans are just as African as a dark-skinned nigga with peppercorn hair. And I'm done. I appreciate y'all about the conversation.
And that was another thing, Brendan, I wanted to bring up. Every time we bring up phenotypical arguments, it's another red herring. It clouds. It's
no, it don't.
It get cloudy.
Not cloudy, bro.
Shit about, I seen a Brazilian nigga with
evolutionary biology.
This shit's crazy, man. It's all
no
about
evolutionary biologists say the things you're just saying.
I'm fine. I'm not.
So understand. Understand what I'm trying to tell y'all.
I've never claimed to be.
I want to ask a question.
I know, Corey. I didn't call. Hold on,
Reggie. I don't want to hear your question. I don't want to hear your question, bro. Because I was still
Corey,
talking.
You never said that, Corey.
Interrupted me, huh?
Hey, Corey. You never. No. Wait, bro.
Nothing important. Listen. Hey, I appreciate y'all.
Reggie.
I'm gonna leave. No, I'm gonna leave.
Bye, Reggie. Bye, shit. Corey. Listen,
Reggie, you can't go. You the host.
I know you the host. Reggie, don't go nowhere. Nigga, let me finish my last. I'm gonna let you get in, Reggie. You had the rest of the night with Corey.
He already gone. He got this feeling, Jim.
I don't know why, man. Come on, we having fun. But Corey, no, you never said that, Corey. I'm just just for clarity, right? There is no phenotypical anything. Seriously. I just want to let you know that. That's all. But go ahead,
Cedric,
Corey.
you got somebody.
You just started talking about phenotypes.
No, I said there is no way to be African. That's my point. Yeah. And I said a person can look European with light skin and blue eyes and straight hair and be more African than a nigga with.
That's why I said That's why I said that's a red herring. The whole phenotype shit is a red herring to keep
Not
shit
for you.
cloudy and mixed up and
No,
shit.
no, it's
No, I
cloudy for
never
niggas
talk
that's
about
claiming.
if you notice, I never talk about skin color. I
I
never
said,
talk about hair type. I never talk
so
about
then
how
what do
your
you, so,
eyes look.
okay, so what,
None of that shit.
so
I
I'm
don't
saying
care
because
about
it
it.
ain't about you,
What
though.
I'm
let me jump
saying
in.
is,
Corey,
what
let me
I'm
jump on.
saying is,
Unc just said
hold
something
on.
that wasn't true.
He said plenty. He said plenty that
I'm
wasn't
sure he
true.
did. I'm
But
sure he did.
but what I'm saying is you guys, you and
Who's you
Reggie,
guys?
you and Reggie,
Afrocentrics.
you and
Who's
Reggie,
you guys? Because I'm
Afrocentrics.
on mine. I can
you
fight
and
this way
Reggie.
any
I'm
kind of way we want to
I'm
do it.
naming you guys, you and Reggie, right?
Okay. All
Since
right.
y'all the two that's here, right?
No, Reggie gone. He left.
Okay, well then you.
Yeah, it's just me. Yeah, what I do? Tell me what I'm wrong at.
Him and Cedric.
Get with me.
Uncle Cedric then.
Yeah, get with
You
me.
guys,
Get with
you
me.
guys are trying to
No, I'm not, Corey.
bring these arguments.
No, I'm not, Corey.
The reason why you're bringing this arguments
Because why,
is
Corey?
because you're arguing from
What
an
am I arguing?
Afrocentric standpoint.
I supposed to. I supposed to, though, Corey.
An
You're not supposed
Afrocentric
to. You're not
standpoint
supposed to.
is pseudo.
No, it's not,
Exactly.
Corey.
No, it's
Yes, it is.
No,
not.
it's not, Corey.
It's a convenient
No, it's
excuse
not.
to teach
No, it's
pseudo
not.
scholarship and pseudo
No, it's not.
history.
Okay,
It is a
right.
convenient
So,
excuse to teach pseudo scholarship and pseudo history. You just
and
said
you're
that the
wrong.
people that
You're
live in
wrong,
no doubt,
and you're
no doubt.
racist.
Let
You're
me.
wrong, and you're racist against
But
yourself.
you the
But
one that.
remember,
But you
call
the one that
yourself a
used to
racist.
scream Black
You're
African power.
racist,
But I'm racist.
and I'm still screaming Black African power. So what's
What
next?
are you saying when you say black?
I'm
When you say
saying that
Black African power?
the only black people are African Americans who
That's
lost their
not
tribes
true.
and their clans.
That's
That
not
is
true.
true.
And you lying.
Yeah,
Look,
and I'm saying,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
listen,
telling you right now,
we
I can pull
always
an
have
argument.
these
Yeah, don't. Yeah, let's
red
not
herring
run.
Let's not
Yeah,
go down
don't
that
run
road.
on. Yeah, don't run
Let's
over
not
each
go down
other,
that road.
brothers. Yeah.
You
You got
gotta
an
stop
audience
making stuff
listening,
up.
right?
Okay, we can do it one at a time. But my whole thing is this: Unc just
Now
said
I
that the
want you
people that
one on one. A double X. I want you one on
Unc,
one,
you
nigga.
can never
Strap
compete
up,
with me
nigga.
one on one.
Strap up,
Everybody
nigga.
mute up. Everybody
Nigga,
mute
strap,
up.
nigga, strap up, nigga. What you
Okay,
got for me,
everybody
nigga?
mute up. It's just me and you,
Yeah,
Unc.
yeah, strap up, nigga.
Everybody mute up. It's just me and
Yeah.
you.
So listen, here go
It's
the
just me and you.
conversation. Hold on.
Everybody. Hey,
This
Chef,
how
can
the
you pull that
conversation gonna
article up
go.
that
Look,
you
this
sent
how the
me?
conversation gonna go, bro. We're not gonna talk over each other, and when we talk,
Unc,
we're not gonna talk long. I don't mind us arguing, but we gotta let the conversation be heard. So, what are you trying to tell the audience, yo?
I've been
listening,
saying
bro.
what I've been telling the audience, that the North African population is a population of people that are from an out of Africa stock. They are not African in the sense that we're African. The same way, I put it to you like this: they're African the way that we're Americans and white people are Americans. You wouldn't confuse us, so don't confuse the North Africans with Sub-Saharan Africans. Those are two distinctly different groups. They're not genetically related. There's no correlation. They're no more genetically related than Middle Easterners are to Sub-Saharan Africans. That's what I'm trying to make on.
All right, let me answer that. Let me deal with you because you weaken your shit a little bit there, little brother. So, first of all, I don't know what time period you're talking about on this back migration shit, but I'm gonna let you know right now, right? No expert says what you're saying. So I'm gonna let you know that the North African population is African. There is no one way to be African. So all
what do you
that,
mean when you
I didn't talk when you talked. I told you I don't mind having a conversation. I'm saying African, nigga. I'm saying like in India and on the subcontinent of Asia, they're considered Asians, but they're just as Asians as the Chinese and the Koreans.
Wrong.
And I'm saying you can't get past that.
This is why I'm telling you that you're wrong. Okay, I can't get past it if you let me speak. This is why I'm telling you you're wrong. They're called South Asians. Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese are called
you don't know
East Asians.
I said they're
not the same
Asians
thing.
though. So, but they're I'm saying that they're more.
It's like you don't understand. It's like you don't understand what
First
these
of all,
words
I was
mean.
in the middle of talking though. Remember I said what don't do? I said we can get it off, but don't cut me off, nigga, because you got that's gotta be part of the decorum.
Weren't you done when you said they were Asians?
No, I wasn't done. I'm gonna let you know when I'm done.
Okay, please,
So
please don't give me a lecture like Reggie. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna give you. I'm not Reggie. I'm a little bit younger than Reggie, so I don't got to give you a lecture. I'm saying is at this point in juncture, you need to source the fuck up that North Africans aren't Africans like the Africans at the bottom of the continent. Where's that source? Simple as that. I want to hear the experts say the statement you just made. The statement is so out of pocket based off me listening to evolutionary biologists. I don't fucking believe you. So no, don't talk me to death. At this point, bro, I don't got it right now.
You don't have to continue. You don't have to continue on. Chef, can you pull a source up that I always go to so we could
And it's gonna
read
say
the
that
part
they
where
not Africans. Go ahead.
it's gonna
Remember
make a
what the
distinction.
source
It's
supposed
gonna
to
make
say.
it's gonna make a distinction. You can pull up two sources, Chef. The one that you sent me via text and the one that I usually use. It's like you don't want to learn. You don't want to accept the truth. You have
Okay,
a
well,
religious
all you gotta do is get me
disposition
right now.
towards.
All you gotta do is get me
I
right
done
now.
got you a
Don't talk me to
million
death, nigga.
times. It's never gonna work, but I'm gonna present it
Don't
anyway.
talk me to death. Go get the source. You're talking
Chef,
too much, bro.
is Chef here?
You should know that shit by heart.
I do know
Page
about.
number. What's the name of the
Yeah,
study, my nigga? And what
I'm
part
looking
of the
for
study?
it now.
Yeah, put it
I
up,
gotta
Chef.
ask one simple question.
This is ridiculous.
Is
Nah, don't mix it up.
sub-Saharan
Hey,
Africans
Cedric.
a
Cedric, don't
homogeneous
mix it up, Cedric.
group?
Don't let the nigga get off the hook. You know what we
No,
looking
no,
for.
no. That's a side
Hey,
question.
Cedric, hold up. Cedric, hold on. Do you realize you can't provide one academic source saying that the North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans are the same people? You can't provide one academic source saying that shit.
Did you even
Sub-Saharan.
You
the
arguing
court
from
saying ain't the same people? The fuck?
yes,
What
the
you
court.
mean by same people?
Court
What do you
saying
mean
they're
by same
Sub-Saharan
people?
Africans. All of those
What do you
people are
mean by
Red
same
herring.
people, bro?
Red herring.
They're Sub-Saharan Africans. It's a component
Ice.
that they all share. That's called the I think MDS1 component or something like that. All of them share it. Every Sub-Saharan African share it.
You're just fucked up. But I'm gonna
I
let you
didn't fuck
keep
up.
fucking up.
Hey, Chef,
I'm
you
waiting for
ready?
the source that
Here we go.
says that they're not African.
Let's go. You seeing the screen, Unc? I mean, it said right there on the first fucking line.
Read what it say.
Read it.
And well, hold on. What's the date? Read the date so people can Google it and look it up.
You act like the date of this matters.
Go. It always matters, nigga. It's genetics, nigga. Shit get outdated real
This
quick
is not
in genetics.
changing. Their
Man,
genetics
what is
aren't
the date?
changing, bro.
Bro, what's the date of the article, man? Stop acting like you're not scientific.
Look at the date on the. I think it's 2017. Unc, we got one from 2020.
That's another red
2017.
herring.
I think it's
Let's just
2012,
read the
right?
Like he
article.
act like
Let's
he
just
act
read
like
the.
this
Let's
matters.
just read the contents. Let's read
Corey.
the contents. We
Corey,
don't
do you
care
know-
about
Yo,
the
hold
date.
on,
That's
hold
a
on.
red herring.
Corey,
Read the
Care
contents.
about the
Hold
date.
on. Hold on now.
Unc, you cutting into
Hold
my
on for a
time.
minute.
Unc, you cutting into my time. You cutting into my time.
Hold
You
on.
told me you
Hey,
didn't want to
Corey.
do that. You
Corey
cutting into
cut
my
in with the
time.
red herring joke. Hey, Corey.
I
for
didn't.
the record,
But I don't mind
so
him
you
cutting
won't
in. But you
sound
cutting
crazy.
in
It's
now.
not a joke.
Hey,
It's
Corey,
not a
so you
joke.
won't sound
I'm being
Corey.
serious.
Hey, Corey, so you won't sound crazy. Things have changed in evolution, bro.
That's fine. But let's
Yeah,
read the
Corey.
article.
No.
Let's get
has
into the.
I'm
changed.
Let's
letting
get
you
into the
know.
contents.
Hold on.
Listen to
So
me.
That's
never
fine.
say in a scientific conversation that a source, the age of a source doesn't matter. It absolutely does.
At
in
this
this type of discussion.
Not this one,
point
Unc.
in the
Not
They
this
conversation,
one.
it's
always
a
matter,
red
bro. But
herring.
keep going.
Hey, Corey,
But keep going.
At
just
this
hold on.
point.
We don't, Corey, hold on. We don't want to get off of this. I want Unc to read.
No, nigga, you read. I ain't reading
No,
shit.
I done read it a million times. I want you to read it so that you can
Read the
hear
part I'm
yourself.
asking for, yo, and I'm gonna shut up.
The first sentence I want you to read. That's it. I just want you to read the first fucking sentence.
It says North African population are distinct from Southern African based on
No.
cultural.
You can't. You obviously
It
can't read.
says
That don't mean
sub-Saharan.
Southern.
I said Sub-Saharan. What you
No, you said Southern.
I said Sub-Saharan. Nigga.
You said Southern, man. You
When I've been
said
I
talking about
said
your literacy level.
Sub-Saharan. I didn't say Southern.
You
Yeah,
did.
man. I'm fighting.
Southern.
Just
You
read
can
it.
go back and watch the tape again, and
I
you'll see you
said
said Southern.
Sub-Saharan. Nigga, I
Let's
know
not
I'm
get
reading.
bogged down on it. Okay,
It is
you
Right. So
said
why y'all
sub-Saharan.
get bogged down on that? What's the point of
Just
that?
don't worry
Because
about
when
it.
you don't read,
Move
hold on,
on.
I'm gonna
Do
tell
you want me to
Corey,
finish? Oh,
Corey,
nigga, so
Corey,
why
stop.
the fuck would you
Corey,
ask me to
stop.
read it then? Why would you
I
ask me to
wanted
read it
to
then if
prove
that's
to
the point?
everybody that when you read, you cannot comprehend what you're
Man,
reading
I-
because you don't
okay.
know the words that you're
So
using.
why did you let me read it then? Was
I
it the
just told
fucking
you I
interesting
wanted
stupid
everybody
shit?
to see Unc's comprehension when
So
he
I'm
reads
not
something.
wait. I
He
read
don't know the
3
words.
lines.
How is he gonna understand what he's
All right,
reading?
so this we're gonna do, yo. You acting like a fucking asshole, nigga. Do
No, I'm
not
not
ask
acting
me to
like an
read
asshole.
something
I'm showing
and then
your
cut me off
literacy
in the
level.
middle of me fucking reading. It's a bunch of joke, nigga.
All right,
We
let's
don't
get
play
to the
like that with
point,
each
y'all.
other.
Chill. Let's
Right,
get to the
nigga. So
point.
either you read this shit or let me read this shit. Stop
Read it
playing.
again, Start
Stop
from the top.
playing. No,
Read it
I'm not
again,
reading
Go ahead.
shit. Now you read it, nigga. No,
You the one
you
that we
read.
trying to prove this to, not me.
Nigga,
I
you not
already
trying
know.
to prove. Where's the source that says
Actually, I
that
think
the
that
North
just cleared
African
that up.
In your
population
face, Corey.
is
I
not
think you
hold on.
just read that.
No, he
The
didn't.
sources in your yes, you
Read the
did.
whole sentence, bro.
That's
and
what I'm
stop
telling
playing
you to
with me.
do.
All right, read it. Somebody read it, yo. Let's move forward.
Unc is gonna read it because he's the one
Unc
that
is not
can't
reading
comprehend it.
shit because Unc ain't got no reading comprehension. So the smart niggas read this shit.
Yeah, I'm the smart one. I read it, Unc. No problem. I'm gonna repeat this for you 2 times so you can hear it clearly. Okay,
Yeah,
Unc?
you can read as many times as you want.
No problem. Listen, North African populations populations are distinct. You know what distinct mean? That means different. North African populations are distinct from sub-Saharan Africans based on cultural, linguistic, and phenotypic attributes. You want to keep reading,
Is that a
I
period
Nigga,
think
that's
or a
not a
comma?
period, nigga.
No,
Keep
that's
reading.
not a period.
Nigga, keep
Oh,
reading, nigga.
did that?
Nigga, keep
What is the
reading.
point in keep reading? You wanted to see whether if
Nigga,
a source
keep
would say that they were
fucking
different.
reading, nigga. Stop
When
it.
do you want me to? Where do you want me to stop at?
Nigga, you can't. It's not a period, so don't stop.
Okay. However, the time and the extent of genetic divergence. You know what genetic divergence is, right?
Yeah,
That's
nigga,
when
that's
you
every. I know what
genetically separated
divergence, nigga.
from two different groups. All right. However, the time and the extent of genetic divergence between populations north and south of the Sahara remain poorly understood.
You don't think that's important? You
No,
don't think
no.
that? Man,
Everybody, hold on.
finish
Everybody
my
be quiet except on.
Let me
Everybody be
finish my
quiet except
point.
on, because I'm
all
going
right,
to answer every
go
question he puts
ahead, get
forward.
him, Max.
Go ahead, because I was about to
If
explain
it's
to you what this is. Because I know you're
go
about
ahead,
to ask.
nah,
You
go
don't
ahead and
think
explain
that's
to me
important?
what.
This
Go
is the
explain to me what.
abstract. Do
Go
you know what
ahead
an
and
abstract
explain.
is?
Go
It's
ahead and
something that
explain.
precedes the
Go
meat of the
listen. Go,
conversation or
brother.
the
Go
results.
ahead and explain to me what poorly understood is. I'm listening.
No problem. If
Right,
you
that's all you got to
read this
do.
article, that's what I'm saying. This is why I always be telling you, and it's not me being disrespectful towards you, it's me being honest with you. You don't understand this stuff properly. The way this is structured, the abstract tells you something is speaking before the experiment is done. It precedes the experiment. After the experiment, that's where you learn what they didn't know prior. So when it said it was poorly understood, that of course is prior. This is why it's in the abstract. Okay? It is not poorly understood anymore, Unc. If you read the goddamn article, it will clearly tell you what the fuck is going on. This shit is very basic. The only reason y'all don't want to let go of North Africans being an out of Africa group that back migrated into Africa is because it'll kill the Egyptian argument. And once it kills that, I don't know what y'all stand on anymore. But the first sentence answers your question, Unc. You told me to give you a source that says that those two are distinct. I gave you one that says that sub-Saharan Africans and North Africans are not the same. I just gave you one. Chef, could you pull up the other source from 2020?
That's not what he asked you though, X.
I know. I'm gonna let him keep playing it. I got this.
Did you hold on? Did he not ask me to pull up an article that states that North Africans and Africans are not the same?
No, he said pull up a source that say that North Africans aren't African.
Right. That's what the fuck I said.
Africans.
Keep running your fucking mouth, nigga.
That was a.
Okay, but hold on. If he would ask me,
I don't think that's what he said. Maybe he said that. Maybe he said that, but he said what the X asked too.
He definitely said
both
what I
of
asked him.
those.
That's why I went
I
right
said,
there.
bring me up a source that said. I said there's more than one ways to be African. And I knew I had your little crazy fucking ass. First of all, I did a whole video on what an abstract is.
No, because you gave the comparison of the Indians and
bro, why the fuck did you cut
bro?
this? Yo, the problem is you cut me off and don't cut them off.
No,
I'm
because
not doing that. I'm not doing that game. I'm not playing that game, yo. It's like y'all niggas is jumpy. Y'all jumpy.
Go ahead.
Nobody has to jump you. You're not presenting nothing. Nobody has to jump you. Just go ahead and get your shit off, huh?
You gave an example though of the Indians and the North Asians. I just want to put that out.
I'm fucking.
Go ahead.
You fucking up the show. You fucked up the show. Relax.
Dealing with this shit is annoying, bro. It's like keep having to tell a person that 1 + 1 is 2.
Hey, chef, give me my share screen. So this nigga's in the abstract.
But before you move on from this,
I'm not moving. I'm not listening. I'm not moving at all. Hold on. I'm not moving one bit. I'm on this nigga head. Let me work. Just let me work. So let me use my screen so I can show this nigga the fucking quality of always upgrade your fucking sources. This nigga's fucking bananas. Nigga.
Gosh.
Fucking bananas.
Tell us the year since you upgrading us.
Everybody be quiet. Here you go. The human molecular genetics, nigga. What's the date on this, yo? This is 2021. I'm not fucking with these niggas just in 2017.
Let's just read it. Let's just read it.
19, 20, That's 4 or 5 years ago.
So this one overturning that one then, right?
So this one's gonna over
4 or 5 years ago.
Corey, hold on.
No, nigga, I don't need y'all to talk though. What I need
is this gonna overturn? Is this gonna overturn?
Nigga, what you gonna have to do is y'all gonna have to shut the fuck up and let me finish. It's stupid at this point.
Is this gonna
It's a good
overturn what I
it's
just
a good.
read?
I'm not
Let's let
answering
him
shit,
read,
nigga.
bro.
I'm talking,
Yo, Adrian,
and
you
I'm
gotta be
not going
quiet. It's just
long.
between me and Unc
Let
right
me
Let's
now.
let
make
him
my
read.
point.
Gonna,
Let me make my
Is this
fucking
gonna?
point.
Don't tell
I'm
me.
not listening
Yo,
to you,
Adrian,
nigga.
hold on, time
You
out.
doing
You
all?
asked me a question before I went, right? So can I not ask you a question before you go? Is that not fair? Didn't you ask me a question before I went? We don't want you to just go and read some shit and we don't know what the fuck we're reading it for. So I'm asking you a question prior to us getting into that. Is this going to overturn what I just posted? Yes or no? You muted.
Yeah, this is one of the articles I was looking at earlier too. This is a really nice one.
Yo, why do these niggas get a chance to cut me off? And I know somebody better not have muted my motherfucking ass out.
You muted yourself.
No,
Okay,
you muted
so
yourself. We was asking you to talk.
so my
Yo,
point is, let
come
me finish my
on,
point. No, yo, it's some bullshit, nigga. Leave me
ain't
the fuck
nobody
alone.
mute you
Let me
out,
read
bro.
my shit. So let me be wrong, nigga, because y'all stay wrong. How about that? Now, here's my
Everybody
point.
wants to
No,
be
he
well.
asked
The
you.
young
He
nigga
asked
made
you
a
a
Yo,
point.
question. Huh?
The young nigga,
Unc,
he's not asking
I
me a
was asking
question.
you.
It's called
You asked me a question.
when you try to throw a nigga off. Now let me finish my
You
point. I
asked me a
don't need you
question
to
before I
ask me a
went.
question, nigga. I'm
Let,
very
let, let him
coherent.
have it. Ask.
I'm
Let
very
him have it. Ask.
coherent on
Let him
what the
have it.
fuck I'm
God, this
about to
dude is
say,
so
nigga. And I know
emotional.
why
Go
I'm
ahead.
presenting the article. I'm
Just
presenting
go
the article
already.
for more than I'm presenting the fucking article because this nigga is in 2017. This nigga trying to act like a nigga know what the fucking abstract is, nigga. So while you in the abstract, nigga, I'm gonna come to the conclusion in the 2021 argument and show you they still don't understand the fucking shit that you claim they do. So here you go. It's called The Population History of North Africa based on modern and ancient genomes, my nigga. And we
Well,
come to the fucking
scroll
conclusion.
down to it on your screen so we can see. Scroll
I
down
am
because I want to
scrolling
read it.
down to it.
Well, I don't see it scrolling down on the screen.
Y'all can't see that?
No. Okay, now we see it.
It's a one main challenge for studying genetic landscape for North Africa is the inefficiency of the available data. No data exists for individual complete genomes until recently, and there is still a lack of whole genomes at the population level. Ancient genome data are also limited despite recent efforts. There is an urgent need for genomic data in the region, not only to unravel the questions related to the population history, but also to understand the genetic variants in the genomic regions involved in health and disease conditions. It's a given the extensive and directional connections between North Africa and its surrounding regions, studying the genetic and genomic variations as well as disease risk patterns of its population could also have an impact out of North Africa borders, European, Middle Eastern, and sub-Saharan populations. So like I said in the conclusion, they do not have enough understanding of the subject matter.
About
It's
health.
That was
fucking limited.
questions
Oh
about
my
health,
God.
huh?
See,
Finish, man.
That was
Listen,
questions
fucking
about
now
health.
now you see
Are you
why
kidding
he's
me?
saying his literacy
man,
level.
why can I let me finish?
Go
Yeah, finish
ahead,
on.
man. I go. That's why I
It's
be
some
saying it's a lot
bullshit.
of red herrings, bro. And then we
Man,
got to
why?
argue
Yo,
about
do you
this.
see what you're doing right now, yo?
Corey, just
But go
let
ahead.
him finish because he's gonna take it to
I
another
mean,
argument. Just let him finish.
the whole argument wasn't about health. I mean, are y'all serious right
Yeah,
now?
they're saying that there are health
What is
implications
right? What the? Hey,
of understanding
Brendan.
it.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
Brendan, go ahead, brother. Brendan, you can handle
No,
this,
no,
bro. I
no, no,
can't deal with
no.
these niggas.
Because
Nah, I can't deal
I
with these
read
niggas, Brendan.
I pulled the same
But Brendan, but why would they
source.
holler out that shit as if they know it? I thought we supposed to be brothers trying to help each other. Why are they just trying to win? It
No,
doesn't say
Unc,
what it
saying
just
the
said. It said.
No,
time
no,
out, time
It
out,
Unc.
time
said,
out. Time
Brendan,
out,
it
time out, time
says
out, time
what
out.
you said, Brendan. It's
no.
talking about
We
what you
we
just said,
just said
Brendan. You're
what
right.
Brendan said.
Hold
It's
on.
the
Hey,
It didn't
importance.
say what
hold
Brendan
on. Hey,
said,
hold
yo.
on. Yo, Corey, hold on. From the evidence that we do have of ancient North African genomes and present North African genomes, what are those people?
No, I'm gonna go ahead, Brendan. You can handle that, Brendan.
No, I don't want Brandon. I want you. You said
I'm
me and
done.
you.
I'm
Why are you
finished.
running? So
Because
you
nigga,
lost?
y'all dove
Hold on,
in
hold on.
trying to sway the
I
people
didn't dive.
minds
I didn't
as
dive
if
in with
you
anything.
told me no.
I
The
didn't
nigga
dive in
said
with
Corey
anything.
said I had a red herring because it was about health.
Okay, that's
The
Corey.
argument wasn't
That's
about
Corey.
no, but you
You
all
just told
jumped
me
on
that
it.
the argument was
The
between me and you.
chef dove in that stupid ass shit. Oh yeah, it was about
But
health.
I thought
When
You
you.
you
dove
get
in like
done,
you say
Unc, I
something
Corey,
would
you don't
hold on.
like
understand.
I
Y'all
would
all
like
did
a
that
chance
shit.
to
Y'all was
explain
wrong as
myself.
2 left feet, nigga.
Corey, hold
And
on.
y'all all jumped in
You just said that the
instead of
argument
being
was between
serious
me and
and
you.
just
Was
say,
the
hold up, you
argument
know what, yo,
between
we
me and
was
you, or
wrong.
is the argument
No,
between you,
instead of
Chef, and
just
Corey?
saying no. Look, this is a
You
gentleman's
just said it
game.
was between me and you. You said you wanted
No,
a
no, but hold
one-on-one.
on. Wait, but this is a gentleman's game. All you had to say, you know what, Unc, we misspoke on that. Brendan said it just right. Y'all just misspoke on that, bro.
On that, bro.
You did. It wasn't about health, nigga.
I never told you it was about health.
The
Man,
conclusion was.
The conclusion wasn't about health.
The
nigga.
concluding remarks. That's
It was
what they were
not.
talking about.
It was not about health. Go ahead, Brendan.
Just a quick, before we can get health out of the way, right?
I'm not talking about
they
health.
said no. I know you're not, right? The only reason the article said that they put that health component in there, they said that there's some importance to the research because there's a health component. If we understand the genetic makeup of the North Africans, right, we can more understand and we can actually help them from a health perspective, right? If we understand that, that's all they said.
That's all they said.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Hold on, you see that?
Is trying
no.
to override
I'm just saying they said here's the importance of it. Not saying that okay, well, this is all they're saying. They said this is important because there's health implications, right?
Right. So why did he read that conclusion?
Wow.
Because
wow.
Did Brennan finish?
Seriously, I didn't understand.
No, I'm just saying there's health implications. If you go through this entire article, I read this entire
article. Enough information to do anything at this point.
Exactly. There's not enough.
That's not what
so
they
Brennan,
said.
So hold on. So
Brendan.
So why am I? See, Brendan. See how I become the stupidest nigga in the room, Brendan. See how they do that?
No, listen.
See that, Brendan?
Listen,
this nigga
Brendan.
just told me I don't understand what I'm reading.
Let me explain something. Can I please explain something? Please. Please.
Why would you read that conclusion as a
I'm saying please.
to what he read?
Could you put that what's the name in the chat, that article?
I don't know why he would do it.
Brendan, could you put that article in the chat?
What that article said? You got to read that again?
This
whole
article
got enough information.
Brendan,
about the past. All they're saying is that it has health implication. The conclusion isn't about health. The conclusion clearly states we don't have enough data to do anything. And
that's not what they said. That's a lie.
You don't read English?
That's a lie right there.
I'm
That's not what they're saying.
Can y'all put that in the chat? Can you put that in the
Big
chat?
Bang still need a lot of research.
Somebody take the host thing from me. I'm going to see. I ain't got time to bother with this.
I appreciate it. Don't make me the host.
I'm good neck. How you do that? Somebody take it.
Don't end the show, Corey.
This level of conversation. Take the host.
Brandon, can you put that in the chat?
I'm going
that article?
Yeah, I can pull it up. But
I'll give it to you. Hey, Brendan.
I want to read it myself.
Okay, hey Brendan. Remember,
please like 30 times.
Hey Brendan, hold on, Brendan. Remember we read the first line and it said, and the nigga tried to stop, and then when he kept reading, he said, we don't really have enough information. Then he made this big song and dance on. Yo, it's in the abstract. It's in the abstract.
If you read the article,
wait a minute,
it clearly has text. It's an abstract.
Hey, bro.
Do we gotta go through this a million times?
No, do you know the argument could be fun, yo, but when you start cutting it, it gets stupid. Like if I'm in the middle of talking,
you're not comprehending what's being communicated.
Well, what about the guy that said please 6-7 times already? What about the guy that said please though?
Like that shit
but it's fine though, X. I'm trying to show you we can yell.
It's available
and
on
argue,
Oxford.
but don't just cut us off.
I'm not yelling. Hey, Brendan.
No, I don't mind you yelling. But my point, the question is, why did I put it in there? Because the first line of an abstract said you didn't have enough information, right? And you was like, wait a minute, that's the abstract. As if we all don't know what the abstract is.
See, we getting down red.
No, I just want to finish the point, though, yo. Yo, it's like
I asked to make a statement.
Go ahead, Corey. Go ahead, Corey. Y'all niggas don't know how to have a good show.
Can I say something?
I'm not trying to have a show. I'm cutting you off like you. No, that's fine. I'm gonna cut you off like you just did me. I'm doing you like you just did me. No, I'm doing you like you just did me.
Listen. Everybody,
if I can't get mine, then can't nobody
get
theirs in. Fuck all that. Now, that's how we doing from now on, nigga. Cut off artists against cut off artists. Fuck it. Fuck the show.
You just immature.
No, nigga, get good. Absolutely.
You guys want to bring up the article right quick?
No. I'd like to say something, please.
60 years old acting like you're 10. Shit ridiculous.
Yeah, nigga, you 5 years old, nigga, acting like you motherfucking 5 years old, nigga.
Let brother Corey say something.
That shit ain't make no sense, Unc.
Yeah, I gotta calm down. Like I mean, like the thing is, like, this is what I'm saying. Like the Egypt shit is so goddamn crazy. It ain't even.
It's
But
stupid at this point. Nobody believes in
like
crazy
none
shit.
of them, no niggas over there is having an argument about African Americans. This shit's nuts. But anyway, so what I want to say is about that article, bro. Y'all are leading on as if they can make no determinations or no conclusions. That's
Exactly.
not
My
what
point
they
is that.
saying on that.
And that's why I said send me the article.
What they're saying, the things
Corey,
that they know, they
Corey,
already know. They do
Corey,
know.
hold on 1 minute. Corey,
Go
hold on
ahead.
1 minute. Can somebody please put that article in the chat because I want to read it. I do not trust what it's presented.
It's actually up on the. It's up right now. Like it's up on the screen.
No, I know, but I want to read it myself. I want to open it myself. Can somebody shoot that to the chat? Just get the link and send it to the chat.
Is that on the NCHI?
No, hell no.
Which one? I downloaded.
This is human molecular genetics.
Yeah, I downloaded this from my my university database. I was like, what?
No, I got it, nigga. Shit. December.
Can somebody read that article? Can someone read that article?
You gotta have an account, nigga. You can't have it.
I can send it to you. I can send it.
Now make that nigga pay for it like everybody else.
Listen. Somebody just put the article in the back chat, please. Man,
Can I copy and paste it? Can I upload it like a PDF?
Every road for 30 minutes. Like whether we gonna put the article in the back chat, we gotta have an argument about that. Like somebody just put the article in the back chat, please.
I think I got this article already.
I don't know if it's a link to it if you don't have access to the database though.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Okay.
I got it. Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's in the back chat.
I read this already.
Oh, okay.
Read the article. That's why I'm asking somebody to read the article.
This is basically a summary.
The whole thing is we haven't. Why I keep saying these is red herrings, because Unc is arguing from an Afrocentric standpoint, but we're arguing with Unc as if he's having some type of different argument. The Afrocentric standpoint is that these niggas that's there push the real niggas out. That's the Afrocentric standpoint. It was black people, niggas, black niggas like us, me and you, like African Americans. Black people was in Egypt. That's the Afrocentric standpoint. So why are we playing games with all of these red herrings? I thought you was getting off. No, it's not a straw man, Cedric. You cut me off. And I'm gonna be quiet, and I'm gonna allow y'all to talk after this. I'm gonna allow y'all to go down
you're
all
lying.
the red herrings and rabbit holes y'all want to when I'm done right here.
Yeah, I don't believe you. No.
I know. You want to cut me off. You want to.
Yeah, I gotta cut you off because you cut me
off.
Talk over me.
At that point,
because he already admitted this.
I ain't playing fair, Corey.
When you keep making that straw,
I know you're not. I know. Cedric, listen to me, brother. Listen to me, brother. Listen.
Hold on. What'd you say, Corey?
Listen to me, brother. Listen. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
About what,
you can have Egypt. All of y'all.
No,
can
about
have
what though,
Egypt. Y'all can have Egypt. But listen to this. Listen. You talking, so you can't listen. Ain't no way you listening because your lips is moving.
All this shit talking is a lie, nigga. Now,
okay, everybody lying. Everybody lying.
He don't want to talk
don't
about
let Corey say what he gonna say because
he want to talk about.
I'm not.
Talk about one.
I wouldn't interrupt you, because I would just let you say what you gotta say.
Hey, Corey, look. It says the African migration in 12,000.
I'm never gonna get to say what I'm gonna say.
40,000 years.
You said 40,000.
Man, that fucking Corey.
I said 40,000.
What you say?
You said 40,000.
No, I didn't. That nigga said 40,000.
Giving all them crazy ass numbers.
Said 40,000.
You taught me that. But anyway,
Corey, what did you say? 40,000, Corey. Did you not say that?
Said it.
And I say, wait a minute. And
listen,
I say, check
I'm
that
wrong.
nigga. What you mean? Ain't nobody in yours.
I can be wrong as 3 left feet.
Okay, right.
That's
so why Chef try to help you out and lie?
Yo, you be saying that all day.
No, I did. No, I did.
Man, look.
Nigga, he said a back migration. Stop it.
I got it from Unc Sheffrin. That's where I got it from.
You didn't get that from me.
Yo.
You ain't
yeah, I
get
get
that from me.
but anyway,
all out of context, niggas.
Let me say what I'm gonna say, and then you can talk about y'all can talk
No,
about
I
Egypt
don't believe you.
till
I
the
don't believe
fucking
you, Corey.
cows come
I
home.
don't
Right?
believe you're gonna give me a chance to talk without
Yeah,
cutting me off when I get to the juicy
I'm
part.
believe me. This time you should believe me. This time, I promise you.
No,
This
I'm
time,
done. No, go ahead. I'm
I
fucking with you. Yo. Go
promise.
ahead, yo. Go ahead. I'm fucking with you. Take my
You
little
you
genetic map
what
down.
what's not fair? What's not fair is
Uh,
you already admitted tonight on this live stream right now tonight, and we can rewind it. You've already admitted, that you're arguing from an Afrocentric standpoint.
nah.
So all of the bullshit red herrings that you're taking us down is unnecessary. Y'all should pull down all of those, all them sources. Pull that shit down. Pull all of that shit down. Stop reading this shit. Everybody, don't put shit else up on the screen. Just let Unc do all the talking, because Unc has to show us. Unc has to show us how them niggas that's there is some invading niggas. Them niggas push the real niggas out of there. That's what he really been arguing the whole time. But
Lies.
he been
Lies.
playing as if he's arguing. I don't even know what he playing like he arguing, because I couldn't even tell you his argument because it's so flim flam, right? But he admitted on this live stream right here, Cedric Ortega, on this live stream right here, brother, he admitted that he's arguing from an Afrocentric standpoint. Now, Cedric Ortega, can you tell me what the Afrocentric standpoint is? And
I don't know, nigga, because I never was an
gonna talk about
Afrocentric.
this.
Okay, so I don't know because I've never been an Afrocentric. What I wanted to say was I'm arguing from an African. I'm putting Egypt in its proper African context, brother. And that's where the Egyptologists are today. You're back in the 40s and the 30s when you try to make it Mediterranean, the Oriental Institute, studying from an Asian perspective or Mediterranean perspective. That's all back then, bro. They don't do that no more, bro. What they do is they're putting Egypt in this African context with African people. So I'm saying is I'm doing what the experts are doing. Catch the fuck up. That's my point, bro. Simple as that.
Chef, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Chef, I want you to do me a favor. Can you reiterate my position as to how I explained myself clearly? Because we keep saying sub-Saharan African as if sub-Saharan African is a homogeneous group. I'm a West African. I have nothing genetically nor phenotypically related to an East sub-Saharan African. But a East sub-Saharan African has everything to do with the Eastern Northern Africa. Like,
can I ask a question?
When we say sub-Saharan African as if my West African heritage is equal to that of a South African or a Tanzanian or a Sudanese, that shows the limit to understanding how big that region is. But my point is, nobody on this panel is going to make an argument that a West African has any direct link or is anywhere in that conversation. No, at no point did I make an argument as to they are us, because that is just plain out silly and that's a straw man. On point in terms of what is the origin of the culture and the civilization and the people there. It's an African origin, and that's the direction science is going in. Egyptologists from the 30s and 40s, Europeans starting from in the 1800s with their racist foundation, created the illusion as if Egypt has a culture that has nothing to do with the rest of Africa. And that is what this whole argument is about. Nothing to do with whether we here on this panel, West Africans, are Egyptians. Nobody here is Shaka Atmos. With that,
okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, and just let me just say this too, because I'm listening to the bill. Listen, you can't just use an abstract as a source. You have to show the conclusion, right? You can't. An abstract is not evidence because sometimes conclusion does not support the abstract. So whenever you read an abstract, you have to read the conclusion to give clarity to what's being said. Now, I'll go ahead and rock on.
Why you say that though? Why you say that?
Can you guys hear me?
I just read the abstract. Like you can't read the abstract. You got to know what the conclusion is. I mean, I thought what it says pretty simple. Ain't it? Don't gotta be aimed at nobody. But I'm saying if you're reading the abstract, the commentary stands on itself. If you read an abstract, you have to read the conclusion. An abstract itself is not a source, bro.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact, bro. Yeah, hey, but I want to make sure you said it again because the nigga that stuck his chest out there made me read one half a sentence in the fucking abstract, then tried to explain to me what a fucking abstract was. Nigga, I know exactly what an abstract. Hold up my ass, nigga. I did a whole motherfucking video on what abstracts was, what the middle paper is and all that, whatever, nigga. So the fact that you said that shit was fucking bananas, and the fact that you talking after in the middle of me fucking talking is a bunch of bullshit, nigga. So I'm never gonna stop talking, nigga, until you stop talking, because you rude as fuck. So as long as you rude as fuck, nigga.
You gotta moderate.
He don't gotta moderate, nigga. Just let me finish, and then you come in. That's all you gotta do. That rude shit ain't working no more. I'm talking, then you shut up. That's how we do it, bro. And I'm not gonna never cut you off. I'm not gonna never cut you off, X. I'm gonna let you know you didn't let me do nothing. I was messing with my man, and you dove in. I'm talking about you. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you get in.
X, just let him go, then you next.
Let me go, yo, and then you next. I'm not gonna cut you off. Nigga, you cut me off like usual, nigga. It's a regular occurrence. I told you the fact that we argue is cool, but the fact you cut me off is when it's stupid and no one can know what the fuck we saying, bro. That's my point. Let me finish my point. My point is I did a whole video on how to read a scientific article. So your half slick ass gonna dive in with the abstract and try to show me up and prove that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I got a whole video dedicated to that shit. You didn't read the fucking conclusion of your article, nigga. I went to the conclusion of a 2021 study to show my point, nigga. And you still don't get it. But carry on. Now watch how I'll be real gentleman-like and let you talk yourself to death. Go ahead, Double X.
Real gentleman-like, whatever. I simply showed the first whistling of the abstract because it's so common sense to everyone that exists in the scientific world that the North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans aren't the same, that they would tell you in a goddamn abstract that they're the same. That's the reason.
That's silly.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
Who's talking now? I thought he was gonna be real gentleman-like, or whatever the fuck you just said.
No, it wasn't me, bro. Hold on, it wasn't me.
No doubt. We can let it roll.
So Sosa know how. King Sosa know how to moderate the conversation. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, go ahead, bro. No, brother. I'm saying go ahead. That wasn't me.
I'm trying to go ahead. You're talking,
but it wasn't me, my nigga.
No doubt. We understand that. Now, with that being said,
sorry, I thought my mic was muted. My bad.
Okay. Ooh, I don't know who this dude is. The reason we went to the abstract, that is so known by everybody that Sub-Saharan Africans and North Africans are distinctly different, that they would tell you that for fact from the rip. The abstract generally tells you what they don't know and what they're about to test. Everybody already knows North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans are a distinct group of people. The only people that don't know that are the Afrocentrics from the conscious community, which you happen to be a part of. Whether you want to accept that title or not, it's just a fucking reality. Your argument is that the people that exist in North Africa today, because you said this out your own mouth, I don't know how many times, the North Africans that are there today came in to that area. Well, first your argument was that your first argument was that it was a group of Sub-Saharan Africans living there, and then they came in. That was your argument. That's not true. We don't find that in those people's genetics. And if even with the source that you put up, if you read that, you just went right down to the what's the name. If you read right after the abstract, they go into communicating to you the differences between the North Africans and the Sub-Saharan Africans. It gets to that point before it even gets to the point that you made, huh?
The way can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Who's this?
Yeah, this is Mike. I've come on a couple times in the last couple weeks.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
So
That's the question.
I think one of the things you just mentioned there about what you're describing as Ank's original premise is where the confusion is. I think you said something to the effect of his original premise was that sub-Saharan Africans were there, and then at some point North Africans came in. But I think the time frame. So, Ankh, if that is your original premise, what time frame are you saying?
Okay, go ahead. Ask him this question.
Yeah, what time frame was there a significant portion of what we're calling sub-Saharan Africans in that area prior to who's there now coming in, Ankh, if that is your original
I never said
premise?
that shit, man. That's that slick ass nigga talking.
Oh my
nigga,
God.
I do the study for real, nigga. I got a map I can show you. Nigga, the population is mixed in the Green Sahara. There's a portion where nobody's on it now in the northern region, bro. Like, I'm on my shit for real. That nigga.
What time frame is that?
Okay, Mike, hold on. Yeah,
Mike, listen, Mike.
Answer that question. What time frame was that?
For what? It's 12,000 years when they back migrated. 12,000 BCE. I just showed up on the map.
Hold up, X. Hold up.
Yeah. I showed it on
Green
the screen.
Sahara dries up between 9 and 4,000 BC.
No, we want to know. We want to ask when were.
I never said that a population came in and did nothing to nobody. I never said that. That's some shit you just said. Being slick, nigga.
I'm not being slick.
Yeah, but I never said that.
Hey, X, your conclusion to your article is on the screen.
Wait, hold on. Let me get to it real quick. Our genome-wide dense genotyping data from 7 North African populations allow us to address outstanding questions regarding the origin and migration history of North Africa. We propose the present day. Yeah, I already read all. I know all this, Chef. Like this.
No, read the whole thing, nigga. How about that? That's what we want to hear you read the whole thing.
Okay, time out. If I read the whole thing, what is that going to do?
I don't know. Let's
why the fuck would I read it if you don't know?
Just finish it.
No, because they were saying that since you read the abstract, I think they were alluding to the conclusion could have been different from what the abstract, was in the abstract. And I want you to prove. I want you to read the conclusion to show them.
Yeah, you have to read the conclusion.
Off.
The conclusion is the evidence. The
abstract is the problem. Now, okay, I got you. Hold on. Whoever's talking,
the conclusion is the evidence after all they do all the measurements, everything added up.
What was concluded was exactly what the fuck was said in the abstract originally.
Read it. Just read the conclusion so people can get the conclusion.
No problem. Our genome-wide dense genotyping data from 7, mind you, they did a test. That's how they came to this conclusion. Our genome-wide dense genotyping data from 7 North African populations allow us to address outstanding questions regarding the origin and migration history of North Africa. We propose the present-day ancestry in North Africa is the result of at least 3 distinct episodes: ancient back to Africa gene flow prior to the Holocene, more recent gene flow from the Near East resulting in a longitudinal gradient, and limited but very recent migrations from sub-Saharan Africa. Population structure in North Africa is particularly complex, and future disease and phenotypic studies should carefully account for local demographic history. However, the rich history of gene flow can also help empower genome-wide association mapping via admixture mapping techniques. We don't need to finish reading the rest of that.
Finish that, nigga.
This is how you know you don't really read correctly. For example,
but just finish it.
I'll finish it. For example, the variable but relatively long haplotypes of sub-Saharan ancestry are amiable. I can't see that word.
Amiable.
Amenable, pardon me, are amenable to admixture mapping approaches developed for African American samples. In conclusion, North African population retain a unique signature of early Maghrebi ancestry, but North African populations are not a homogeneous group, and most display varying combinations of 5 distinct ancestries. Bro, all that stuff was addressed.
Yeah, nigga. So where you at with that, nigga? Because I know what the fuck you is, right? Where you at, Slick?
Slick
the scientist. Yeah, go ahead. Where you at, Slick?
You gotta stop talking when I'm talking. What did you just interpret?
that shit you was talking was slap crazy and your auger don't support
But
the fuck you
no.
were saying?
I want you to be specific. What did you
I just said
interpret
it.
from what I read?
Everybody heard it. I'm done. Now you the one
Now,
don't have
do you
fucking
do
reading
you all see what I'm
comprehension,
saying?
nigga.
You obviously didn't comprehend what that said.
What it
Because
say
you
then?
wouldn't
I'm
make
listening.
Yeah. So okay,
I'm being
hold
trying
on,
to
back.
educate you.
So
You can't retain nothing that's communicated. You can't comprehend anything that's communicated to you.
Got him. Go ahead. I'm be
Where'd
quiet.
you get
Got
me?
him.
The thing clearly disagrees with what your position is, which is that they don't have sufficient data.
Well, I'm listening to the rest of the
crazy
people right
shit.
now. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening to the rest. Let the brother speak. Go ahead, brother.
Listening and comprehending are two
That's
different
fine.
things.
That's fine. Let the brother speak. Go ahead, brother.
So they came in. They came in from the Near East, but I want to get to this point to where the sub-Saharan Africans were there.
No,
At
there is
what
no
point?
evidence that they were there.
Well,
There is
hold
no
up, X. Hold
evidence
up.
that Sub-Saharan Africans were there.
But yeah, I got you. But I'm asking Unc, at what point was there a significant population of sub-Saharan Africans, whether they came from the Green Sahara or elsewhere? At what point were there a significant amount in that area, in your estimation?
In my estimation, Homo sapiens sapiens that comes up out of the Rift Valley has always been on the Nile.
Right.
Meaning they never left Africa. Just like today, we still live amongst hunter-gatherer civilizations or hunter-gatherer people. All around the world, you will find these pockets of hunter-gatherers. I'm saying at 3,000, 5,000 BCE, those same people were more heavily populated in these areas. They just never left. They just end up being in the daggone population, but they never left and went nowhere. Go ahead.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that their growth trajectory over the next hundreds and thousands of years just did not reach the same level as the ones from, I guess, the Near East or the Levant? Maybe their growth trajectory from as far as population just never grew to the same magnitude.
The same way we do right now. The hunter-gatherer populations are minimal right now. They just don't, based off of technology, based off whatever, you don't have a lot of hunter-gatherer. They're fading down the stretch, like Darwin said. That in a minute we're gonna make their ass extinct. There won't be no more hunter-gatherer populations in a minute. But they were
there.
Yes,
they were
clearly
there,
they was there. They never left.
They never left, but they got absorbed into the overall population that had a much higher and faster growth trajectory that seems to be the ones that are there now. Is that what you're saying?
Facts. And as a matter of fact, so there's that group, right? Then there's another North African. Come on, yo, the sound effects is crazy, yo. See how they do it? You see how they do me, yo? They don't do nobody else like that. That should be bananas.
See, X.
Because you just cussed me out for saying that yesterday, You just cussed me all the way out for saying them exact words yesterday.
About the homo. I did not.
No. About the population being absorbed. You cussed me clean out.
Bro. You cut me off in the middle when I was about to finish saying, my nigga, and that's why the shit ain't right, yo. You stopped me, nigga. We was talking about the Homo sapiens that was already there. We was having a congenial conversation.
He just asked you a specific question.
No, he didn't, bro. I wasn't finished.
You know what?
Why do y'all niggas think y'all mind
I'm done
readers?
talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Because you're a mind reader. Alibaba mind reader. You promised me you weren't gonna cut me off. You promised me. Damn.
It's so difficult listening to you talk.
Nah, fuck it. Go ahead, yo. Do your thing, nigga. Anyway, that arg you just read, nigga, fucked you up. You just don't comprehend it.
I don't know where it fucked me up. You didn't graduate from high school.
Since
it said it was several populations in North
Africa.
Africa.
You ain't done talking. Okay.
There's several populations in North Africa is what I'm trying to tell you. There's a group that broke away from the OOA. They broke away and came back in at 12,000. Okay. There's a group that was there forever and never fucking left. There's different groups. Now, I am telling you, man, this man, fuck this shit, man. This shit ain't cool. Yo, man, fuck you, yo.
Hey,
bro, we gotta be quiet the whole time.
No, nigga, so I'm gonna be quiet, nigga. No, nigga.
Cut it out, man. It's crazy, man.
Corey,
you be cutting everybody off,
Corey,
man.
I'm not. Yo, I ain't cutting nobody off, yo.
I think you tripping tonight, huh?
No, I didn't. I didn't cut you off. We talking about tonight, nigga.
Bro, but we can interject though and have a back and forth,
yo. It ain't no back and forth, nigga. Y'all not playing fair. You cut me off in the middle of answering this fucking question. How's that a back and forth?
No, you answered this question. He heard your answer. Because he
No, I
asked the
wasn't
question.
finished, nigga. You dove in. I said there are Homo sapiens sapiens, original Homo sapiens sapiens that was
Man,
on and now and never fucking left. And then I was
we
gonna
heard
say,
you
but
say
there's
that.
other
No,
you,
we
but
talking
I
about
wasn't
the
finished,
absorption.
nigga.
We
I
talking about the
wasn't
absorption.
No, we talked about the Homo
He
sapiens
asked you
sapiens
a
that was there.
specific question. You answered it, and then y'all moved
I
on
was
to another
talking
question.
about the Homo sapiens sapiens, just
Hey,
like we
Magic Mike,
talked
how did
about
you
the
interpret?
hunter-gatherer
Hey,
population.
Magic
They
Mike,
aren't
can
actually
you ask your
absorbed, nigga.
question
They
again?
just stopped being dominant, bro. They're not actually absorbed
Hey,
into the population. They're just not as
Yeah,
dominant as
hey,
everybody else,
Magic
bro.
Mike, ask your question again, bro. What
yeah,
did you ask him?
yeah.
I ain't doing this shit.
Yeah, I was just asking, the ones that were originally
I ain't
there as others started to migrate in, back migrations, did their growth trajectory just not reach the same as the ones that back migrated in? Or were they just kind of absorbed into that overall population because they didn't continue to grow?
And he's clearly said yes. Now he can tell me. Now you can come back on and say,
Nah, I don't want to come back in.
you can say,
I'm gonna
Corey,
let
you
you
know
mind
what?
read.
I misspoke right there.
I didn't
I
misspeak right
misspoke.
Well,
there.
I
You
didn't hear what he
I think from an educational standpoint, this is kind of the crux of the argument. And I think Corey, I think you said what, and he probably went off the deep end after that. But it's irrelevant. I
He
think
was
that
already
this
off
is
the
the
deep
crux
end.
of the argument, and we got to determine if those people are still there to some degree. Do you think those people that were absorbed are still there to some degree?
we don't know if he believed they absorbed or not, because he
And
cussed me
here,
out yesterday, and now
when
he's telling you
we
he didn't
talk
say
about
that
the
today.
local
We talking about Homo
ancestry,
sapiens sapien right
that
now, bro.
article tells you who those local ancestries are. There's
Yep.
five
Right.
populations,
Yeah.
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
If you're looking into the article, if
What's the
someone
least of
pulls
them?
it up, right? I'm not gonna say no about what's the least. There's
What's the
five.
least of them?
There's
That's
five
Oh,
fine.
these
significant
Why don't we want to get down to the bottom of the fucking conversation?
yeah,
Like
because
y'all act like y'all don't know what he's saying.
because all
Hey,
of them
hey,
are
Magic
significant
Mike. Hey,
populations.
Magic Mike, listen.
There's
Magic
no
Mike.
no
No, I don't.
there's
I
no
only want to hear
least
from
of them
Magic
or
Mike
what it,
Yeah,
because he the only one that ever keeps
no,
it
I'm
real
because
saying
on
they
there's
this
don't
no
goddamn panel.
they don't say
I
it.
only want
They
to hear
don't
from
they don't
Magic Mike
Corey,
they
because
there's
he
don't
the
no
say
only
least.
nigga that
there's
ever
no
keeps it
least
real.
of them.
Sosa, you never
Corey,
keep
there's
it
no
real.
least. I'm
Brendan, you
saying there's
starting to
no
be
least.
on
There's no
Sosa's
least
side.
of them.
No,
No, I'm saying like
because the
I'm just
articles
trying.
don't say
Listen,
least.
I'm just trying to
They
be
don't
clear.
say
listen.
it.
I
Corey,
You
don't
want me
want
to
to
put
hear
it in
from
there?
listen
nobody
for a
but
second,
Magic
bro.
Mike because
Corey,
I
if
know
he
you
the
will listen
only
You
for a
want me
one
to
that
put
second,
keep it
bro.
least in there,
100
right?
on the panel.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
the
If you will
only
listen
one to
for a
do it.
second, bro, you cannot say there's no least of them. When you look at the 5%, that doesn't say that's not doesn't mean the least of them.
It's five.
That means that means that that's showing that over time that gradient is being
Represented.
Absorbed.
being represented smaller over because the population starts
It's getting
decreasing.
absorbed,
And you
right?
look at
Yeah, but
I don't know
that's all
about
I'm saying.
anything about
Okay.
absorbing,
So now
but
we back to my point
here's what it
again.
says. Here's what it says specifically, right? It says the local ancestry assigned across the genome. This is our cluster-based analysis
Listen, you know what
identified
to stop the
five
bullshit, Brendan?
distinct. You
If
don't
we
He
want me
cut
tell
to
you
read
off.
everybody
it.
it wasn't no
Yeah,
niggas
how
up
you did
there.
it though, Brennan?
If we tell everybody, if we keep it real and say, yo,
I'm just saying,
It
it
doesn't.
Corey,
was not no
let's just
It
stick
niggas
to
up
the
there the
doesn't.
way
facts.
y'all think it was niggas up there.
Yeah,
Like
I'm saying,
if we
because the
Corey, let's
keep it
facts
just
is
stick
gonna
to the
100
kill.
like that.
arguments
The
without
facts
the
is gonna kill it
let's just
regardless,
stick to
right?
the actual data, bro.
No, because
Instead of
it's
going off
all of
all
the
the
dilly dallying
but just let's just let it happen so we can
and
come to an end on this
pussyfooting.
shit, bro.
Y'all dilly dallying and
I'm
pussyfooting,
saying,
yo.
but if we keep with the
I mean,
with the ad
that's why the
hominems and the
argument
other shit, we ain't gonna
continues,
never get
Sosa.
past it, bro.
Sosa, listen to me. Sosa, the reason why the argument is
I know
continuing on
why the
is
argument
because of the
goes on,
dilly
Corey.
dallying and
I know
pussyfooting.
why, bro. I know
No,
why,
you
but if we
don't,
keep
because
talking
you're
about
doing the
dilly
dilly
dally and
dallying and
pussyfooting,
pussyfooting.
I'm saying that we
Here's the
keep
thing,
dealing, we keep talking
Corey.
dilly dally and pussyfoot. We can't just end this
Corey wants.
information
That's
already.
Yeah,
why.
I think I
It's
think
going. That's why it's
Hey,
going on.
Corey wants to come
Go ahead.
to a consensus and a
I
final
want
argument,
it. I want
and
everybody to keep it
academia hasn't
real.
even done that.
No,
Academia
I
Yeah,
hasn't
want
even done
everybody to keep
that.
it
thank you,
real,
thank you,
Brendan.
bro.
No,
I think we talked
no.
about
Y'all
talked
not,
about
I'm
it
not trying to
before.
do that. I'm not
Thank
trying to
you,
do that.
bro. Listen,
Brandon.
we talked about it before on the past show. Like when that Sahara starts to dry up, you're not going to be able
Bro,
to
y'all talking
compete with the
9,000. We
gradient.
talking about
Let's talk
3,100
about.
BC.
Can
We
I
talking about
put one?
3,100
You're right.
BC,
Can
bro.
I put just one point of clarity?
And y'all talking about 9,000. You know, Unc went back to the Great Rift Valley. You know that's 100 and some odd years, 196 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. We gotta
196,000
frame. We
years
gotta
ago.
frame these arguments, right? We keep
Yo,
moving
yo,
back.
You see what I'm
can I
saying?
talk
This
to
is why
somebody?
I'm saying
But
Sosa, listen,
Yeah, but see,
Sosa.
hey,
No, I get it,
Hold on,
but
hold
I
on.
understand what you're saying.
Sosa,
But I
I
think
need you,
look, the
Sosa, right
debate.
now. I
I'm
need
dealing
you,
with the
brother.
debate that
You
Uncle
ain't
X was
you
having.
ain't hearing me, brother. I need you right now, brother. The
I'm
Great
sorry,
Rift Valley is
Corey. I know when
100
the
and
great.
some
I
odd
know when the Great
thousand
Rift
years
Valley is.
ago.
I know when it's. I know when it is, bro.
That's
I
not
do.
why I
So
said the Great Rift Valley,
listen, when
man.
we
I'm just trying to
what's the
pussyfooting,
prove that
this is what
we're
their
I'm
talking
talking
about
population
about.
the
never left
Hey,
local.
out
But
Sosa,
we're
Nubia.
listen,
trying to. We're trying
Sosa,
to put a. We're
Sosa,
trying to put a
Sosa,
period on the
listen,
Uncle X
Sosa.
argument.
Hold on, I need you though, bro. I need you right here
I
to
know
hear me
that,
though.
Corey. I
No,
understand what
no,
you're
you
saying.
ain't hearing me because you're talking. Sosa, that's what I mean by the pussyfooting and dilly dallying.
Corey, can I
What
talk
the
next?
fuck are we talking about the Great Rift Valley for?
Corey, can I
Why?
talk next?
All right, I heard it.
Why?
And I'm
And you
listening.
don't know why I said it, yo.
In terms of
Can y'all see this?
but listen, in terms of X and Unc's argument, right? It does show that the
I
North
blame this on
Africans have a distinct, a more distinct than Sub-Saharan Africa, right? That's a fact, right? But
But
they're
that
not
don't
going to say
mean the
North
Koi saying a
Africans.
distinct.
They're
That
not
don't
going
mean
to
they
say
not
North
that.
See?
Africans ain't Africans. That's just
Right.
ridiculous.
No
That's
one
the
ever
point.
said that. No one
Yes,
ever said
that's
that.
the
Yes, they
He
argument,
said
did.
not
Corey.
in the
That is
sense,
the
not in
argument
the
that
sense.
is the argument
Sosa,
that
he
Unc
just
and
no.
X was having, bro.
Yes,
I
Right.
that was it.
listened to the
But the
whole shit
thing,
before they started, bro.
no, it was the thing was Sosa.
Nah,
He
man.
said
That,
in the sense that we are African, right?
You
He
what?
just
No, nigga,
explained that.
they is. We is. Yo, you don't know. I'm telling you, no
Nobody.
evolutionary
He said they
biologist
was
say what you
African.
just
He
saying, yo.
said they African.
No,
He
they
said, but
never,
not in the sense
bro.
that we are.
Listen,
Just like
I'm telling
Sosa
you
just
No,
that
said.
the Egypt. Hold on,
So
yo.
quit
X is say
Egyptian.
X.
pussyfooting
Will, this
and
is a
dilly
quote.
dallying.
This is
Listen,
a
yo. The
quote. This is
Egyptian
a double
Pussyfooting and
X
dilly
population,
quote.
more or
dallying.
less.
This
Hold
is a
on.
double X
The
quote. North Africans ain't Africans. It's a misnomer. That's a direct quote from double X, bro. Like, come on.
He
right.
said it's a
That's
misnomer.
fallacious.
Yeah, but he's not saying that from a geographical standpoint.
What
He
is he saying
understands
then?
that he understands that Egypt is a part of the continent geographically.
No.
We
But
know.
genetically, they're still Africa because that shit that takes place
Right.
that makes them
I'm not
distinct
saying they're not. No,
occurs.
we're not.
Hold
I'm not
on,
saying
but
they're
hold
not.
on. I'm showing you that genetically, what
What's
makes
wrong?
them African because those shit takes place in Africa. That
And you know
combination,
what?
that shit develops in
That whole
Africa over
argument
the.
was a red
do you
herring.
guys see this source here?
Yes. What it
This
say?
is X's
The whole
source.
X and Unk thing was a
Yo, hold,
red
hey,
herring. Y'all
Corey,
know that,
Corey,
right?
Corey,
The
No, but I'm
whole
Corey,
saying
thing
they was
about
having
the
a
whole
little.
thing
understand.
They
about
was
North
trying to shoot a
Africa
fair one,
being
Corey.
being Africa,
yo,
right? That was a
yo,
whole red
Corey,
herring. I
Corey,
No, I'm
hope
saying,
y'all
but
know
they
that.
was shooting a fair one, bro. They was
Corey,
Uncle
Corey,
X
let
was
me,
shooting
No,
a
but it
fair
was
one
a
on
tell
red
you
that.
what's
herring
up.
though. To
Hello,
get
can
off
y'all
the
hear me?
original point, to get off
Yo,
the
can I be heard?
original point though,
Can I be
Sosa.
heard?
That's
Yo,
what
can
I'm
I be
saying.
heard? Can I be heard?
Go
Corey, can you hear me?
y'all. Go ahead. I'm tired of
Okay.
it, man.
Sosa brought up, you were correct in what I was saying. They're taking the shit out of context. They're not
Really? So what
Africans in
you
the sense
saying?
that we're Africans.
What you
They're
saying?
North Africans, which is not a genetic group that is connected to us. They're distinct.
Lies, nigga. Lies,
We
nigga.
just, bro, if you
Lies,
read,
nigga. I'm
now
gonna
who's
tell you
cutting it
right
off? Who's
now
cutting it off? Who's
that
cutting it off?
North
Let them
Who's
get
African
it
cutting it
in,
off?
source.
Let them get it in.
Now
Let
watch
them get
this.
it
Who's
in.
cutting it off?
The nigga
Because
got the source on the screen.
you
So
don't
let
read
him
this
read it.
shit.
Here it is.
Now
It says
I'm telling you that the North Africans are a group of people. Hold on.
Nigga, that don't read that source, nigga.
You gotta
No,
stop
yo,
framing it like that.
you can read every single source. The one that I
Whatever.
put up, that
Nah.
I put up, and the other one that Chef had threw up. North Africans are not genetically connected to sub-Saharan Africans. Chef,
Says
I
the
need you to
non-geneticist.
hold
Fuck
on.
out of here, nigga.
Hold
I'm
on.
talking. I can't keep cutting
Fuck
me off
out of
and
here.
getting mad when
Stupid.
I interject.
You gonna let the
I'm
man
damn
talk or
mature,
what?
but that's not gonna stop.
Hell no. Y'all niggas ain't let me talk. I
We
look
did let
silly
you
over
talk.
this bitch.
You talk like a million
Ain't no
times.
rules, nigga. We don't got no rules to this shit.
But we
Fuck
let
wrong
you
with y'all.
talk
Y'all got
though,
me
huh?
fucked up. Ain't no rules.
And y'all didn't let
Now it's
me talk.
rules. Now y'all want
But go
rules.
ahead.
Now y'all want
No, we
rules
don't
now.
want
I'm
no
just saying,
rules. We just
I don't
want to
want to
hear
hear
what
this
the
shit,
hell he's
nigga. I
saying,
want to
bro.
read the
just let
source.
me
You realize
read one
you realize
line.
you
Can I
realize that
read? Can I read this one line before we make any more mistakes? Right.
what is this coming from,
I don't
Brandon?
want no
This is
pussyfooting
Brandon,
out of
your
you, Brandon.
No
Go
no, no.
This
I'm just
actually
reading.
supports what you're saying, X.
Yeah,
Brandon,
exactly.
no. I'm asking you, Brandon, where's this coming from? What article is this?
This is your source, right?
Which one? I don't
This is
put up
the
so many
genome
sources,
and
I don't know.
ancestry of North African support the back to Africa migrations, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So I think this is one of your primary sources. I'm just
Don't
saying that
bring no
in terms
clouds
of
in, Brandon. But
I'm just gonna
let's bring
no,
some
I'm
clarity.
gonna
Some
read this and
clarity,
get.
Brandon. Come on.
I'm just
Come
gonna
on now.
read this and I'm gonna get out of
Brandon,
the way
All right.
because I don't want
Brandon,
wolves
Brandon,
barking
Just
on me.
let him read it,
Brandon,
bro. Let him read it,
before
and
you
then he
read that, let
give
me
you the
ask.
source.
And we
Nah,
keep
nigga, you ain't gonna
talking
let him read. He
about.
gonna say, Brandon, before
We
you read, nigga, you
keep.
just
Brandon,
let him
before you
read
read
it,
that,
bro.
listen,
Bunch of malarkey. Let the nigga
let
Y'all
read
me
it,
ask you
nigga.
crazy.
something.
He don't
Brandon,
gotta
you
do
can
no
read.
precursor
Real
before
quick,
he
Chef,
just
you
let
can
him
read
read
that.
it. Just be
Hold on,
quiet, let him read it,
This
yo.
is
Hey,
Brandon,
this
Brandon,
is
Brandon,
before you
before you
read
read
it,
that,
before you
Chef,
read it,
this
go to
is
the corner store and
just
get me some milk.
Chef,
this
can
Before
is
you
you
just
read?
the
read,
Can
Brandon.
you
Hey,
can
Brandon,
you
ancestral.
get
keep
that
telling boy,
He's
get
gonna.
it, Brandon. That's some
Chef?
bullshit.
Can you get that
That's that bullshit to get in there and fuck up the
the article that
conversation,
you sent
nigga.
me, Chef?
That's the
Y'all
Chef,
so
can you
bullshit
get
you
that
funny,
doing,
article
Terry.
that
nigga.
No
you sent me?
problem.
Straight bullshit,
Can you
nigga.
put that one
You
called
can't
Afro?
nobody read shit without they reading the way you want
Yo,
a nigga to read it
but I'm
Can
first.
you
saying
put that
That's
just
a
one
let
called
bunch of double
Afro?
X bullshit.
Oh,
nigga.
Let Brendan read the one sentence.
I'm
Got
not
you.
moving. I'm not.
Let
Yeah,
Brendan read the one
Hey, this
sentence
is
and
I'm
just
gonna
the
ask.
let
one
Brendan read. I
line.
had to ask
This
Yeah,
is
Chef a
and
question.
this is a repeated
just ask
sort
the
of
question after
theme.
Brendan read the statement. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Brendan. Read the
I
this
can't
statement,
because
yeah,
bro.
then
Then double
Arkansas
X
this
can
them.
say something.
and
Go ahead, Chef, Brandon.
just a bit of context. This is just like a repeating theme throughout this article, right? They talk about the 5 distinct ancestral populations, right? And here's what it says. It says local ancestral assignment across the genome. It says our cluster-based analysis identified 5 distinct ancestries in North Africa that we refer to as the Maghrebi, right? That's 1. The European, 2. Near Eastern, 3.
And Sub-Saharan.
Eastern and Western Sub-Saharan, that's 4 and 5. 2 distinct Sub-Saharan, right? And then we have the other 3, right? Maghrebi, European, and Near Eastern, right? These are the, would you say, the local
It
ancestral
say Eastern and
populations.
West
Yeah,
Africa.
yeah, exactly. There's 2.
And West
And
They
Sub-Saharan
make a
Africa.
distinction between
Sub-Saharan,
East and
exactly.
West.
Yeah, I think,
And it's
and
still
I
Uh,
think,
facing
That
hold on,
different
hold on, hold on,
that's a
populations.
clue
just a
right
minute,
there.
just a bit. I think, Cedric mentioned that he mentioned that earlier. He said that
On
they don't
accident.
make a distinction
Oh my
between
gosh.
sub-Saharan
You gotta read. You
populations.
gotta continue
But yeah,
reading it. It
Yeah,
really
Brandon,
gets
you gotta
more
read
in
this because
but
detail.
yeah,
it's
I'm
gonna
just
tell
saying
you.
this. I'm just saying that the 5 distinct ancestral populations, they do identify what those are,
Yeah,
because
but
Yep.
Brandon, what I'm telling you is this: when you
We
read it,
already
as of
knew that.
now, I don't think
Brandon,
we have even talked about those.
Brandon,
No,
Every
we
ar-
you
already
can't
knew
every
read
that
it.
from
article.
the
Brandon,
one
I read the whole
article.
article.
Man, it's
Brandon,
taking him a
real
long
quick.
time to read
So
that sentence, my nigga.
He already read
Oh,
it.
He already
let,
I
read it.
couldn't
Brandon,
even
let me
get
suggest
to
something real
it.
quick.
That man
Brandon,
ain't done yet. That man ain't done yet. God damn. Go ahead,
what,
Brendan.
Well,
Read
I thought
that
you were
shit.
reading the part that you highlighted
Boy,
up
he
here
was
about
Double X, you
commentating at
next,
that
bro.
point. I thought he
Double
was
X,
we
you
can
done.
got
My
next,
bad.
we
bro.
can
You
I'm
we
got
can
sorry.
we
next.
can
Okay,
keep
okay.
I'm
going. If we're
sorry.
talking
I'm
So
about
sorry.
local
Read the
ancestors,
next
because
sentence.
it says
Let him
it
read
says
it.
in order
Goddamn.
to test whether sub-Saharan African ancestry was an ancient or recent migration signature, it said we considered the length of sub-Saharan haplotypes. First, to assign local ancestry specific haplotypes, hold on, across the genome, we implement a new, this is that new sort of thing that they were doing, a new principal component mixture, admixture, deconvolution approach, right? This is that new thing that we were talking about the other day. It says
yes,
for
sir.
3 ancestral populations, right? So they took they did a genomic research against 3 ancestral populations. And that's my question there is like, how do you determine those? Say we focus on admixture populations at either end of the of North Africa, specifically our population samples of South Moroccans and Egyptians, right? So they use South Moroccans and Egyptians as their sort of base, ancestral population source, right? It says this what PCAD mix. This is their process. It says it requires predefined ancestral groups, right, which we talked about earlier, right? For this purpose, we assume South Moroccans have ancestry from three. I'm sorry, have ancestry from 3 primary sources. This is the Maghrebi ancestry, right? The Swahili, Eastern Bantu speakers. That's I guess that's the Sub-Saharan East and West, and European. That's the Spanish source that we were talking about. X says we similarly assume Egyptians have ancestry from 4 primary source populations as well: Maghrebi, Eastern Nile, was that Nilotic speakers. This is the
Mm-hmm.
Maasai. This is the very south, the Maasai of the south. and Near Eastern Arabs, right? Qatari, and European, what is the Spanish population, right? So this is the base, I guess you would say, mixture that they use to figure out what that local ancestry was. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say.
So we kin to my 7 foot homies that I
No,
always
that-
man, he
that-
just can't help himself, yo.
No, that begs the point. The point is
Hold
now
on, y'all.
when we read other articles or these articles, it gives a time frame when these different populations converge and mix with each other. And the sub-Saharan, right, always mix. In Morocco at 1200, I think, at 1200 BC.
Consistent with the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Whatever reason they give for the admixture, like what's his name? And Ngozi was saying it could be disrespectful, right? But the signs don't lie. Now the political reason or of why the mixture took place in the North African population, how those North Africans got there, that's a political issue.
Yeah.
And they always also just I'm sorry.
The point is the one that you talk about.
Hey, Brendan,
there's another one.
Highlight the blue.
There's another piece. There's another piece.
Brendan, they ain't gonna let you read it, Brendan.
That east to west.
Let you finish reading that blue, Brendan. You see that
Come
blue, right?
on,
I'm sorry. That
you
east
can
to
read
west
it.
as
He
well.
can read it if you want. Go ahead, Brendan.
Read that blue, Brendan.
The admixture.
Yo, he was making a point.
The admixture that Chef was just talking about, we mentioned that earlier in terms of like there could be political reasons why you say when it happened and how it happened.
No, not when.
No, not people, when. Just how.
How. Because there's a big question in terms of when. There's big questions in terms
that ain't
of
me
when,
talking. What you talking about?
There's big questions in terms of when the divergence happened and how it happened, right?
Okay.
We don't necessarily know. There's no definitive or consensus in terms of when the sub-Saharan culture came or
they say that in other articles. They actually give you dates.
With genome. You guys are arguing straws.
The genomic piece, yes, but in terms of like, for instance, the archæology, and then that's when you have to go back to the ceramics.
This is the genomic
that's when you have to go back
right
to the
here.
ceramic pieces, right?
But we having a conversation about the genetics right here, though.
Okay,
Brendan,
I'll leave that out. I'll leave that out.
Can I
Brandon,
I apologize.
Let me say, hold up. Brandon, let me get in.
Go ahead.
So
don't bring them clouds up in here, Brandon. Go ahead, though, Mike.
We're grasping at straws here, literally.
Yeah,
none of the evidence you guys are going to pull are going to show that at any point in these time frames you're talking about, unless you go back 50, 60, 70,000 years ago to where the overall population of sub-Saharan African was more than 5 to 15%. You can't find anything that's going to say that at any point. I understand. So what's the problem with accepting that?
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Magic Mike. Magic Mike.
Put it down. Now I know you heard me, Magic Mike. When I talked about the pussyfooting and the bullshit, right?
Nobody's saying that. You guys making a straw man.
Listen,
you can't build a straw man, Corey.
Why I'm
you're
always
building a
the
straw
man that gets cut
off?
Magic Mike.
Everybody else here, y'all.
No, let's just tell you what.
Let's just utmost respect.
No, I'm saying
just
for clarity, Corey. Listen, is anybody on the panel? Listen, this for clarity, Corey. Is anybody on the panel saying that there was a high
yes
high sub-Saharan component?
But there's a reason why I said that. I know that the majority of you aren't, but if we all accept that wasn't the case, then the natural. What's up, Doc?
I bet you $1, nigga, right now. If everybody shut the fuck up, I'm gonna go right to the 3 mummies in North Africa and pull them up. I dare y'all niggas. I dare y'all niggas be quiet. I bet you $1. I bet you.
Let me
Let's deal with
let me
Hey,
deal with that.
how come
Let me deal
come
with
I'm
that.
always the one to get cut off though, right?
Bet
I
you
give everybody the respect. I gave
I was talking to
everybody
Magic
Corey.
Mike, yo.
Corey, come on with the bullshit.
Let me talk to
sorry, Corey. I'm
I
sorry.
gave
I'm
everybody
sorry.
the respect though, man.
Corey, you the only one get cut off. Come on with the bullshit.
I'm
Man.
the
I
only
ain't finna stand
one.
for the
Like
bull.
everybody else get heard.
We ain't gonna be
Can go
pussyfoot
on.
about the
Can
bullshit.
talk
Now,
to
Corey.
y'all about the Great
let me
Rift
ask
Valley.
Unc a question.
Hey, look,
Let me ask Unc a
y'all,
question.
I'll
I
let
got
Hey,
Unc
Corey, I
talk to
couldn't
y'all
even
about the
read
Great
one
Rift Valley
sentence.
for 30
Let
minutes.
me
I couldn't
Hold
even
on,
read
y'all.
one sentence.
Hey,
hold
I'm
up, hold
about to
up.
get a
So
host. I'm about to get a host to you, Corey.
Mm,
I want to tell everybody good night. It was a good conversation, and I just want to say that everything that we've read, it just leads to the conclusion that no matter what we say, from everything that we read, there is no significant Black population in Egypt or North
Lies.
Africa at any time
Lies.
for
at
us
any
to be
point.
talking about Egypt as a Black civilization. It's
Thank you,
time to
sir.
cut it out. I mean, yeah, it was some Black people there. You proved it. Yeah, it's Black people in the United States. It's Black people in Canada. It's enough there. Like yeah, it's Black people in Canada, but Canada ain't no Black civilization, yo.
You say no significant?
No, it
Man, don't
wasn't
listen to him.
significant.
Hold
I'm about to
on.
prove.
Hold on.
Don't move the bar.
Hey, he's saying his closing statement, man. Let that man
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
Let that
yeah, yeah.
man
Y'all,
close.
y'all can argue. Y'all can say I'm wrong later, but from everything that we read, you know what I mean? It was always
Lies.
what you mean? You
Nah,
just
go
said
ahead.
no. So that's my point. From everything
I
that we
feel you.
read, that's
Are you
what we
closing it down? Are you
I
closing
feel
it
yeah.
you.
down, Chef?
No,
No,
we
he
still
ain't.
rock.
No,
You
he
gotta
ain't
No,
do it.
no,
closing.
You
no.
gotta do
Everybody's still good. I
He
was just
still got.
lying. I just wanted to say that.
Okay,
That's
He
sweet.
pulled a
How you do it?
Woo He
How
pulled a
you
Woo
gotta do it? Hey,
on y'all. I knew it. I knew he was.
Corey,
That's
look,
why
I
I
gotta
was
do it,
quiet.
Corey. I'm finna leave about
Hey,
5
I
minutes.
want to
Just
say
say that.
something real quick.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
look, I just wanted to stick that in there so we don't keep moving away from that fucking point.
Yo,
Hey,
hey,
Sheffrin, that's what
hey,
I'm talking
let me
about
Yo,
say
though.
that was
something real
funny,
quick.
yo.
Hey,
Because
all
there's
right.
too much pussyfooting, like you saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
And
beat
dilly
y'all
dally,
niggas. I got
Pussyfooting
him.
and
So what
lollygagging,
does?
man.
dilly
Come
Oh,
on.
that.
well, watch this.
Hey, let
Dilly
me
What
say
dally.
does
something real
three
quick, man.
mummies? If you
Yo,
grab three mummies from the current population that
let me
died
say
within
something
the
real quick.
last
Hey,
100
Mike.
years,
Hey, Mike. I'm gonna get the
No,
3 mummies on you, Mike.
Yo,
Don't do it. Don't fuck with
But
Haskell,
me.
hold on.
but
yo,
I
let me
think
say
Bet your
everybody
something
money,
agree
real
with
yo.
this.
I'm
quick,
gonna
man.
say
You
something,
gonna put your
then
money
Mike's
on
gonna
Magic
say
Mike.
something, then
Hold
Haskell can
on.
say
I've
You
been
something.
gonna
on here
put your
about
money
Come
30
on
on
Corey.
minutes.
now.
Corey
I
don't
ain't
know what a
said
fucking
nothing.
Hubler group is. These niggas don't understand Janae. You gonna put your money on them niggas, yo?
Hey, hold
You
on
think
right
Why
you
would
quick.
you lie
Let
on
me
me
say
like
Chef
that,
something.
said
Why
no.
distinguished
would you
Hey,
lie on me
race?
like that,
Chef said no significant signatures. I
Man, we
know
don't
you
listen
see
to them
that.
niggas,
I
no,
man.
know
no,
you
no. He
see that
did
on the
say
Don't listen
screen.
to them, yo.
We
That
only
was prior
find
to the Holocene.
Right.
what?
We talking about at the time of
We
Egypt.
talking about 3100 BC,
Let them read it. Let them read
my
it. Let
man.
them read
Like
it. Let
this
them
is
read
what
it.
this is what I
You
be
keep
saying.
moving.
No,
Corey, can you
because
read it?
I'm talking. No, I'm saying something.
I
No.
thought we
Like
established the
Hey,
y'all
let
timeline.
ain't
me
never
Go
say
y'all
ahead,
something
still
real
ain't
Chef.
quick,
y'all
lying,
man.
still
yo.
ain't let me say my point yet.
Let me say
Y'all
something
let
right quick,
Sheffrin
Corey,
go.
before you go, bro.
I let Sheffrin go. Go ahead, cut me off, Haskell. You go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna cut you off. Let me say something right quick.
I let
Let me say
Sheffrin
something real
go,
quick, right?
Mike go, and now I'm
Going
letting
back,
Haskell go.
going
Go ahead.
back to yeah, because I've been on about 30 minutes. I ain't said nothing. I'm gonna be real quick. Going back to that the highlighted portion that I think Brandon just had it up when he's talking about the population groups that they presume were ancestral. And then within that context is how they determined when the sub-Saharan component came in. So it
No,
says
they
it
didn't
all.
presume nothing.
No, if you go, Brandon, if you could go back to that portion you had highlighted, and Corey,
I'm
try
just
to show
fucking
some
with you, Haskell.
discipline.
Go ahead, man. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
Which
this.
one?
man. Damn.
No, I mean, even if you messing with me, try not to, right?
This
Brandon, if you could go back
down
to
here,
the
local.
highlighted portion you
No,
had up
you gotta
before.
keep that part up, yo.
Hold on,
I'm
That
sorry.
hold
part that
on.
you tried to get me on, it said the same thing that I said. Put it back.
Hold on. Yeah, right there. Go back to
Yeah.
that, Brandon.
Right here, the
All right, so
local,
let
the
me
local assignment. Yeah.
right. So it
Yeah.
says, our cluster-based analysis, blah, blah, blah. In order to test whether the sub-Saharan African ancestry was ancient or recent, right? First, we assign local ancestry-specific haplotypes across the genome. We implemented a new blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so here it says PCAD mix requires predefined ancestral groups, right?
Yeah.
And then down below, it says, we similarly assume Egyptians have ancestry from 4 primary source groups. So the conclusion
Until they
as to
tested
the
you.
hold on. The conclusion as to how recent or how ancient the sub-Saharan component is based on a presumed preset.
Yeah,
Right?
for sure. I saw that too.
Right. No. Hold on, guys.
I can't read, bro. Y'all can't
Y'all
read.
gotta be.
Bro, they test until they tested it. It was presumed.
Corey, let them get it
I
out.
don't know
Then
why
beat them
it
up.
is for you
Let them
guys.
get it out. Then beat them up.
Why?
Yeah, I'm glad
guys
you made that point, Haskell. Go ahead.
Let them get it out. Then beat them up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all get so triggered. Like,
No,
y'all
go
are
ahead.
more-
Go ahead. We said
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Just ignore that.
Right. Okay, so it said PCAD mix requires predefined ancestral groups. There's really not. And listen, if you accept that premise, then hey, that's fine.
That's why I highlighted that.
Right.
There's
But it is a
predefined
premise.
groups.
And it is a
yeah, exactly. It's an assumption.
It's an assumption.
But didn't
Yep.
they use the sub-Saharan
So, you know,
Africans as one of the groups also?
Yeah, but that's not where the discrepancy lies.
No, but it's
you know,
assuming that, no, Chef, listen, it's assuming that the Southern Moroccans, right? And the, I forgot what was the other side. They're assuming that those particular that source is the ancestral group. You get it? They're saying that's the basal population. That's the assumption. That's the preset.
Right.
And they're
based
working
on everything from there, right? That's
right.
where, yeah, exactly.
So
That's
the
how-
southern population would be closer to the darker people, right? So they're still trying to give. Oh man, like
no, Chef, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying
trying to
it's
figure
wrong.
out where the
I'm not
bias is
saying
coming at.
I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but you have to accept that premise first. You get what I'm saying?
But
Me
at least
personally-
they not starting in the north, so they're giving you even more room.
No, it is in the north. What are you talking about?
There. They giving you even more chances to get niggas in there at a higher amount.
What do you mean? It is in the north. What do you mean?
No, you said the southern populations.
No. South Moroccans. It says it has two populations that they consider ancestral.
Can we just read
right?
And it's the South Moroccans.
Well, there's 3. Right?
Yeah, articles from top to bottom.
Bro, South Morocco is far, 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 far away.
Can we just read all articles from top to bottom?
No, you Mike.
Let X get in real quick.
Yeah, that's besides the
shit
point.
is near Mauritania and Senegal.
No, these are the 5. These are the 5.
It says we focus on admixed populations at either end of North Africa. Specifically, our population samples of South Moroccans and Egyptians. So those two they're presuming that those two represent the ancestral basal group in North Africa.
Of North Africa, right?
Of that premise.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Listen,
so what is
all
your
right,
issue?
now that Haskell
Lay
has
out
got
your
a chance
damn
to state his
issue,
thing.
yo.
Huh?
Yeah.
Can now that Haskell got a chance to run us off down another red herring, right? I just wanted to say, here we are arguing what's the point? Why in the fuck are we talking about Egypt? What's the point? Why the fuck?
Let me ask
listen, hold on. I'm not fucking done.
I'm trying to kill the pseudos.
Got fucking done.
We all know that. We know Black
Man.
Africans aren't the Egyptians, right? We trying to prove that, right?
Listen. Can I just please finish?
Hey, this article is 10 years old, by the way.
Right, man. We ain't listening to no 10-year-old article. The shit is
Go ahead,
stupid in
Concrete.
genetics.
This what you brought, wasn't it?
Fucking,
I'm
I
saying,
ain't agreeing,
Corey,
man. Y'all niggas, y'all
Corey, we
got
was
me fucked
hashing
up.
out.
Can I please finish what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Out
go
the
ahead, Corey,
article.
because I want to get my and I'm gonna get y'all.
Hey, double X got a
I'm after
double X got
Corey.
next.
Yeah,
Double X,
I'm
I'm
after
after
Corey.
double X. After Corey.
Double X got next, but he ain't said nothing in a minute. Everybody know
Yeah.
what
I'm
I'm saying.
saying
I
when
gotta
Corey
go,
finished, I'm
y'all. I
after
gotta
double X.
go. So I'm gonna say,
Nah, we ain't
I'm
going for that no more,
Let
y'all
double X
just
got to
gonna do
get his
me like
rebuttal
this.
in. He got to
Y'all
let
gonna
double
do
X get his rebuttal in next.
most respectful guy. Like I'm the one who makes sure everybody's voice get heard, right?
Yeah, go with that bullshit.
Normally,
Go
I'm
ahead.
the motherfucker who trying to keep the motherfucking peace around here, right?
No,
But
you
y'all
don't.
running me over, right? What I'm saying is, if nobody on this panel, if we all on, I'm not gonna say we all, most of us on this panel agrees that the goddamn Egyptians ain't no kin to us, right? Most of us
Lies,
on this
nigga.
panel,
I
right?
don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Even
I
I hear you. I know that's why I
Right.
said most of us. So I discluded you, right?
Thank you, sir.
So even if we go down to my Nilotic homies that like that let the cows piss on their heads, right? My 7-foot homies, right? Even if we go down there, them niggas still ain't kin to us, right? So if we're not saying, if nobody's saying, and I heard Brendan back up on, and everybody's on this panel agrees that nobody says the African Americans is related to the Egyptians, right? If we already know that my 7-foot homies ain't kin to us, right? Why in the fuck with these other niggas up here, these other even more mixed niggas, it be kin to us? Why in the fuck is Unc having an argument with me and Sheffrin for 5-6 days in a row, right? For 3 years in a row, right? For hours on at a time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why in the hell is Wuja named Wuja? Why the fuck Asar Imhotep is named Asar Imhotep? Why the fuck is Sinjeti Unc Sinjeti named Sinjeti Unc Sinjeti, or whatever the fuck his name is, right?
Oh, now you done shot Sinjetti.
Why in the fuck is all of these people with all of these names and all of this shit? Why we arguing? Why in the fuck is Egypt even a subject matter if we not saying we kin to them somehow?
You asking the wrong question, Corey.
All right,
No,
Hey, let
Mike,
double X
don't jump in.
No, because I'm tired of pussyfoot. I'm tired of pussyfooting and lollygagging, reading these articles, talking about, it might be a smidgen. No, I'm not done yet. It's a smidgen. It's a smidgen here, and it could be a smidgen here. Oh, and it's racist to say the smidgen got in there because it was slavery and all. Dude, shut the fuck up. Y'all pussyfooting and lollygagging and bullshitting around this motherfucker, man. Shut the fuck up with the bullshit. Oh, it said it might possibly be the sub-Saharan, and it's about 5%, and it could have been back in 9,000 years ago, and back in the Great Rift Valley, 196. Like, bro, we talking about 3,100 fucking BC, huh? 3,100 BC. We don't give a fuck about 9,000 years ago in the fucking Green Sahara. Fuck them niggas. Them niggas wasn't even kin to me. I'm from a distinct population, from a distinct region. I'm not Egyptian. I'm not fucking Sudanese. None of that fucking shit. And we need to quit the bullshit, man. We need to quit cussing each other out about about whether we Sudanese or not. Fuck them Sudanese niggas. Fuck them.
All right, Corey.
Fuck every last one of them Sudanese niggas. Fuck them Egyptian niggas, and fuck everybody who trying to equate us to Egypt. Nigga, we got real motherfucking African American goddamn problems over here. Real African American problems. And one of them motherfucking Egyptians can give a fuck about what your fucking problems is over here. As a matter of fact, them niggas is talking shit about you dumb niggas. Talking shit about you dumbass niggas trying to claim they shit. And I don't give a fuck if it's they shit or not. It ain't ours.
All right, man.
We need to cut the fucking bullshit out
Brendan, quit pussyfooting with these niggas and entertaining them with these olive branches you trying to pass out to these niggas because they gonna run off with your
Corey,
shit
you
and
All right,
burn
Corey,
you
you got it
fuck
out,
up,
bro.
you
right?
preaching
All right,
now,
Corey.
Corey.
Sosa,
Yeah, you got it out, bro. You got it
Sosa,
out. All right, God
Sosa,
damn.
Let him
Sosa,
go. Let him
Sosa.
go.
Hey,
Nah, he
Sosa,
been going for a
you
minute.
need to
Corey.
cut the bullshit.
You
You need to cut the
pontificating, man.
bullshit out, Sosa.
We already,
You
Corey. We
pussyfoot.
already know
Say
You
the
what we
same
already
stand
shit
with
over
you.
agreed.
and over.
Hey, Haskell, I'm
We
gonna kick your
parsing through these
motherfucking ass off of
articles.
this. I'm gonna kick your
Hey,
motherfucking ass off of here in a minute if you
Corey,
don't let
like,
me
shut
talk.
it down.
I got
Shut this
30
thing
more
down.
seconds. I got 30 more
What you kicking
motherfucking
me off
seconds, bro.
for?
I want Double X to make his little
Hey,
thing. Go ahead.
no, I don't give a fuck. I'm
Okay,
tired of reading these fucking sources, Sosa. I'm so fucking sick and tired of these sources. What's the point? Is it gonna prove that
let me
the
take my.
Egyptians is kin
Let me
to us,
stop
Sosa?
sharing my screen. Let
Is
me
it
stop.
gonna fucking prove to me that them goddamn Egyptians is kin to us? Cause Sosa, why you pussyfooting, Sosa? While you are pussyfooting, is saying that them niggas is kin to us. Now we sitting here pussyfooting around like he ain't really saying that. He really tricking y'all like he really ain't saying that, bro.
Well, and
And we
Ghost said they're my
we
cousins.
entertaining him. We sitting here entertaining it as if he's not saying that. He sat up here on this panel tonight, and said he's arguing from an Afrocentric point of view. You know what? The only nigga that kept it real on the panel tonight, I gotta say, it was Magic Mike, bro. He the only real nigga on the panel. Everybody else is pussyfooting and lollygagging on this motherfucker. But I'm done.
Well, I will say this in terms of like
Double X. Let's see if Double X get it in.
Just
Hold
one
on,
piece.
Brendan. You
Nah, you can't skip the line, yo. Let Double X go.
Can't just
All
make
right,
a
I'm
piece.
sorry.
Let him
I'm
make
sorry.
this. Hold it, bro.
I'm
Let
sorry.
Now,
Double X say.
X not on here, y'all.
Oh, you done did.
Okay, let
Nah,
me ask
yeah.
my question.
No,
So,
Magic. No.
Hold
I'm
on.
going
Let
next
Brendan.
then.
Let
No.
Brendan go.
oh, Brandon's next. Okay, got you. Go ahead,
No.
Brandon.
Hold on.
Who's
I'm
next?
gonna let Brandon go. I'm after Brandon. I was gonna go after X.
All right.
No,
All right.
Because
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to shoot you and Corey up, Magic X.
Yeah, just
A
one
Magic.
quick thing in terms of like the genomic, I guess
Shoot
the
both these
research they
niggas
were
up.
doing, the genomic research they were doing in terms of like sub-Saharan, right? What they were saying, it was so complex. What they were doing, they were trying to say, okay, well, how do we narrow it down and not convolute it? It said, well, we want to completely exclude any sub-Saharan genomics that could be related to African Americans, right? So they completely like X'd us out of the entire genomic process anyways, right? So when you talk about like the East and the West sub-Saharan like I guess research they were doing, they made sure that they're starting to exclude our populations away from that, right? So that sort of lends credence to things like they're not considering us as a part of that population.
Got you. Go ahead, Aunt.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aunt.
That's in the newer studies. That's what they're doing.
Hey, man.
Set it
All
up.
right, here we go.
So it's a chance it's another chance, boy. It's another string that we
You
can hold on to
Brandon.
Egypt with.
No,
That's
I
another
said
string, boy.
no. I said
We holding on, boy. We gonna hold on to that
they were
motherfucker,
completely
boy.
removing us. They're removing
Yeah, I
our
know.
population.
I heard
You
what you
know,
said,
yeah.
but I heard how you said it. Yep.
Corey, let Aunt
Hey,
get it
hey,
in.
hey,
How I said it?
Yep.
How did I say it?
Hey,
Let
man, can
Aunt
I
get
get
it
mine
in.
in?
If
Let
you're
Aunt
being
get it
They
in.
want
removed,
to keep us
Look,
out of it. They want to keep
Brandon, you
us
see
out
what
of
he's
it.
doing?
Corey,
Go
let
ahead.
Aunt get it in, man. Let Aunt get it in.
Boy,
Listen,
y'all gonna hold on to Egypt with
let me
y'all
go in.
last
Listen,
breath.
Oh
Hey,
man,
Corey, you's a
Magic
fucking
Mike.
tyrant,
Listen,
bro.
listen.
he's
This
a
is
Let Aunt get it
hard
right
in.
here.
line.
Hold
Corey,
on.
you's a tyrant,
He
bro.
push a
Come on, man.
hard
Y'all got. Come
line.
on,
Yeah,
yo.
he do.
Come
Haskell,
on,
you push a
man.
hard
Yo.
line,
Come
bro.
on, y'all.
That
Chill.
nigga
I'm
is a
not yelling in my
dictator,
house
bro.
at 10 o'clock at night with a
Sorry.
bunch of niggas.
That boy
Y'all
chill,
fuck.
man. Chill. Let Aunt get it
Let me
in, man.
make
Don't
my
cut him
point.
off.
This is why niggas always cut me off. This for Magic Mike. You officially shot the fuck up. Concrete Corey, I just cracked your concrete. Here you go. This the article niggas tell you to read, but they don't read it. The title of the article is a Wikipedia article. Now, I only fuck with the Wikipedia articles when I'm fucking with niggas like X and Corey and them niggas because they need the help of Wikipedia. right? But when I do my presentation, nigga, I'm
Here we
going
go
in with the
again.
style and
I'm
shit.
done.
Yeah.
We done.
Yeah.
Don't fall for
Listen,
don't
nigga,
fall for the bait.
yeah.
Mister.
Listen,
Don't fall
hey,
for the
Get it
bait.
out, bro.
They so
Corey,
funny, boy. Go ahead.
Corey,
Go ahead,
if we
Afrocentric.
ever,
Go
if I
ahead.
ever had this conversation with astronomy and physics, you'd have been cussed me the fuck out. You'd be like, what, nigga, you doing too much. You'd have been cussed me out. All right.
So,
Now,
Go ahead,
watch
so
Art.
your
this.
shit gonna say something different from Wikipedia?
Chef,
No,
let him land the
no.
plane. Let him land the
See,
plane.
No,
look,
because he
huh?
just took a
Go ahead,
shot
Art.
at us. Is
Yeah,
your
that's
shit?
he
Is
don't
your
fall for
shit
the
gonna
shot.
say
Don't
something
fall
different
for
from
it.
Don't fall
Wikipedia?
for it. Don't
Chef,
fall
don't
for it.
fall for it, bro.
Don't
Just
fall
let him
for it.
land the plane. Let him land the plane, man. Go ahead and land
Go
that
ahead,
plane.
Art. No more preliminaries. Read the article. No more preliminaries. Read
So
it.
this
He
is
about to land the plane. Land that shit, huh?
this is a North African. This says North Africa. All these niggas
No,
be
it
like,
say
yo, read
history
it.
of North Africa.
It say the history of
Don't
North Africa. All these niggas say, yo, yada yada. Watch this. I'm gonna come to the DNA segment, right? First of all, I want to address 2 points here. I'm gonna deal with genetic history of Africa, of North Africa. Did y'all niggas swear to God ain't no North Africa, ain't no sub-Saharan? Y'all swear to God.
No, the article said it's sub-Saharan DNA in there.
let him go. Let him go.
Chef, don't fall for it. Don't fall.
Come
Don't
Let
fall
on,
for
yo,
it.
because this
Let
shit
it
doesn't
get.
even be fair.
Don't throw your gun, Jay. He
No,
gonna
we literally
accuse you of
read
throwing your
6
gun, bro. Like,
articles before this nigga talked, and it said it had sub-Saharan African DNA in there. So what the fuck could he possibly be reading that's gonna prove anything?
let him land the plane. Let him
It's
land
gonna
that
say
shit.
the same shit everything else already said.
What I
Land
heard
the
Go ahead,
was,
plane.
Art.
what I heard
Go ahead, Art.
was 100,000, 50. Nigga, I'm gonna go straight to Egypt on y'all Negro pens. That's what I'm gonna do. But the first point I want to address is this, and Brendan made a great point. I'm gonna tell you right now, Ross is the histographic and conceptual problems, right? So basically, the Concrete Corey cracked the joke. He say, Unc is an Afrocentrist. No. What I wanted to say was that I study Egypt from the African perspective. Why do I do this? Because one, I'm not an expert.
That's
And
worse.
2, this is where Egyptology is now. These niggas is back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s where they would smack the shit out you if you walked on the same side of the street with a white boy. They don't talk the way these niggas talk right now. So it says the current
Next
major
point.
problem in African studies, right, that Muhammad in 2010, 2012 identified is the inherent religious orientists. Y'all know what it is, the Oriental school of thought, right? Like y'all heard of the Oriental school of thought when they talking about Egypt. Of course, we've heard of Asian studies, right? The colonial paradigm that European Africanists, this is important, have preserved in present day secularist post-colonial, Anglophone African historiography. It says African and African-American scholars also bear some of the responsibility in perpetuating this European Africanist preserved paradigm. Yeah, these niggas on the show do that. Watch this.
Just keep reading.
No.
Keep reading.
Man, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Following
About your boy
conceptualization.
Diop and them.
Let him read it,
Hold on,
Chef.
boy.
Just let him read it. Let him read it.
Let him read it, Chef.
It's actually not Diop's in them. Diop's was going against this
They
paradigm.
gonna
Now,
mention them.
this.
Watch they mention them. Now keep reading.
It says the following conceptualization of Africa developed by Leo Africanus and Hegel. European Africanus conceptually separated continental Africa into 2 racialized regions, Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, as a racist geographic construct, serves as an objectified compartmentalized region of Africa proper, right? Africa Noir or Black Africa, right? The African diaspora is also considered to be part of the same racialized construction as Sub-Saharan Africa. North Africa serves as a racialized region of European Africa, which is conceptually disconnected from Sub-Saharan Africa and conceptually connected to the Middle East, Asia, and the Islamic world. Now, watch this. My point I want to make here is that
all right, keep going.
Early on in
tell us your point.
Egyptologists, right? They use these racialized lines.
So you finished?
Man, come on, yo.
Let
That shit ain't right. See, this is why. That's why I gotta do my own shit.
Now let
right?
him get it
get
out.
mixed up in the bullshit.
No, keep going,
No,
Doc.
is you finished reading?
Nah, he's setting it up.
Nah, nigga, I still got another part with the jeans, yo. Let me do my thing. Corey went a whole fucking hour, nigga. Nobody said nothing. The nigga started preaching. Matter of fact, I sent the nigga a cash app. He was like a Baptist preacher and shit on Sunday. That's what Corey did. I sent him a cash app. I got the Holy Ghost.
Going. Keep reading.
Everybody remember that first paragraph.
Right. So listen. So the point I want to make here, as we develop as human beings, we start to realize that talking about Egypt in a Mediterranean term was actually put forth by powerful people with influence. The Oriental school of thought was put in place by people with powerful influence, right? The term sub-Saharan Africa was put together by Leo Africanus. He the one that wrote books that time. He was a European Africanist. But now when you see the African gets into the fray of the argument and the African American add their fray to it, now it's a fucking problem. But guess what, y'all? It's 2022. Egyptologists all around the world, right? Based off of more research, based off of more study, they now put Africa in its proper African context. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know about the Afrocentrists and all that. I'm talking about putting Egypt in its African context. Now, this is for you, Mr. Magic. Here you go.
Okay.
Now, if you look at this right here, watch this. Watch this. Let me close this. Let me go to the genetic history of North Africa. Bing. Here we go. Archaic human DNA. Dinosaur, the hell with that. Egypt, ancient DNA. We got on Amhotep III, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, Carrot, Hubble Group, R1, B. That's a trace of the European gene, right? But that doesn't mean he was European. I can't teach niggas genes. Tuya, Tai, Tutankhamun's mother, and Tutankhamun Carrot, Hubble Group K. Ramses III and the unknown E, possibly Pitaware, Carrot, Hubble Group up. Let's see what this is. Boop. Let's see. Oh, EV38, they renamed it, right? Is the Y chromosome DNA haplogroup group. It is primarily distributed in sub-Saharan Africa. EV38 has two basal branches, EM329, formerly E1B1C or E1B, and EM2. Let me just go down. Look, it goes on to say EM329 subclad today almost exclusively found in Ethiopia. EM2 is predominant subclad of West Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa, and the region of African Great Lakes, and occurs at only moderate frequency in some parts of North Africa, West Asia, and Southern Europe. So here you go right now. Possible time of origin. Always say possible term of origin here, right? Possible place of origin is the Horn of Africa, the ancestor of EP2. This is my point I'm trying to make here. This is not rocket scientists. So it is clear at this particular juncture, and when I'm saying I just showed you a mummy, this don't got nothing to do with the other mummy samples, right? I can go on and on and on. We're not gonna play this game. Don't. My name. Listen, I'm motherfucking Bobby Banger. Right? I don't want to hear that shit y'all niggas talking about. I got my presentation loaded. I got the thermonuclear weapons ready. I'm on y'all niggas
what
here.
Did you
I'm a
just
motherfucker. And I'm done.
Hold up. Drop the mic. Hey, drop the mic and close out.
He said he done. Go ahead, Mike.
No, he gotta give us a conclusion.
You'll never get a conclusion. You don't even, after all these years, you don't even know what his point is still.
Right. Drop the mic and dip.
Let me ask.
What is you saying?
You just read two articles and you said you were going to shoot me and Corey in the face. Because
I just wanted to show you didn't eat because y'all was cracking jokes about 10,000, 12,000. So I went right to the Egyptian kings. What? Go ahead.
So did what you just read diffuse or dispute what I mentioned about the population never being any higher than 5 to 15%? And for numbers' sake, it's estimated that population in those first few kingdoms got up to somewhere around 1.5 to 3 million. So let's say at the peak at 15%, Are you saying that there were over 450,000 people in that area that were sub-Saharan African?
What I'm saying is, go ahead. Let me answer the question.
But Mike, when they say a 5% or 50% DNA, that doesn't mean that 5% or 50%.
They're talking about the genome, yo.
That's
not
what
talking about the genome, bro.
I know. I'm not talking.
But I'm saying
Those are all hypothetical numbers.
Yeah, you can't.
Those are hypothetical numbers to me. Those are hypothetical numbers.
Yeah, but you can't even make a hypothetical number based off.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah,
I'm saying I understand where you're going with it, but you can't do it like that.
You can't do that.
I'm just talking
about
the population there.
They don't know. Listen, bro. Listen. That's why I'm saying we need to all take a course. Listen, we should just all take a course in genes like I did. And I am telling you that's not what they mean right there.
You can't do that.
You can't do that with that. We have a genetic profile, bro. And we're only looking at one piece of genetic profile. And I always give the example.
I just want to know why you give
hold on. If you have a brother with the same mother and the same mother, same father, and in your genome, you have 20% European, and in your brother's genome, he has 0%. So if they was to dig y'all motherfucking ass up and do what we doing, this conversation we having, that nigga ain't got none of that in his genes, it wouldn't be true. Because if you found his brother, he would have had that in there. So I'm trying to tell y'all, listen,
you're confusing
bro.
my point.
So what was your point? You want to know 5% of the population? There's no way of answering that. But what I can do is, listen, when I do my uninterrupted presentation, I will show you whole grave sites of niggers in motherfucking Egypt. I'm not playing.
It ain't none of that in East Africa.
Bro,
it's not none of that in East Africa. I don't give a fuck about their dark skin. I don't.
No.
My 7-foot homies.
I just said
the Badarian is not. The Badarian niggas is not kin to us. The Badarian niggas
you can
is
talk
not
over
kin
all
to
you
us.
want. I'm out of here, bro. That's not. First of all, they don't have to be none of that, but they're African, and as African Americans,
I don't give a fuck
celebrate
that
all of Africa,
they
bro.
ain't
It's
kin
not
to
wrong
us.
with that.
They're not kin to
making
us.
your culture.
You guys confusing the argument. Was there a majority population? Was there a majority population at that time that whatever you call genome and whatever? I understand that, but were there? Okay,
right. So do it matter?
Already said that. Everybody already said that.
Was there a majority population that what we would call Egyptian there?
At 3100 BC, you talking?
Yes. Was there a majority population?
At the point in time that really matters.
No,
9,000 years ago.
So whatever we call that majority. Listen to me. Whatever we call that majority population.
Niggas lying about Egypt. That's what it all come down to.
Wait.
They done lied for the last 20 years, and now that shit ain't what they said it was. They doing all these goofy ass gymnastics.
Do you know what the Nakata 1, Nakata 2, how they dress?
Yeah, but that's
no. Hold on, wait.
Answer the question. Answer my question.
Go ahead.
Was there a there a majority Okay. Was there another
Yes, and the Badarian. Listen.
Okay. I'm talking about the overall area. Now, was
there
another
Mike, be specific about the time
Egyptians. Get out of here.
Mike, nigga talking about 6,000 years before Egypt existed.
Hey, Mike.
Go ahead, bro.
Can you hear me what I'm saying, Mike? I know there's a lot of chat in this motherfucker, a lot of jumpy niggas with shooting blanks around this motherfucker.
Let me be more specific.
I don't want to hear about
I'm gonna tell you. I want to say this though, Mike. You gotta let me.
He's gonna show you about the Badarians.
No, Mike. So Nakata 1, Nakata 2. Wait, Nakata 1, Nakata 2, and Badarians. Do you know them niggas dress and look just like fucking Egyptians? We do know this, right? We're not gonna play this game.
Yeah,
it wasn't called Egyptians, though, nigga, but they had everything. Okay, so my point is, so what game are we playing? And they hold on, wait, whoa. And they studied the grave sites and they studied all that, bro. I'm just letting you know that. So do we want to play this game all the way out? No. We want to do it?
My point is that you don't really disagree.
Yeah, he is.
You don't disagree.
No, I'm talking about Madarian. Hold on. I'm talking about the Madarian population, Nakata 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Was there a majority population there that's more closely
yes, during that time period, yes.
Pull it up.
Wait. Okay, but you not let me finish.
Yes. All right, go ahead, bro.
Yes to what? That there was a more majority population.
There's a majority population in the Upper Nile during the Kata 1, 2, and 3 Madarian culture. There's a majority Negro population in not the Playa. Yes,
that's not what I'm
saying
asking.
it, my nigga. And I will
That's
and go ahead though. But go ahead.
Okay, so that's more closely.
He said that's not what he asked you,
the end of the question is that's more closely tied to the population that's there now. Was there a majority population that's there back then that's more tied to the population that's there now? Yes or no?
Yeah, they still tied.
Yeah,
See, that's
okay,
about
so
genetics.
now,
See, the North African population. Hold on.
Let me ask my
He
other
answering
question.
his
Now,
question.
you can go all as you want. Now,
No, I'm just saying that the listen, the Egyptian population coalesced with the African population more than they coalesced with the European and Middle Eastern population. And I'm
Why
making
would you
that
keep
motherfucker
bringing Europeans up? Who the
that's
fuck
fine.
keep
That's
talking
fine.
about a
That's fine.
European?
That's fine.
Because the R1 because the R1B was there, though, bro. Hold on, the R1B.
Too complicated. Too complicated.
Crazy.
But was there another population
ahead,
anywhere
He the
from
only one
5
that
to
said European
10%?
all night tonight. If y'all noticed that, though,
The
only one that said
get
European.
kicked out of Egypt right along with Jabari and them.
Mm-hmm.
You keep going down this road.
They never got kicked out, but they never got kicked out of Egypt.
You ain't gonna be able to go.
Lie. But he lied on them niggas. They didn't get
You
out of
ain't
nowhere.
gonna be able to go. I'm in the
But
back
that's a lie.
with the motherfuckers right now.
But that's not the truth. So what you saying?
Did you see CK just posted the what's the name?
No, that's not the truth, bro.
I'm talking about in the
again.
I'm talking
trying to tell
about
you
the Egyptians in the goddamn group talking about going ham on these Afrocentric.
Right, but they the ignorant niggas like the ignorant niggas in America like Chief X. It's the ignorant stupid.
Why they ignorant? Because
they non-expert niggas.
on them no more.
Them niggas think they Arabs, nigga.
Hey,
because they ignorant as fuck.
You still ain't never answered my question though.
Yo, Magic Mike, let Magic Mike finish. Go ahead,
I bet you $1 million.
Let Magic Mike
I
finish,
bet you
bro.
$1 million.
Yo, let
You'll
Magic
never
Mike
answer
finish,
my
bro.
question.
And I'm gonna let you know right now.
Question I got.
I'm gonna let you know right now that the ignorant niggas in the back check are ignorant niggas. They not anthropologists. Find the experts don't say what us niggas is saying. So I'm not doing it like that.
Okay,
that's no, they don't. The niggas think they no, they don't, nigga. No, that's not the truth.
History better
not
than
the
them.
truth. It's not the truth, nigga.
Disrespectful.
It's not the truth, nigga. It's not disrespectful,
you know
nigga.
Like them telling you don't know about Martin Luther King and shit. Oh, them niggas don't know about civil rights.
Mike.
They slap crazy.
At
them
that
niggas
time,
slap crazy over there. They don't know about civil
who they
rights.
really are. That's what you're saying.
At that time, at the time where you agreed that there was a majority population, at least 50% tied to the people that more closely tied to the ones that are there now. Let's call that 1.5 million of the 3. You're saying that there was anywhere from 5 to 15% of people that were either from Kush, Nubia, Sudan, the Green Sahara.
Exactly what the fuck
saying
I'm saying, my nigga.
So there were 1.5 of the ones closely, and then there was about another 450,000 in that area that were Sudanese or something else more closely tied.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. Y'all crazy.
That's your point. So, but you gotta let him give his point. You gotta let him lay it out. You see what I'm saying? So now if that's your point, you're all alone, Doc. You're all alone with three more people.
No, I'm not.
You're alone.
No, I'm not. Okay. I can show you right now. Do you want to play, or I'm gonna get cut off? So I don't want to get pearls to swine.
We can bring mummies up that died here in the last.
No, I'm not talking about mummies.
Years or what have
I'm not talking about mummies.
Or whatever.
Not talking about mummies, y'all. I'm not talking about mummies. I'm trying to tell you that
he's talking about the Badarians.
Listen, the Badarian culture, Nakata 1, 2, and 3. The brothers at not the Playa.
Listen. What's the time period?
I told you, it ain't even worth it, nigga. It ain't worth it.
What's the time period on the?
It ain't worth it for me, nigga. It ain't worth it for me right now.
How come we can't have a conversation? Why?
Because it's not a conversation. Because you know what time period is.
I don't.
I said pre-dynastic time.
Well, we're not talking about that.
So
we're not talking about that.
Whoa.
Well,
How
but because
pre-dynastic time though. Think about what you just said. It's 3,000 years of pre-dynastic history.
He gonna tell you about the parent culture, Magic
it's
Mike.
Listen.
And
Mike,
so you know what
as you go back further,
Mike, we talking about Egypt. No, Mike, that's
Yeah,
not what we're doing.
yeah,
I don't want to do that game with you.
Egypt consists of the dynastic and pre-dynastic.
Right,
period.
yo, come on, yo, you can't do this to me, Mike.
Right. So Sosa, he's
No,
gonna
Mike, we
tell
don't
you
want to
about
go
the
back no
parent
farther,
culture.
Mike.
I know what
No,
he's
no,
gonna do.
I disagree with you less and
All right,
less.
this is what I'm saying, Sosa.
No,
But
Why
I'm
do
saying,
you
but
do
I'm
this
just
though,
saying, like,
Sosa?
but
we
I'm
talking
just
about
saying,
the
like,
now.
I
Why do
understand,
you
but I'm
do
just saying,
this
I'm
though,
just
Sosa?
correcting the brother so you can have, but you gotta have the conversation correct. Otherwise, it sounds crazy.
No,
Okay,
no,
as you go
Sosa,
You
back
can't
further and
disregard
Sosa,
the pre.
further,
You know what I'm
Sosa.
saying?
No, you got to
as you
keep
go
it
back,
real with me now. So this
yeah,
is we gonna cancel out everything I
Mike,
said
I
earlier.
agree with your final access, bro, but you cannot discount the pre.
No,
yeah,
no, you ain't hearing me.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
even
no, no,
finna.
no.
I
Listen
don't
to
care
me.
that you agree with me,
No, I was
Sosa.
talking to
I
As
Mike.
you
I
don't
was
go
want
talking
back,
to
you to
Mike.
agree with me. You
No, I was
got to
as
talking
you
to
hear
go
me
Mike.
back
though.
I'm just saying, like, you
further,
can't disregard the pre.
as you go back further in pre-dynastic,
Uh-oh, here
all of
comes
us are gonna
CK.
listen to me. Listen to me.
Straighten up.
All of us are going to start to agree more and more as you go back further in
No,
pre-dynastic.
I'm just talking about Egyptian culture, bro.
Well, Egyptian
Like,
Let's
don't
culture,
do.
fuck
as
with me
you
with
go
this,
back
yo.
further,
We
as
went
you
from
go
Yeah,
back
yo,
Portuguese
further,
from
pre-dynac,
genetics
it's
to
called
culture.
pre-dynac. They had kings. You ain't never heard of double
listen,
zero and zero, Mike?
Don't
Are we
fall
serious right now?
for the bait
Like,
and
what the fuck
switch.
is we talking about right now? Come
no,
Y'all
on,
no, no,
man.
no,
talking
no.
genetics.
We
Y'all
will
talking
start. We will
genetics.
start to agree more and more as you go back further
So,
because
Mike,
it's
so
gonna
what else was I
all.
talking about, though, Mike?
Nah, because the Nile is
I don't
still
know.
dried up during the pre-dynastic period. It's not like the damn the goddamn Nile is still fertile. So I mean, it's still a different paradigm.
I'm not saying we're going to agree at 3800 BC, but as you start getting to 7 and 8 and 12 and all of that, we're going to agree
You
and
mean thousand?
coalesce around
You
what
talking
you're
about
talking.
End up in a
thousands?
Great Rift
Yes,
Valley.
thousands. Yeah,
You're gonna end up in a
we will
Nah,
Great
agree
Rift
nah,
more.
Valley.
nah. You don't got to go to the Great Rift. The
That's what.
pre-dynastic
Hey,
is
I
way
keep
far
You
saying
away
already
it.
from us.
mentioned it tonight, Sosa.
I
You
keep saying it.
Sosa,
150,000 years away from
why
the
do you
Rift
do this
Valley
to
of
me,
pre-dynastic.
Sosa? Why do you do this to me, Sosa?
You guys are
He's
trying to
already
get.
mentioned. He's
Magic.
already
No, you're
mentioned the Great
lying.
Rift
Lying,
Valley
Corey.
tonight.
Why'd I do it? Why'd I do it, though,
He's
Corey?
already did that already
No, Corey,
tonight,
why I do
Sosa.
it, though, Corey? Why I
See,
do
this
it,
is what
Corey?
I'm saying, Sosa.
Corey, why'd I do it, though?
And I'm not even wanting you to agree with me, even though I know
Why did I
pretty much
say it, though,
You
Corey?
what your
already know
thing
where I
is.
stand with this
I
shit, Corey.
already
Like,
know
we
where you
already had this
stand,
So
though,
conversation.
Sosa. But listen to me.
we
You
Egyptian
won't give me a chance to
enablers.
say what I'm gonna say, Sosa. I promise you don't want to hear it because it's true. Sosa, you pussyfooting around like you letting the red herring. Like we can have the discussion, Sosa, right? But we don't have to chase the red herrings, though, Sosa. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about the pussyfooting and dilly dallying. You know what I'm saying? Like
But
we
Corey,
talking about Sosa. Can you admit to me at least? I just need to hear you admit this to me, Sosa, and I'm straight. Yeah, all I need you to do is you admit it. Did you not hear him bring the Great Rift Valley up tonight?
Yeah, I did, but I don't know why.
Okay, that's it. I'm done. I don't even need an explanation about it.
But
Go
Corey,
ahead,
it
Brandon.
sounds
Magic
like
Mike, why did I
it
bring it
sounds
up,
like
Magic
Corey,
Mike?
like you don't
The
even
only
want to
thing I
have this.
keep saying,
You don't even want to
we
have this conversation, Corey. It sounds to me.
Right.
Hey,
Like you don't
because he
even think
won't
this
answer
is.
my question. That's you know why I don't want to have it, because Unc will never answer my question.
All right,
What question?
What's your
My
question?
question is, why does he give a fuck about Egypt?
Because it's African culture, nigga. That's why.
I just wanted to get that out one time.
But watch
there you
this.
go.
I just wanted to get that out.
That pretty much explains it. So
The follow-up question. The follow-up question is, what if we determine that we had
funny as shit. Yo, where the fuck said he come from? That was funny as a
oh
motherfucker.
man.
Good God Almighty. Damn, that was funny.
It doesn't. It's so
That's
Hey,
not
look,
that's
fuck
not
with you,
even a
Corey.
real answer, though.
No, that's
That's
my
the part,
only answer, Corey. Why you
and
gonna
that's
say
the
more
part
than
that
that? Nigga, I don't
Sosa
got no better
where I
answer than
get
that,
mad
Corey.
at Sosa at, because Sosa know that's not his real answer. His real answer is the white people stole it from him, and he trying to get it back. That's the real answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the real answer. He'll never say that answer, though. Haskell will. Haskell said it. Haskell kept it 100 with me. But the reason why I get frustrated with because he never, ever, ever keeps it real with me. And
I keep it real,
I'm the
real.
one to keep it real with, though, huh?
But you know what,
keep it real.
Corey wants you to
Corey,
stand
you
with the fact
wanna come to
that you believe that it was some jet black niggas with cornrows and that motherfucker. Like, he
That's
just
what
wants
they
just tell him,
Hey,
just be
I'm gonna tell
straight
you,
up with that.
Sosa.
He wants to
They
tell him
had,
straight up, nigga, like the nigga with
hey,
cornrows,
I'm,
Snoop Dogg looking niggas up in there, Egypt niggas. Don't be bullshit
hey,
with him. Like he feel like you fucking with his emotions. Tell him what it
man,
is.
the
Yeah,
nigga,
that's what he want.
the nigga they've been arguing this shit. You got Jabari talking about he a fucking priest. Like, come on, man.
Hold on. You mixing me up.
Like,
Jabari
they had
is a
Kemet
priest.
on trial.
He is a priest,
They
yo.
had Kemet. Listen,
He is a priest,
let me tell you
He's
something.
a real
Corey,
Egyptian, nigga.
this I promise you, this is my last thing, and I'm gonna shut up. I swear to God, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
He is a priest.
So,
He is a
I'm gonna
priest.
shut the fuck
He
up.
is a priest, though, Corey. He's a priest, nigga.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it.
all of them priests.
I promise you, though, Sosa. On Jabari's priesthood, I put everything on Jabari's priesthood right here. I will
Short
shut
order
the
hat,
fuck
yo. Go ahead, yo.
Sosa. Listen. Y'all have made me forget what I was gonna ask. So, cold blood. Y'all ain't right, man.
And let me ask you,
going in.
Hold on.
Swear one
goddamn. No, do y'all see this? I want to ask y'all a question. Do y'all see the screen? That's all I want to know.
If we determine
We see it.
Magic Mike, can you see? Magic Mike, can you see the screen?
Yeah, but before you read it, let me ask you.
I don't want to read shit. I'm saying, what is this? The country of Egypt is Aswan, Egypt. That's all I want to know right now.
Yeah.
How we gonna do this?
Aswan is in Egypt. Yes.
Nigga, it better not be, nigga, because y'all asses is grasses. It better not be, nigga. It better not be now.
But let me ask you before you go. If we determine, if science determines, or whatever,
it already has, nigga.
Listen,
but go ahead.
Calm down. Whatever methodology that suits you, if determines that
all of it.
That
interdisciplinary instead of just genetics, nigga. Nobody does that. But the pseudo killers.
All of the.
But there's a few pseudo killers that understand the interdisciplinary.
If all of the above determines to your dismay that Corey and Chevron are right, that their position is right, and Chief,
I'm gonna be devastated.
and
don't say the last part. Just keep don't say the last. Go ahead.
If all of the above determines that their positions is correct and it's indisputable, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you?
It means that all geneticists. I'm gonna tell you. It means
you have to submit to.
I'm gonna tell you. No, it don't. It means
ask the question. You gotta let him. You ask the question. Let him answer.
If you end up having to submit to the fact, or that becomes a fact to you that their position is right, what does that mean to you personally?
That means they just overthrew modern science like the rest of the fucking pseudos. Nigga, I fuck with the experts. I'm not an anthropologist.
No. That's not what I'm asking.
I just said it. That means they would have overthrown.
No. What I'm asking is if you realize, I'm saying if you realize through whatever methodology, all of the above, if you personally realize that they're correct.
A hypothetical question now?
To you.
Yeah, fight your way at that corner.
That means
sometimes we have those in conversations.
Can I answer the question though?
Go ahead.
I'm saying with that, for me, what it would mean is that they have overthrown the scientific
That's
studies.
Right.
Listen, man, let me finish, man.
Listen, bro.
This question. You don't understand the question, but let him finish.
Haskell,
he
understands
the question, man. Let that man rope a dope.
I know, make me finish. Listen, I'm saying, for me to get to the point that you're asking me for, they would have to overthrow the scientific disciplines that say different. Okay?
That's not what I'm asking.
Scientific disciplines would be the
your research.
If I was wrong, hold on. That means I've learned. That means I learned something, bro. That's all it means.
That's all it means.
So would you continue? Would you continue to pussyfoot with Egypt at that point? Then you'd still be out
because it's still in Africa, nigga. Because it's still in the motherland, nigga.
It's
the motherland. It's the motherland, nigga. It ain't half of the Africa, nigga. I don't fuck with half. I fuck with the whole of Africa, nigga.
Again, you guys want a definitive thing.
That's what I was gonna say,
something
though.
Definitive.
Nobody in Africa fucks with the whole Africa, bro. Nobody does that but African Americans. We the only
that's not
dumbest
true. Hold on,
motherfuckers.
wait a minute.
We the
No,
only
that's the,
dumb motherfuckers
I know
that
that's why
would
they
be.
losing. But that's
Listen,
why they lose. Wait, but that
no,
is
because
why they're
no one's
losing.
like that. No one
Nah,
says
that's
No,
not
Europe is
true.
stupid.
I
No
do.
one calls
The
Europeans
That's their
stupid because
problem.
the French
academics in
don't
Africa.
No,
fuck
that's
with the
not
English
true, bro.
motherfuckers.
Nah, that's not true,
Come on,
Corey.
Corey, you smart, Corey. Hey, Corey, you know if you know
The
damn
No
regular,
well
one
the regular
says,
people
that
don't.
the Asian power. Hold
no
on,
one in France
it
is
would benefit. Wait
arguing
a minute, it would
that they
benefit them.
Germans, bro.
No,
Nobody,
it would benefit.
no one in
Listen,
France is
bro.
arguing that
Hold
we
on.
all
Listen, what I want to tell you.
Europeans. So I'm a
Bro.
German here.
No, that's not the point. Listen, you and I know, just for intelligent conversation, it would benefit African countries to start trading with themselves and not being as separate as they are, bro. Like you know, and I know that
That's
there are
fine,
things that are in
but
Africa
we're
that
not
they
gonna
work
claim
together.
each other. It's no
I'm not
Pan-African.
listen, bro. I get what you're saying, but we are a distinct population now, bro. We're the most diverse population on earth, and I'm just saying for African Americans, it's proper for us to celebrate the all of Africa.
No,
That's all I'm saying, bro.
It's not.
It kind of is
improper. That's fucked up and it's
not.
pseudo.
Okay.
It'll have you all over the place.
So give us
thinking you a
give us the
fucking Egyptian
guidelines.
priest.
No. Wait.
That will have you all over the place thinking you a
you think it's
fucking
an
Egyptian
anomaly.
priest,
Corey,
That's
it's
what
not
it
an
would have
anomaly.
to
Corey, wait, Corey. Look, it's funny, but do you think that's an anomaly?
No, that's not funny. I'm not joking.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think it's an anomaly?
The shit you just said,
listen,
will have you all over the fucking place.
That's
nah,
fine, bro.
that's only
that's
not grounded, Corey. Let me say something real quick.
Real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna let you say it, Haskell. Are we outliers in the African American community to want to take a piece of Egypt? Are we outliers, or is this what every fucking body do?
Fucking crazy.
No, I'm asking you a question, Corey.
Crazy.
Corey,
you're batshit crazy.
Corey, I'm asking you a question.
That's the
are
answer.
we outliers? No, are we the outliers?
No. An outlier is being nice. What you are batshit fucking crazy for doing the shit.
But guess what? I thought you would say that, and then I realized you obviously don't know what's going on. Did everybody try to take Egypt for themselves? Yo, the whole world.
Right.
Yo, so we not this crazy, bro. You're making it seem like that's not fair.
I
don't see you talk about the white people that say
right. Let me say something real quick.
Corey, we very well could be wrong.
Let me talk to Corey right quick.
All right, go ahead.
Let me talk to Corey right
quick. You're gonna tell me
skin.
about the racism, Haskell. I don't care about racism.
No, I wasn't gonna go there. What I was gonna say is, right, if you go to the Capitol building, you go to Washington, D.C., right? They have statues there where they depict George Washington, and they have him in a fucking tunic, right? On the Senate building, they have the Roman fasces on the top of the building, right? And they have various other Greco-Roman motifs.
So because everybody else do bullshit.
Hold on. Corey, I just started talking. What my overall point is going to be is, if America is the most powerful nation on the earth, right? If the people who are in charge can celebrate cultures they really have no connection to, as a matter of fact, their tribe sacked the fucking Romans, right? Them people ain't got shit to do with them, right? If they could celebrate that and attach themselves to that and still have the wherewithal to run the world, why we can't chew gum and walk at the same time?
No, they're not saying they the fucking Romans. They saying they
yes, they are. They
some
put
of the
fucking
things
George Washington in the tunic. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well,
they got the statue with the nigga in a fucking tunic.
Because you got some dumb motherfuckers doing dumb shit, that don't mean we need to do the dumb fucking shit, right? We don't.
No, but I'm saying, Corey, doing it.
I don't give a fuck about Greece or Egypt.
Bro.
I don't give a fuck about neither one of them, bro. I don't care about Greece or Egypt. Neither one of them mean a fucking thing to me, bro.
To you, but if another nigga means something to them, why?
Haskell,
why
you got him,
yo.
No,
it don't mean nothing to you either, Haskell. You know.
Well, how you gonna tell me what something mean
Greece
to me?
or Egypt don't mean shit to you, Haskell.
I
promise you don't.
How you gonna tell me what
I
something
swear to God on my grandkids' life that Egypt or Greece don't mean a motherfucking thing to you. You know what matters to you?
What?
Keeping killed his grandkids for his grandkids.
Keeping you and your family healthy, and having something to pass down to the ones that come behind you. That's what fucking matters to
That's
you.
the mic.
You can say
do
that
both.
about any.
That's
You
the
can say
mic,
that
bro.
about why
Yeah,
do
we
they
could do
teach
both
history?
though.
Why would
We
they?
could do
Why do
both.
they teach history in school then? Like they should get rid of history completely.
Learn about your history. I know about
What's
my
Anybody
our
history.
know
history?
when you
What's
go
our
to
My
history,
school,
nigga?
Corey,
history
you
ain't
learn
got nothing
about
to do with
world history,
Egypt.
Corey. You
My
don't just learn
history
about
ain't got.
your history. Come
Yeah,
on now.
fine. I know
You're being
about world history.
you're being ridiculous,
It
man.
is
Come on.
important. It is important. World history is
Oh, we
important,
got a
right? But
closer
I'm talking
infinity
about
to the
to
Egyptians than we
me.
do to the Arabs and the Europeans, bro. That's just simple as that. No matter what you say, nigga. You can't get past that.
What?
I'd rather niggas
Past what?
celebrate Egypt than
Past what?
celebrate Europe, yo, and Rome. How about that? Now that sound better for
Give
you,
a
yo?
fuck what them white boys
You
celebrate.
get my
Them
point, though.
motherfuckers, hey, they
That's not.
celebrate
I didn't
all
say
kind
that.
of
I
shit.
didn't say that,
They
Corey.
celebrate all kind of shit
Corey, I
that you
didn't say
don't
no, Corey.
celebrate.
I
Though.
didn't say that, Corey. I didn't say that, Corey. What I
They
said was, I said that the
all kind of
Egyptian are
shit that you
closer
don't.
to the African American, right, than the motherfucking European and the Arab. So I'd rather African Americans celebrate Egypt. Now that whole black Egypt shit is bananas, nigga.
Let me tell you this,
But
let me
it's
say
bananas,
this, and
though, Corey.
this is almost the most profound thing I've heard on this conversation. Do you know, that you are more closely related to Europeans, Anglo-Saxons, than those Egyptians are to sub-Saharan Africans?
Yeah, because we carry more of the European gene pool now.
So nobody says you're a European though. So why the fuck are you saying them dudes is sub-Saharan African?
That's X's point, right?
That's the most profound point. That's the most profound point I've heard thus far, right?
You heard me say that, Corey.
And the thing is,
hey, Corey, you heard me say that though, Corey.
Well,
you
maybe
you
know
right,
what?
That was me, Corey.
If you said it, it don't matter who said it.
I'm
It's
talking
still
about the
the most
genes mixing.
profound point.
I was talking about.
It does not matter. Listen, you cut me off. It does not matter to me who the fuck said it. The point is,
we're talking about history, bro.
And it makes all the goddamn difference
Adrian, you
in
gotta
this
get in
conversation.
there. When you got to get in there, they ain't gonna see that thumbs up, bro. You just got to get in where you fit in.
No, Adrian got the tunic on his
Listen
head.
to me, Haskell.
Listen
to
that
me, Haskell.
Hey,
Haskell.
Buddha with that tunic on his head, nigga.
Kick that nigga off the panel. Go a thumbs up.
Hold on, Haskell. Haskell, did you hear me, bro? I said you, Haskell,
made it up,
are more related to European Anglo-Saxons than the Egyptians are related to sub-Saharan Africans.
Lies. I ain't never said that. Lies.
Yeah, I don't get why is that profound though?
You don't get it. I know you don't get it. I know you don't get it.
So hold on. So wait, hold on. So you
that's why you arguing.
Hold on, Corey.
For Egypt.
Let me be clear
that's
on this,
why you
right?
on
So
here
you
making
saying,
excuses
hold
for
on.
Egypt.
Hold on
That's
real quick. Hold
why
Corey, so I
Jabari
could get some clarity,
Osaze
right?
is a fucking Kemetic
clarity.
priest.
Hold on.
Because he don't get
Just so I could get some clarity, right? You're saying that the French Montana looking niggas, them always been the niggas that was there, right? And they have less in common with the Desmond Tutu and Butu looking niggas.
I don't know all these fucking niggas you talking about, right?
Man,
I said what I said. I said what I said in plain English. So if you can't get that, then
you don't know who Desmond Tutu
it's not gonna be got.
Man, he know who Desmond Tutu is, man.
I don't know who the fuck Desmond Tutu is.
Right, that's why we gotta get him out the conversation.
Tutu is.
Who the
Get
fuck
him out
is
the
he?
conversation.
Why
nigga.
should I know who he is?
You're out the conversation, nigga. You're gone.
Yeah, Corey.
Right. So I can't have a conversation because I gotta know who the fuck Desmond Tutu is.
Yes, you gotta know who Desmond Tutu is.
Corey wants us to study European history, bro. I see what's going on.
Yeah, I see what's going on now, Corey. I thought you at least knew who Desmond Tutu was.
I don't know everybody. I'm sorry.
Corey,
so if I name somebody that you don't know, that negates everything.
Go ahead,
in all fairness, Desmond Tutu was on the quiz, so.
Yeah, but
Corey,
the point.
Hey, I just came back in.
We all took a quiz for we came
back in.
Yeah, I did.
Bang up on these niggas, man. You just got low. Let them fucking have it. They are nuts.
The wolves is on you, Corey.
They are nuts, Corey. Just hang
Yeah,
up
they
on
bringing
them,
up Desmond Tutu, and they saying,
that's
"Oh, you don't know
irrelevant.
who Desmond
Ad
Tutu
hominem,
is, so what you saying is wrong."
like crazy.
And
Right?
Brandon,
It's just
you
it's
going for
It got
whether or
nothing
not
to do with
Corey's
that.
really, like
It's
really whether or
nobody
not
will let
Corey's
me say
statement was
anything,
true.
so I
the
stay
fact
out
that
of it.
the fact that you got more
Hang up on them
European than
niggas,
you,
man.
the
Corey.
fact that
Hang
you
up
have
on
more
these
European
niggas, man.
DNA than the Egyptians have
These
sub-Saharan
wolves is
African
out.
in them. That negates that because I don't know who the fuck Brandon Tutu is, right?
Hey, Corey, let
It's
me ask
just
you this. Let me ask you
ridiculous
this
to me,
though.
man. Y'all
Let me ask you
crazy
this.
as fuck,
Corey,
dude.
let me ask you this though. This is all serious because I think Shep was saying what I asked originally. Like, listen, what are you going to see as a victory? Like, what do
I'm
you
not gonna
expect to
see a
see?
victory. I don't want a victory. All I
No,
want people to know,
what
all I
will
want
I want
is
these
quit
niggas to lay
bullshitting me.
down their unks, yo.
No.
I
I
want them to lay
don't want
down
that.
their unks,
Sosa,
yo.
let me tell you.
not
Let me
going
tell
to
you what
do
I
it,
want,
bro. That
Sosa.
The
I
fuck is
want
wrong with them?
I want Unc to keep it real like Haskell.
What,
Unc been
nigga?
bullshitting me the whole time, Sosa. He's
These
full of
niggas
shit.
argued with the Hebrew Israelites, yo. Why y'all just ain't let them have
And that
it?
was my point, Sosa. Thank you,
Why the
Sheffrin.
fuck
Thank you.
y'all
I
ain't let them
appreciate it.
have it, yo? Y'all
Hey,
argued with the Moors. Why the
Sheffrin,
fuck
you
y'all
just
ain't let them
reminded me.
have it?
You just reminded me of my point. Hey, Sosa, what I was gonna say to you earlier.
What was the point of all of that?
What I was gonna say to you earlier, Sosa.
I
These
ain't never
niggas
said what
had
y'all
a
said, nigga.
debate
Nigga, you
called
was all in
Kemet
them
on Trial.
arguments.
Lies, nigga.
Why was you
Lies,
arguing?
nigga. I
Why
wasn't.
was you
I know
telling
I
the
wasn't.
Sosa, you
motherfuckers
didn't
they
hear me,
weren't the
Sosa.
Moors?
It's not
you
the
didn't
truth,
hear me,
nigga.
All
You're
the
Sosa.
lying.
respect. Why
You're
was you
lying.
doing that?
Yeah,
Why
I
was
agree
you
Lying,
with
nigga.
telling
Lies,
the
nigga.
Hebrew Israelites they ain't had nothing to do with that
Never
shit?
said that, nigga. You said
Yes,
that.
you
That's not
did.
me.
You
Nah,
was in
nigga.
every argument.
Nah, nigga. I study. Remember,
See, Corey,
I'm
that's
the
why I hang
outlier,
up
nigga.
on these niggas, man.
I'm the
That's why you
outlier,
just gotta
nigga.
hang the fuck up.
Right. Correct.
Hey,
Hang up, nigga.
hey,
Right.
I need Sosa to hear me before it's over with, though. Hey, Sosa, that was
No,
my
I know about the
point
Kevin
earlier,
on
bro.
trial. I know.
They had a
No,
hey,
the
Sosa, listen,
not
listen,
over who the
listen.
Hebrews was. Yo, what is wrong with y'all niggas?
Hey, listen.
You right?
Listen,
Hang up
Sosa.
on me, nigga. Y'all some
Listen, Sosa. Hey,
mischaracterizing ass niggas.
Sosa,
Y'all can't even have an honest conversation.
You're
Nigga.
not
Chef
going
done
to
made a whole new brother. Nigga,
you're
I ain't
not
never
going to
said
court
that
for
it
me,
wasn't
Sosa.
no motherfucking Africans that
Hey,
could have migrated to the Middle East and became Hebrews. This is a fucking religion. Y'all got me fucked
Sosa.
up. Yo, the Ethiopians, they actually allow the Ethiopians are allowed in the Holy Land, nigga, and they recognize them as being part of the Jewish population. Y'all
They
got
put
me
Kemet
fucked
on
up.
trial. They
Crazy.
put Kemet
No,
on
niggas
trial,
for the
right?
homosexual shit, nigga.
And
Not for the
was one of the
ethnicity of it.
defendants. Hey, Sosa,
Listen,
did you hear me?
The victory, Corey, is the population that's there now. Until someone can go back in history and tell you when that
You won't
majority
let me talk,
population
though,
weren't there.
Magic Mike. So I want to ask you a serious question, Magic Mike. Are you telling me the population is there now? They're not African? Excuse me.
No.
Minute.
I'm not saying they're
Magic
not.
Mike.
I'm not saying they're not Asian.
Okay, so Magic Mike. So guess what, Magic Mike? I don't have a problem with them being African, Magic Mike. You get that, right, Magic Mike?
Yeah, but
so they're African, Magic Mike.
He was the
I don't have an
African,
affinity for a darker nigga or a lighter nigga, yo.
They're African, but they're Egyptian, just like the Moroccans are Moroccans, and Nigerians are Nigerians, Kenyans are Kenyans, et cetera. But if my point was,
you ain't celebrating Zimbabwe, huh?
Yeah, until you can go back,
cussing me out about Zimbabwe.
And until you can go back and show in history to where that was not the dominant population, then that's the victory. Everything all of your arguments would work if Egypt weren't there now with that population.
Mike, so you just don't hear what I'm saying, Mike? Mike, so you just gonna play crazy now. All of a sudden, Mike, you got crazy today.
No. Go ahead.
Point, Mike, you wasn't crazy.
All you niggas
Mike.
got Egyptian names.
Don't
and
listen.
Y'all argued against the niggas
do
who
not
had Hebrew names.
Do not listen to Sheffrin.
They're the same
it was
niggas, though,
Egypt.
Sheffrin.
Not listen to Sheffrin now.
That's
was
how
it
we got here,
Egyptian?
Sheffrin.
It was
Hey, man, you might. Do you get the point I'm trying to make, though, bro?
I understand what you're saying.
I've never said that the people that you see here today. Listen to me, bro.
Niggas ain't
Okay.
I want you to know the people
ain't
that today they get lighter as you go down. They get darker as you go down south. You do know that,
Tell
right,
them the
Mike?
truth,
Yep.
Shepard.
I understand
Okay, Mike.
that.
So, Mike,
Tell
I
them the
never had a
truth,
problem with them. I've
all
never said
liars.
that those people they replaced of them. I've never
all
been the one to say
liars.
that. Sheffrin know and them niggas all know. I've never
Y'all
said
all liars.
So the ones that are there now are part of the they
Of
are
course. Of course.
descendants.
Mike,
Okay,
stop,
gotcha.
course,
Mike,
Mike.
Okay.
Mike, stop, Mike.
And Mike, then what would be wrong with that,
Listen.
Mike? Listen to what I'm
Hey,
saying right
Mike,
now. What
he
would be
didn't
wrong with
say
that,
that
Mike?
yesterday, Mike. I
I
promise
did,
you
Mike.
he didn't say that.
Listen, Mike.
Them niggas got
Hey,
these
Mike.
He didn't say
Mike,
that,
you've never
Mike.
heard me say
Don't
nothing
go
different,
for
Mike.
it,
You've
Mike.
never heard
I
me say
wouldn't,
they
Mike.
replace the
I've
population.
been the one
Mike, I
keeping it
study
real
harder
with
than
you,
that, Mike.
Mike. Come
Mike,
on
if
now.
he didn't
Magic
think
Mike.
he was
I
an
study harder than that,
Egyptian,
Magic Mike.
his name wouldn't be Unk.
Magic Mike.
Unk.
Hey,
Why did
Magic
you
Mike.
change your name to Unk?
Because I was in
Why
a
did you
fucking
change your
cult.
name?
Because I was in a fucking cult, nigga. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember
A
the
cult
truth,
with
right, Mike? This
pyramids
me,
and
Mike.
shit.
Mike, this
A
me,
cult
Mike.
with
It's just
pyramids.
hard to have a conversation over ignorant Baltimore niggas. The Baltimore niggas, yeah, I mean, it's hard.
Yeah.
In the
This
Chicago
nigga was
nigga,
in
it's
a cult
hard.
with pyramids.
Right.
Yo.
I was absolutely was, Mike. And I admit
Right.
that though,
So
Mike.
you thought you was Egyptian.
No, I
and
didn't, nigga.
You
I thought
fought
I was a
against
lot
the
of shit, nigga.
Hebrews. You fought against the Hebrews for your Egypt.
He was the defendant.
Right.
He was the defendant
Stop.
on Killing
Right.
on
Okay.
trial,
Prove
bro.
to us
Then
right
you
now.
fought
What was the
against
con-
the
hold
Moors.
Sheffrin.
Hey,
I'm not going to trial
The
for
watch
you,
Moors
it.
bro.
had the
Hey,
Moors
Mike.
Man, if you on trial,
Mike, do
Sheffrin,
you
I'm
think you
sorry,
believe
you
the
got to do
Mike
that
right
by
now, Mike?
yourself, bro.
Do you believe that you
I give you some
attributed?
money. I need some money on your lawyer or
No,
something.
hey Mike. Hey Mike, do you
Do
think they
you
telling the
believe
truth
that
right
you
now, bro?
attributed in any way?
his group, he
Hey,
named
Mike.
it the Almond Raw
Hey, Mike.
Squad.
Hey,
Go
Mike.
ahead.
Why
Go
would
ahead.
your squad
I'm
be the
asking. Don't listen to
Almond
him, Mike.
Raw Squad?
Hey, Mike,
If
I'm
y'all
asking you,
niggas
what
ain't
was the
think y'all was
conversation about
Egyptians,
on the Kim on trial? Now, you heard what them niggas just say.
that y'all
But
was
what was the
Egyptians,
conversation about?
you
He was the
called them the
defendant, though.
ancestors.
It was
You got to
about
remember
the
that.
ancient Egyptians
Say
No,
and
that to a nigga
who they
named
were.
You
Nubia.
said you was going
no,
to
Mike. What
defend
was
the
it? No,
ancestors.
that wasn't what the conversation was about,
But
bro.
you said you was going
Okay.
See
to
how they
defend
just
the
lie, yo?
ancestors.
You see what they just did, right?
From my understanding, the
You saying I
conversation
can't
was
pull a
I
about.
was
video?
there, nigga,
You
on the
said
Kim
you
on
going to
trial
defend
now.
the ancestors.
I'm talking about the Kim on trial. What was the conversation about?
About you defending the ancestors.
No, it
Right.
wasn't. Do you know what was the
was.
conversation about? I'm
That's
talking
what
to
you
Mike.
said, my nigga.
Come on, Corey. Come on, Corey.
From my
Come on,
understanding,
Chef.
from my understanding, the conversation was around who the ancient Egyptians were. It's essentially the same conversation you're having now.
No, who told you that?
No,
No,
it
who
wasn't.
told you that? Who told you that?
No,
It
that's
wasn't
not
that.
what Kevin
No,
on trial was
obviously,
about.
That's not what Kim on trial was about.
It's about they mad that some people from America started claiming Egyptian ancestry. That's what the real problem is, right?
But that's
we
still
don't really care. We don't really care about that the
Nobody
ancestry
says
of the
that.
ancient
Listen.
Egyptians. We don't care
Listen.
about that at this point.
Listen, man. The Kim on trial debate wasn't about that. So how did it get to this new shit these niggas made up?
I'm glad you don't think you.
Because we were talking
Look.
earlier. That's what we were talking about, right? We were
No.
talking about
We're talking.
Brendan.
No.
Hey,
Brendan, listen, Brendan.
If
Brendan, it's
it's
hard to
Brendan
keep the
on trial,
conversation because they
now we're
talk
talking
over.
about Kim on
Brendan,
trial.
you're gonna have to do that by
Right.
yourself.
Right. So the reason we talking about Kim
I
on
support
trial.
you.
So what's
Because
the
people
root of
like
this? What's
Sheffrin
the root of
and
this
people like
conversation?
Concrete. Listen. Concrete Corey, Sheffrin, they just
I'm
be
not
lying for the joke.
going to trial for none of you niggas. I'm sorry. I give y'all some lawyer money.
Do you believe that you contributed in any way to the misunderstanding of this whole argument and how Black people feel? Do you feel in any way in the last 30 years you may have contributed to some of the
He better take responsibility.
No, as a matter of fact, but can I answer the question though? If I can't answer, because that's a serious question for me.
Only if you keep it
now,
real.
if y'all gonna talk over me, then I don't gotta answer. I'll answer.
All right, everybody.
You gotta promise me you ain't gonna pussy.
No. Listen. Hey, Magic Mike. Listen. I studied too motherfucking hard to let a group of motherfucking Wikipedia scholars, yo, get any points on me, bro. So I'm gonna let you know right now, bro. I understand the population. I understand the archaeology. I understand the whole concept, bro. Like, as a matter of fact, niggas don't even look to the areas that they talk about no more, bro. So when it's time for me to do my thing, I'm gonna do my thing. I've never said
So you're
that
not
the
gonna answer
African
the question?
American. I've
Yeah,
never said. Hold on, I'm
when
going
you
through it. I've never
when you gonna
said
do that
that.
presentation?
I've never said that the African American was fucking Egyptians, nigga. So I've never contributed to that
Hey,
shit.
when you doing that presentation?
Real soon.
But what have you said, if you said anything that may have, you know, that if you could look back, you say, you know
Because
what,
I'm okay. So you know I'm a little bit different than Jabari and all that, right? They are the experts, bro. I've never called myself an expert. So I
Why
will
you throw
always
Jabari
rely
under
on
the
the experts. So
Why
all
did
the
you
shit
throw
they saying is
Jabari under
crazy.
the table?
I'm not because they experts in what they.
Because he went in
assign them they experts. I don't have any primary research on the subject. I use the experts, Magic Mike, and I thought you kind of heard me speak before, brother. So
You just said
made
Jabari
those.
was an expert.
Yeah, right. He's not an expert.
So why you didn't use him?
Because he's not an expert I would use.
And why
I
would
use
you throw
experts in the
Jabari
field.
under the bus?
I'm not throwing him under the bus.
We
Anyway,
was talking
Magic
about
Mike,
what
you hear my
you
point
did.
though, Mike.
That we
Yeah,
asked
yeah.
him
My
to
point, right, Mike?
From when I've
Right,
heard
Mike.
you've always sounded, at least, I mean, you've always sounded sincere. I believe that when you speak, you believe what you're saying. You believe it to be correct.
How can I believe when I'm saying when I'm not saying shit? I'm just using experts.
Well, okay.
You get that though, right? Like I'm not a
Man, you in the Almond Raw squad. Y'all believe
I'm not. You get my point, right?
Yeah,
Egyptians
but I'm
are
saying
black,
when you quote the
Stop the
experts, I
nonsense.
believe that you're doing it as you call them experts. I think you're doing it out of
I think
sincerity.
you're gonna get a whiff of the dilly dally in here that I get so frustrated about, Mike. The pussyfoot.
Mike, do
He
you get
gonna
my point though?
pussyfoot
Hey,
and dilly
Mike, give me
dally
a
you
statement.
to the mark
Hold
till
on,
you
give me
don't
a
even
statement,
understand
Mike.
what the fuck you
Hey,
asking,
Mike,
Mike.
give me a
Watch.
statement. Give me a
The
statement,
Almond
Mike, that
Raw
I've made
squad don't
that's
believe
not
that
supported
Egyptians
by
are
the
black.
experts. Them niggas just hate the Almond Raw squad because they
Look,
ain't reached
at
that
this
level
point,
yet.
Mike don't
So I
even know
get
what
it,
he
man.
At what
asked at this
level?
point.
All y'all did
Because
was
Yeah, I
look
don't. I'm so.
he
Just
pussyfooted you
hate.
so
Niggas
much.
just hate now.
Now
hating because y'all made
reframed
up
your
shit,
question.
and
No,
now y'all
listen though,
getting
Mike.
called
You
on
Hate.
had
it.
to
Nigga hate.
reframe your question so many
Nigga hate.
times that you
Niggas
don't even
hate.
understand your original question.
Yeah.
That's how
Start
much
calling you
pussyfooting done
Baltimore
been
hating
going
them.
on here, bro. But go ahead,
Y'all
go ahead.
ran around,
Keep
made up
pussyfooting.
shit, and now y'all getting called on it, and now you ain't never say the shit that the
But
Almond Raw
okay.
squad been saying for 10 fucking years.
And what was that?
When did
Go
you
ahead.
guys create the Almond Raw Squad? When did that start?
About 8 years ago, 9 years ago, I started it. Right?
Why did you
And
call it the Almond Raw Squad?
because I like the fucking name, nigga. Simple.
No, because
it
he
was a
thought
nice
it was
name.
But what
for
does
it.
that name mean to you? What does that name mean to you?
And no, I'm telling you, I mean, it just was I was trying to counter the Allah team, and they was found, and the Allah team was founded in Arabic and all that nonsense. So I say, fuck it, let me do something in Africa. I'm a Raw Squad.
Got you. And when you the common
all that other
average
deep shit, it
layman
wasn't
person
there.
part of the Constitution.
It was there.
But when they heard Almond Raw Squad, just the average Joe, a part of the conscious community, or maybe not a part of it, what do you think they associated that term with?
They're associated with Egypt.
Okay.
So let me ask you this.
Which is fine. But it's really, Almond Raw is really the unification of the upper and the lower. So it's bringing together the two lanes.
That you ain't got nothing to do with. Listen, so it's crazy. You were going against some whacked out black Muslims, right? Claiming some Arabic shit that they ain't had nothing to do with, right? So you went to somewhere in Africa that you thought that could compete with fucking Islam.
No, I just wanted to put a research team together.
And you went to Egypt.
Nah, no, I didn't, man. It's just a name, nigga. It's just a research team.
Did you fight against the Muslims with anything from fucking Black Africa? Go.
Yeah, matter of fact, set up 3 more teams: the Maasi Clan Warriors.
No, I'm talking about
West Africa.
Yeah, the Allah team.
Of course, we fight with all of Africa, bro. That ain't stop.
No, man, you was armor, man. Fuck it.
No, you keep doing that on purpose.
Making
you got
up
the
shit.
nigga here to start this shit. How you gonna have a nigga here?
Yeah,
that's
but
like must be the music, nigga. If you got the nigga to start, how you gonna tell me what I meant?
Yo,
that's ridiculous. That shows. It actually shows you that you're a professional arguer. Because
No,
I'm
they
actually the
all
guy that
say
started
that you
it.
don't do what you. They say that
No,
don't
no, that's a
do
joke, nigga.
no
No, no,
African shit.
no, 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 no,
You all
no.
Almond Raw Squad.
No,
You
no,
all
no,
Egypt.
no. No, that's not the truth. You made it
It
up.
is the truth.
I'm right here, right now. I know how. Come on, yo.
You
That means you're a
don't do
professional
no
arguer, yo.
African shit.
That means no matter what I present to you, it don't matter. I'm the nigga that started this shit. I'm telling you what I was thinking when I made it, man. You tell me that's not what I was
I just
thinking.
want to know why
That's
nobody.
got to be the most ridiculous
Why
shit
ain't
ever.
nobody arguing about Zambia?
Hey, Magic Mike. Hey, Magic Mike. Did you get my point, then, though? See how hard this is?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah, I
were there any
started this
members?
shit. These niggas gonna tell me why I can't. What the fuck is this?
But you may not have been pro-Egypt, but were there any pro-Egypt members in the Amara squad that leaned more heavily on Egypt?
People that specialize, like Ngozi.
Did you just say what?
Hold on, Ngozi, original member. He wasn't Egypt. He was dealing with the migration. The shit he talking about right now. He was talking about. He just dealt with the migrations. Smash Rockwell could actually read the glyphs, right? And he actually did some primary research on homosexuality in Africa, specifically in Egypt. He wrote a book on it.
Trying to defend it.
No, it wasn't.
About,
He just
they weren't
okay,
homosexuality.
man, whatever, man.
None
Mike, I just want to let you know, Mike, for me, right? I don't have the racism running around in my head that would make me think that there is a race called the sub-Saharan African race. That racism is not in my head, brother.
But when you hear Corey and Sheffrin and the rest of the people, when you hear them say,
hold on, let me say this point though. I just want to make this point. For me, brother, I don't think there's a such thing as a race. Keeping it a buck with you, bro. So I really would enjoy attacking the question based off of modern scholarship, right? And so modern science does not recognize race. It's just a social construct. So when we ask the scientific question of what is Egypt and what it was,
I'm talking about one specific discipline in science that don't recognize race.
I'm gonna give
but
you this.
there's social sciences that do recognize race, though.
Do you think that the people on the panel, when they say sub-Saharan, like a Corey or Chef, people I've never met, by the way, do you think that they're being racist when they say sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, they try. Yeah, it's stupid as fuck because people don't stand and look at a line and don't.
Okay,
move.
so
It's dumb. It's the stupidest shit ever when you deal with genetics, bro.
But I understand it, but
population and we're migratory animals, yo. It's the stupidest shit ever, yo. There is no way possible for a nigga to stay stuck. It's ridiculous. Nobody thinks like that no more.
What's a better term?
What's
a better term? What's a better term to denote the geographical
migrating fucking Africans? I'm telling you, bro.
That don't even fucking make sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Listen,
at that point, Scandinavians are migrating.
So if I say people live east of the Mississippi, if I say there are a group of people,
Magic Mike, I want you to know that we could go to France and all of them would swear that their ancestors been in France. That's not the truth. People move back and forth all the time, Mike. That's not how it works, bro. But go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm just saying that I think you know that the brothers on the panel now are not racist. If to whatever degree that term had a racist origin, if it did or not.
He can tell you that to pussyfoot you. He will tell you that to pussyfoot you.
No, I read it though. I read it. Mike, see, Mike, I didn't say it, Mike. I gave you the guy.
Yeah, you did. I remember seeing that. But I don't think the people here. I don't think the people here. I think when they say
why
it,
they keep using it then?
But when they're talking about geography, they're talking about north, south, east, and west.
So what's the difference between? Tell me the difference between West Africa, North Africa, and South Africa. What's the difference?
No,
well, just what you just said.
Below North Africa, why is that?
But does that mean? Hold on. But does that mean that these people aren't just as African? So
no,
you saying
I didn't
that's
say
no
that,
one's
though.
argument.
I didn't
that's
say
no one's
that.
argument.
Okay,
no
so then
one's saying that.
Okay, so if no one's saying
say that,
hold on. So if no one's saying that, then what's the argument then?
We gotta be racist. We have to be racist in order for him to have an argument.
I didn't say nothing about no racist.
Nigga, I asked you a specific question.
No, Mike just asked him a specific question, and it was particularly about whether we were racist or not. You said we were. Then you just turned around and told me that
I said y'all using a racist term, nigga. That's what I said. I didn't say y'all.
Well, you didn't hear his question, but
I asked you, do you think they're being racist?
Hear your question again, Mike.
Yeah,
no,
I asked you, do you think they're being racist when they use that term?
And what did I say?
Yes.
You said yes.
Right, but I'm fucking with the niggas. They ain't really racist, yo. I'm just fucking with them right now.
So but
Can we
that's
stop
what
that
the
shit?
point. He
I'm just
want,
fucking.
but
You
he
know I
took
don't
him
think
down.
y'all racist, yo. I don't think y'all racist with your own people,
Look,
nigga. Come on, yo.
Mike. He took you down a rabbit hole.
No, I
And
didn't take him
now
down a rabbit hole.
we
I
back
actually didn't.
outside. Now that we found the spray paint, right, and we've spray painted
We
our way
joking.
back out of there. Now he
Oh,
joking.
you really think? I don't really think y'all racist. Come on, yo. Y'all really think?
Well, then if you don't think they're racist, then there's no need to bring up the racist history of it,
No,
because
I
you
think
know
the
when they're
term,
using
but
it.
the term.
He has an issue with the term. He has an issue with the term.
Do
Whoa,
black
whoa.
countries exist
Hold
Some
below
people
the
got the
Sahara?
problem with the term black, but you
Hold
use
on,
the term black.
hold on, a Magic Mike. You realize when we study this interdisciplinary study, I want everybody to realize and listen in earshot that we at the study part of the study is to examine terms used and put in Egypt in a certain context. We measure the power behind the people that made the statement. That's part of the study now. I just want y'all to know that. Yeah, I'm not just saying that shit, yo.
Look,
They made
look,
an
why do we care about them niggas? Why? Why are we caring about Egypt and what
Wow,
white people say about Egypt?
Let's do this. So
Who
why we
gives
care
a fuck?
about
Let them
Ghana?
niggas let white people let
You
them
right.
white folks
The
fight
conversation,
shit.
Egypt's location itself is probably Egypt, and I guess the country that's on the Upper East or Upper West. Is that what's that country? Is that Morocco? Upper West?
Upper West, Morocco.
That's
Yeah.
Morocco.
But if you look at Egypt, where it is, it's the country that's most likely to be connected to, obviously, that Near East Levant, and it's the least likely for country in all of Africa. It is the least likeliest for a bunch of what we're calling sub-Saharan Africans to be there. What's most likely, okay, just based on where it is and where it's connected to, is that the people it's connected to, that's going to be the dominant people. It's not even reasonable that people from Congo, even Kenya or Nigeria, it's not even reasonable based on its location.
Bro, with the modern
it would be
equipment,
it's not reasonable based on that Sahara.
travel
Based
straight
on
through the desert like
Well, just based on where it is, if you look at the
talking about likelihood.
It just
it's
it doesn't say anything
based
that.
on the
that would say that.
Listen.
But no. Listen to me. If you think about where Congo is.
Pussy for the bullshit.
Yeah, but
to migrate into Egypt, or the people surrounding Egypt and Libya and motherfucking the Levant to migrate into Egypt. What will be more likely?
Right.
It doesn't say anything about likelihood. It says that
I'm not talking about science. I'm talking about your logic.
We're not talking about a paper right now.
We're not talking. Now you got to get beyond the papers. You don't agree on the papers.
We're not talking about a paper.
Think about where the Congo is now. Is it more likely that
so now we're just hypothesizing?
No, it's your logic.
We've been through the papers already. We've been through the papers.
It's your logic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're able to.
That's
you're
what
able
I'm saying.
to.
So now we sort of just
Well, because we've already
hypothesized.
the science part of it has already been
We're
settled.
making it up.
Essentially,
We're making it up.
No, we're not.
You just said it. You're making it
Basically,
up.
you're making it up. Yeah.
So y'all think some black people from sub-Saharan Africa is going
walk across the damn desert
and just going to be the dominant
that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay, let me ask.
There is
makes no sense.
There's sub-Saharan gradient.
Y'all need science for that.
There's sub-Saharan.
No, listen. It's not
I'm
feasible.
gonna show you that you can't cross that motherfucker today.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It's
That's
only
why he got
certain routes you can take.
Let me say something real
Corey,
quick.
That's why he has to make it clear. Like, you got to put the sub-Saharan when that desert dry up. You got. That's why you got to make the caveat.
Corey and Chef.
No, it's not.
I want to ask Corey and Chef something.
That's what I'm saying. The pussy
you don't need science for that. You need your logic.
The reason
when
that
you start making things up and you're not following what science
he wasn't making that up though.
We're talking about the
reason that the
map.
West Africans weren't able to get to where they were is specifically because the Sahara dried up.
Because of the Sahara.
Before the Sahara dried up.
That's what he was
Let me
talking
ask Corey and Chef.
Corey,
can I ask a question?
Hold on, Haskell. Before the Sahara dried up, that area was the most fertile place in Africa.
It's
Oh,
where
okay, you talking
animals
about
got domesticated.
9,000 years ago, bro.
But
Yeah,
when did
that's
that
what I'm
No,
saying.
happen?
ain't no
That's
When
what
did that
fifty
that's why I
happen
thousand.
said
though?
that.
Nah,
Yeah,
But
Right.
that's what I'm
when
saying.
did
So
that
That
hold
happen?
on.
caveat have
Yo,
to be
chef.
when the Sahara
Hold on.
dried up.
I want to ask Chef
We're
and
talking about
Corey
when
a
that was
question.
so far back.
no, it
Right.
wasn't,
Hold on.
man.
That
I
was
want
the
to ask
that
Y'all,
was
Corey
the
and Chef
that
something,
was the
y'all.
holler. That was the way. That was
You
so.
got you
Yo,
got
The
you got
When did
Sahara
it dry
dried up
up?
someone needs to
between
bring up a map.
9,000.
When
Bring
did
up
it
a
happen?
map, somebody.
The
yo, I
Sahara
want to
Because
dried
ask
up
Corey and
between
Chef a
see,
question.
you
9,000.
guys are looking at Egypt as if the
hey
entire
Magic,
country was
hey
populated.
Magic,
Yo,
hey
The
Mike, hold
Magic,
on real quick. Hold on.
hey
I want to
Magic
ask
Mike. I want
Corey
to
and
read
Chef
this.
something.
Hold on, I
uh,
just want to read this, and I'm gonna shut up. I'm saying. So I'm reading Bobby Banger. I'm reading what modern scholarship has to say, not what y'all niggas are saying.
Yeah, let's
What
say if y'all
modern
don't get it
scholarship.
right, he go Uncle cut you on a little error that y'all making. That's what I'm
Because
saying.
Here you
it
go.
doesn't say
no,
anything
but
that
no,
you
but no,
Here you
guys
we're
are
go.
already
saying.
past the meat of
Yeah.
the
Hold on.
conversation.
Let me just read it. Let me just read it. Hold on. Let me
Nine-
read it. I just want to read it.
I see Shake
So,
Auntie up right
so this
there.
for
I
the,
don't
so this
like
for the record. This is for
Hey,
the
I
record.
like shit. Hey, that's my
The
guy.
arguments for all sides are recorded in UNESCO publication General History of Africa. Okay, with the origin of the
the
Egyptians
argument.
chapter being written by
They
the
say the
proponents
arguments.
of the black hypothesis by
They the
Tikan
arguments.
Diop. So I read this years ago. So I already knew not to make certain mistakes, right?
They
They
the
say at the
argument.
1974 UNESCO conference, most participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was indigenous to the Nile Valley and was made up of people from north and south of the Sahara who were differentiated by their color. North and south of the Sahara
I'm
is
not
saying,
disputing
listen,
that.
no,
The
let me just
argument.
bro, let me finish the point here,
It's
man.
the arguments.
This is UNESCO 1974. That's
Yeah,
what
they
they came up
in the
with.
arguments that was
Let me
presented.
finish. It says since the second half of the 20th century, most anthropologists have rejected the notion of race as having any validity in the study of human biology. Trying to tell y'all, Stuart Tyson Smith, right,
Get
the
my map.
Egyptologist. He writes in 2001 Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egyptian. Any characterization of race of the ancient Egyptian depends on modern cultural definitions, not on scientific study. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Frank M. Snowden asserts the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans attached no special stigma to the color of skin and developed no hierarchy notions of race, thereby the highest or lowest position in the social pyramid were based on color. And they got all the sources right here. So don't talk me to motherfucking death, nigga. Go beat that nigga up for that, yo. This nigga do serious lectures on Egypt and fucking Nubia. I didn't say that. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean you're
I
done.
want to ask Corey and
At
Chef
the end of
something,
the
man,
day,
before you go, Magic or
Magic
whoever.
Mike, north and south of the
Yeah,
Sahara.
yeah. I want to
I
ask
don't.
Corey and
No,
Chef
no, did y'all hear
a
that though?
question, right?
You can't be
Hold on,
For
did
listening to
those
everybody
those
that
fucking
papers.
hear that
those
though?
that
Those are
accept the
papers.
orthodox
That's
version
papers, nigga. That's modern
Don't
science.
be listening to
No.
papers.
Why
Egypt/ethnography,
y'all trying to be funny?
right?
Why we not talking about that? It
Hold
said
on, real
north
quick.
and south. What's the
Hey,
difference?
The DNA
you was
shit
finna
said
stop
that.
talking
Whatever,
after
nigga.
you read that
You see
source,
how they do that, right? Y'all
Yeah,
see that,
you
right?
said you was finna stop after you read that. Let me ask Chef and Corey something real quick, right?
Can y'all see my
Just so
Can you
that
screen?
just help me
I'm
out though,
clear
Hazel?
on
Can you help me out,
huh?
Hazel? Can you just help me
Huh?
out? Just highlight that point I made. Then go get then
No, I want to
finish.
ask something separate from that. I've been want to
Why?
ask
This shit was so why? That's the serious point. These
Man, he
niggas argue
been
that all.
wanted to ask
Nah,
this question.
we could stick a pin in that. They're not gonna forget, but I want to ask Corey and Chef specifically, right? Prior to the desertification of the area that we now call the Sahara, right? Were people who we considered, and I'm having a common sense, because sometimes I'll get frustrated with all it. So I just want to have just a regular, common sense, logical type of conversation right now, right? Prior to the desertification of the Sahara, right? The people who we currently call sub-Saharans, were any or was there a good amount of those people residing in that region?
Yes, they
All right.
still have Saharan Black populations that's in the Sahara. So
right. So there was no barrier. The people who were in Ghana, Benin, Chad, and all the rest of it.
No, it was still a barrier. It wasn't a barrier at that time, but the barrier.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, Corey, just hold on. I'm trying to get an understanding from y'all. Let me flesh it out, man.
I just want to make it clear. I just want to be clear.
Yeah. Just hold on, bro. Just hold on. All right. So the desertification happens, right? And the idea is that I guess those people went south. Like, when did the population who y'all consider to be the ancient population, like, because y'all accept that, you know, the sub-Saharans was in North Africa at some point.
No. The modern population of North Africa is the ancient population.
No. That's not what I'm asking, Chef. I'm talking about, all right, remember I just said, was there sub-Saharans up there in the Green Sahara?
Talking about in the Green Sahara,
right.
Chef.
Everybody was there, yo.
Yeah, it was a mixed population.
Everybody was there, right?
Right.
But that wasn't Egypt, though.
No, but that would include Egypt, Corey. That would be the Green Sahara would include all of North Africa, right? So that's what I'm asking y'all, right? So
yeah, but they was talking about more west though when they talking about the Green Sahara. I understand what you're saying, right?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Right. So if the people, because remember, me and you, we have a real conversation. You know how we do, right? So if the people who we consider niggas, right, the barrier wasn't there. As somebody stated, is one of the most fertile shit up there. So you know niggas are gonna be up there parlaying and shit, kicking it, right? So we agree on that. Niggas is up there when that shit was green and flowing and lush and all that, right? Boom. All right. So at what point did the niggas get out of there? Like, once it started drying up, the niggas went south, and then
the articles definitely say that they actually went north.
Okay, so the niggas went north?
No, the people went north.
No,
you
but
can call them whatever you want to call them.
About the bros. I'm asking about the bros.
I don't even know. At that point,
they was mixed, so it's
right.
Bro, I'm talking about. Forget the mixed niggas. I'm talking about the bros, because if I'm in Ghana,
I don't think this population. I don't think this population that you're talking about exists.
If I'm in the area called Ghana today, or Benin, or whatever, right?
No, you wouldn't.
To the north of me, remember, we just having a common sense convo. If I'm in Benin and shit, and I look to the north, I'm like, damn, that shit. I'm talking about in the Green Sahara period, right? That shit lush. They got water, animal. Damn, that shit fly, right? Man, I want to roll up there, right? So let's say the niggas the niggas, right?
It would have been like 10, 20 of them, and they would have had to walk 9,000 miles, Haskell. So no, I'm talking about, all right, like, the shit's crazy to me. Go ahead, though. Keep going.
So niggas just stayed down south, even in the green period, because it was too far.
I mean, who walks 9,000 miles?
That's the argument.
You're thinking of the Green Sahara as if it's
full of people,
smaller than it is.
Right.
This is
like
you
can't see the United States in the Sahara Desert today.
But remember now, the Green Sahara, it was green for what, 10,000 years?
But it didn't happen.
Right, so
it didn't happen overnight.
In 10,000 years, niggas ain't gonna walk them 9,000 miles.
Oh, for what?
Yeah.
So they just gonna vibe. They just gonna vibe down south.
You know, when
niggas
people
ain't gonna
migrate,
go north for no. Come on,
leave out of places, Haskell. It'd be like bands of 20, 30 people. It wasn't no 100,000 niggas or no shit like that.
So for the most part, the Green Sahara was uninhabited then.
I don't know about that, Haskell, but what I'm saying is, if a nigga was in Ghana,
the answer is no. The answer is yes. Essentially, yes.
He's talking about niggas walking from Ghana. He just said Ghana.
The Green Sahara niggas wasn't up there in no significant numbers. So who was up there?
The Green Sahara, the actual area, if you look at the map, could have encompassed millions of people.
Yeah, that's correct.
Millions.
Magic.
So listen to me. Use your logic. Use your logic.
So if there were ever,
I want to use my logic. I want you to tell me who was up there. If the bros wasn't up there, if the niggas wasn't up there, who was up there in that Green Sahara time?
But you just asked me about the niggas that walked from Ghana. That's what you just asked me.
Fuck that. Well, put that to the side. Who was up there?
All right. So now we ain't gonna talk about that.
Who was in the Green? Who was in the Green Sahara?
We saying it's like 30 niggas that walked up there in 8,000 years or whatever. All right, boom. So no niggas wasn't up there in the Green Sahara.
No, why I said the 20, 30 niggas is because when people leave out of places.
Who was up there then in that time, in that Green Sahara time? Who was up there? The French Montana niggas?
No, I mean I submit that there was
because they've been there for 40,000, bro, or whatever.
Okay, so the French Montana niggas up there then, and the black ass niggas was just vibing down south. I just want to clear.
I don't know about that.
But
that's the false dichotomy.
Now y'all doing me like how y'all could doing y'all. Y'all won't get
Haskell, listen.
Y'all saying
setting up a false dichotomy, Haskell. It's either this or that.
How y'all say do y'all? I'm just trying to get a clear picture of how y'all.
Well, I'm trying to help you. Let me help you. Are the people that were there? Are the people that were there still there now? Yes or no?
No,
are they still there now,
here, bro? I'm trying to get an understanding. You can't answer my question with a question, my nigga. 10 to 30 niggas it's only about 30 niggas according to Corey went up there from where we at.
No, you talked about
that's not what
niggas.
Let me answer.
You talked about niggas walking up there from Ghana. That's why I said that, bro.
Right, Ghana, Benin, Burkina Faso.
So when people, let me explain to you, Haskell. Hold on,
all right, boom.
Buddy,
so all the niggas stay where they was at in the south. Boom. Who was them niggas up in the Green Sahara? Can y'all answer that for me? God damn.
It would have been a mixed correlation of a lot of different ethnic groups.
Yeah, so
so it's the same niggas then basically. It's some same French
the niggas that's there today. They still there, bro.
They would have been there too.
So the same niggas that's there today, them the same niggas that was there in the Green Sahara period most.
No, I'm not saying. You can't say most.
It ain't no Green Sahara today.
You can't say most. You can say that
in North Africa, they've been there for a long time.
Talking about the Green Sahara, bro. See, now you doing that same shit. You get mad at niggas.
This is the complexity of this whole thing.
No.
Because academia doesn't even have an answer for what.
Nah, fuck all that academics. This
you
what
keep
we're doing,
that, Brendan, but they have answers for enough. They have enough.
There's no
conversation as bros.
There's no consensus.
They don't know the population base of who in the Green Sahara.
There's no consensus.
For the purpose,
let's move on from that. Let's just move on from that.
No. Okay, well, let's move on.
There's theories one way or the other.
Oh no, you can't know that shit. Just move on.
We hanging on. We gonna one day we gonna find out.
Nah, so y'all ain't got
bunch
no
of niggas up there.
No, but see,
we're never gonna find out.
We do know.
They're never gonna find out.
No,
what
I'm Sosa.
That's what I say. We trying to have definitive,
bro.
We trying to have these definitive
when niggas say
answers
all right
to things
Egypt,
that
it only makes sense
academia
that it's
doesn't
gonna
even
have
have
these
answers
certain
for.
type of
We can't do that. We can't do that.
The Near East and all of that shit, right? Based on its geography.
Our bar is too high.
Niggas are making a logical assertion based on the geography, right? So we're not going into the science and the deep shit. We just relating as brothers, like how niggas just look at some common sense shit. So on some common sense shit, I'm saying, who in y'all estimation was them niggas up in that Green Sahara? Because apparently niggas just they ain't want to walk.
It was all kind of niggas up there.
You won't let anyone answer the question.
Up there. That's what we saying.
Haskell, you're not letting anyone answer the question. You won't let anyone answer the question. We can answer that question.
But y'all dilly-dallying. Y'all dilly-dallying.
But you okay.
Corey?
If you be quiet
for dilly-dallying.
10 seconds, I'll give you an answer. There were sub-Saharan Africans in the Green Sahara. Yes, there were.
Only 30 of them though.
But I don't know.
No. Corey, the 30 was
he convoluted my answer with that.
Stop using the 30. That's not what he was talking about. That's why he's saying that. Let's just forget about the 30. That's for another conversation I was having. That ain't got nothing to do with the Sahara makeup he was talking about.
Yeah, it's just like my comment was that Egypt as a country is the most likely country to be transcontinental, to where you can walk from one to the other.
Of course.
Of any other country in Africa, you can pick on Morocco a little bit. Maybe you can swim to Spain, and you can kind of pick on Ethiopia or Djibouti because it's close to Yemen. But outside of that, as far as walkability and transporting, commuting, logistics, Egypt is the one that's the most likeliest to have that mix of people because you can walk there. It's just like saying Florida is the most likely state in the United States that people from Cuba and the Bahamas would migrate to if they were migrating to the United States. We can all agree with that.
So you saying there wasn't no Cuban niggas in Chicago? It ain't no Cubans and niggas. See, that's the false dichotomy they set up.
You see what I'm saying?
But I'm talking about North Africa in general because
it was
all
a
across,
hub, right? It was a cultural hub.
And stop thinking of Egypt as if the whole country was inhabited. 80% of Egypt was not inhabited. Look at your maps. 80% of Egypt was not.
That's why
really
you got to go to a time period where you're using the map. I was saying, like, are you gonna get beat up on it? You gonna get beat up on
You're talking about the desert, my friend.
That's why we keep talking about
desert.
That's why you have to stick to the time period. That's why when you say the Green Sahara, then it's not the desert. Wouldn't be. There's no desert during the Green Sahara. That's why I said you got to get
right.
If you mess up the technicality, you're gonna get beat up on a little finer details.
And that's why we're not talking. And that's why that's not Egypt at that time.
But yeah, that's why. But he was asking about the Green Sahara. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's what I'm saying though. So that's
but
why
the Green Sahara again. The Green Sahara
you be enabling these niggas.
No, what I be trying to tell y'all
brought
is
Brendan with you.
Hey,
now you
I tried to keep
tell y'all
it.
that when y'all
no,
when
because
y'all fuck
Brendan,
up the
it ain't
finer
even your fault,
details,
Brendan. It's not your fault, Brendan.
What I'm saying is that when y'all fuck up the finer details, y'all get beat up on the little factual details. Y'all
because
I tried to keep it pre-dynastic. I tried
those
to nail
fine
it down.
details, they all be red herrings.
If he asks about the Green Sahara and you make up a point when the goddamn desert is dry, you're gonna be like,
you
yo,
run
I
off.
talk about that
Then when
shit.
you're running off, right?
And then the conversation gets skewed.
Yeah.
That's why. Look, I didn't bring that Green Sahara shit up to throw shit off. I just wanted to understand how the brothers saw it, like how they looked at it. You get what I'm saying? Like
we
racist.
Like
I'm saying if you ask for
that's
something
what it is.
Nah,
and they give you something different.
Y'all so caught up on that, bro. I'm really just trying to get how Corey and Chef them look at it, like coming from that racist and then
what they're saying is that the Green Sahara shit, they give you the Green Sahara, but they're saying like that's not the makeup of Egypt. Egypt don't occur just thousands of years later. So after the Sahara dries up,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
The only thing that matters is who built the pyramid.
How do they see
that's the only thing that matters. I don't know why they fucking around with y'all like that.
With the Green Sahara.
Right. The whole time these people.
That's why I was asking Corey was like, okay, boom. Let's say I'm accepting the premise that by 3100 BC, them people that's there now was the same people that was there in 3100 BC, right? I'm accepting that premise. What I'm asking is, was there ever a point where it was sub-Saharans and then there was a transition? And then so much time. Hold on, goddamn dog. Let me finish the question, bruh. Is the conception that so much time passed between that faraway time period, the Green Sahara, up to when them people who's there in 3100 to the point where it's a whole different ethnic group, or is it that them same niggas that was in there in the Green Sahara, for the most part, is the same niggas that made up the population in 30. I'm just trying to get. You get what I'm saying?
They have lineage. They have lineage to those people, though. Haskell. That's what I'm saying. The people that's there, even if we don't say, oh, that's them 100%. Like they got lineage to them. You know what I'm saying? So like they got lineage coming from 3 different continents, bro. It's a transcontinental place up there.
But Corey, we trying to establish the basal group.
If you go back far enough, Haskell, everybody's basal genetics are African. So like,
no.
Let me let
I'm talking about the basal group.
I don't know what he want me to say.
I'm talking about the basal.
They got absorbed.
Hold on, bro.
I hate to use the word absorb because cuss me the fuck out using that. Go ahead.
I'm saying I'm talking about the basal group from 3100 coming up.
Peace, brother, and goes in.
You get what I'm saying? I'm saying where that basal, what was the basal group during that time period, and where they came from.
I don't know, Haskell. I don't know, man. It goes on the question. You might want to ask
that question before. We've asked that to Unc. We asked it to Reggie. We've asked it to Ngozi. We've asked that question to multiple people. At the end of the day, they're not there anymore. They got absorbed. Their growth rate did not expand as fast as the others, but they were there. Their growth rate and growth trajectory just did not grow at the same rate as the others.
What's the conclusion? What's the question though, King?
The question is, what happened to the sub-Saharan component, the basal?
What was the basal group from
the basal component that were there?
No, from the
that were there.
We're talking about. I was talking specifically about the Green Sahara, like because the guys, most of the guys on the panel, Ngozi, their conception is that the folks who are there now, the French Montana looking niggas, them niggas was the one that been there since the relevant period under study, meaning 3100 and maybe just a little bit before that, right? The pre-dynastic, right? So my question was, because the idea is that the desert basically was like a barrier to the sub-Saharans from getting to North Africa. So my question was to them, how they conceive of it as far as the sub-Saharans. Back when the Sahara was lush and green and all that shit, was niggas rolling up there vibing? And to what degree? How many niggas was sliding up there? You know what I'm saying? Because if it's the way how niggas was describing it, like lush and elephants and you know what I'm saying, niggas gonna go all up through there. Niggas love it. Come on, man. Niggas gonna fall for something.
I mean, the cave art explains it all. The Tassili cave art, the Pheasant cave art. We got to look at it. The people up there, even those Saharic populations that they call Paleo-Saharics, they used to exist up there. Some of those layers went south because you got to remember it was three dried out phases in the Holocene glacier period. So they went into different directions at different times. And the lighter skinned population that you see there now, they don't get there until about 5,600 years ago. But I mean, it's an article on it. It talks about North Africa mixed with Southern Europeans and Levantine populations. Even with the Levantine population, the base, and this is the trick, Levantine populations were distinct in phases as well. Like, for example, those basal Eurasians, they came back into North Africa probably 30 to 23,000 years ago with dark skin. They wasn't light skinned yet. They still have robust features according to skulls that they reconstructed, right? But then when those Chalcolithic Eurasians come in, this is the Copper Age before the Bronze Age. These people are the ones that's bringing this light-skinned variant in. And then you already had Saharic populations already in those areas because they were leftover remnants of that. I keep bringing it up, the Tyrian culture. Some of those people.
Yeah, but Amir, insofar as the people who we call sub-Saharan, right?
Yeah.
Are there any estimations as to how many of those people traveled from Mali, Ghana, Benin, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Senegal, et cetera, et cetera?
When people travel, when people migrate out, they only migrate in bands of 30 and shit like that.
Yeah,
they
right.
migrate out in hundreds of thousands.
30 niggas, all right. Is there any
I'm just saying, like, niggas don't get up and leave in 100,000 group. Like, they don't do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, is it any estimation as to how many of the groups that we call sub-Saharan was going or up in that area during the Green Sahara period?
I mean, we can't really estimate how many. The thing is that there's a genetic signature from North to sub-Saharan, like for popular, because again, this is the thing, King. That's a complex. That's not a simple answer. I don't think none of us can really answer. We don't know how many people leaked out from south to north. But we do know that a population that looked like groups of people in the south were there. But here's the thing, though. But there's also signals from a northern population from Paleolithic North Africans that inserted south. And in the southern portions of Africa, it wasn't barren. You had human groups down there that we mingled with. So again, when you ask the question, that's why I talk about segments within the DNA, right? If you're running around here with haplogroup E, and this is important, and then people, if you're running around with haplogroup E, that's a Saharan marker. That marker have late downstream mutations in sub-Saharan Africa, which shows that at one time period, a group of North African men at an early period went south and intermingled with hunter-gatherers that was down there and created the bridge of what we represent today, which is what we classify as sub-Saharan Africa. We are a hybrid group, but we're still distinct because we represent an older layer of North Africa than the recent population of North Africa. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, let me ask you then, Gozi. Is this a true statement? And I'm going to sleep. The population that's there now, the dominant population, at some point in history absorbed the other populations that were there from the Green Sahara, from other parts of sub-Saharan African. Their growth rate did not grow as fast as the one of the dominant population now, and they absorbed them into that population overall. That true statement.
Yeah, this is why North African men have indigenous North African markers, but their mitochondria DNA is completely foreign. It's outside of Africa. So yes, they represent populations that mingle together. It's just not the Saharan population that got absorbed there, but it also represents the Eurasian population that back migrated in different phases. And we got to remember, the reason why that Eurasian component is so high, because Eurasians kept coming in. They just don't come in only 3,000 years ago. You have an older phase of Eurasians coming in 30,000 years ago. You got another branch of Eurasians coming in 7,000 years ago. You got another because Homo sapiens, we do things cyclically. We mimic patterns. We don't go outside of our range. We follow the same pattern. I mean, even if you study
at what point in Gozi did they become the majority population in your estimation?
They kept dominating those areas at different periods. So
Starting at what point though? Starting at what point?
You're going in and out. You're going in and out, Gozi.
I'm sorry. They started to dominate, or they started to really overly grow, probably starting as early as 15,000 years ago, because they kept mingling. They kept coming in different phases of time.
15,000 years ago, they began to be the dominant and majority population. That's what we're saying.
So let me give you an example, King.
That's what I was trying to get from Corey and Chef Dunn.
Yeah,
you get that's what I was trying to get.
So let's look at the example. Let me give y'all an example right quick. So we go into the Ibero-Maurusians, right? You guys can look up their genetics in Morocco. That's 15,000 years ago. These people are 65% Near Easterner-like genetically from the Levant population that came in. And they were 35 or 1/3% of their DNA was 35% Hadza and Yoruba-like. But what they let you know is that you had at one time period, see, the Assyrian culture only ranges. We got to study the Assyrian culture, the chronology. It only goes from 160,000 years to 30,000 years. Something happened. There was a bottleneck with these populations. These people had leftover vestiges still lingering around North Africa. But there was a strong backflow of Levantine populations that they're calling Near Easterners. They came in and intermingled with these people, which creates this identity, or what they call Ibero-Maurusians. So from the fossils that they sequenced, they were 65% Near Easterner-like. Only 1/3 or 35% was Sub-Saharan-like. But the trick with that Sub-Saharan thing is, it's not even really Sub-Saharan. They say Sub-Saharan-like because it represents a layer of an old North African component that was lingering around that actually went from north to south, that inserted into populations that were distinct and isolate from the groups in the north. But this is before those dried periods. So there was a bottleneck from an earlier wave before these other people started to dominate. So I would say Eurasians started to come in, whether they were darker skin in the first phase into the lighter phase, they started coming in at a stronger percentile dominantly, probably around 15,000 years ago. Then the other population that was lingering around got absorbed in. Now, when it comes to those people in the Tassili cave art and Pheasant cave art, now we go to the article, Peopling of the Early Green Sahara. So you find people leaking out, like the oldest Negroid skull, according to the anthropology, the oldest Negroid skull was found with something called a Siller man in Mali. That only goes back probably 9,000 years, 7,000 years, if I'm not mistaken. 9,000 years. But even though the Quadan culture had the features too as well, but that's something different. I don't want to get into that. So you have people sprinkling in between that Sahel, which is north of sub-Saharan Africa, through that Sahel that goes up there mingling with those people. And this is when you start to see the pheasant cave art, Tassili cave art, the people dealing with cattle and different things. So, but in that northern portion, they was already up there at a strong percentage. Going back,
I got a question about that cave art, right? Is this the cave art with the cows and shit, right? And and it's got the people, and they saying these people is black because the color of the paint. Am I correct on? Is this the cave y'all talking about?
Them niggas, Corey, in that Tassili cave art. Yeah, them niggas, bro.
Them black, even the archaeology, even the guy that found. See, it ain't just that king that not just the art.
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm just trying to get clarification.
No, I'm gonna answer your question, King. Here's the thing.
Okay.
It ain't just the art, because art could be tricky. Because you can have something that like if you go to Mesolithic Spain, in those cave arts up there, you find dark-skinned people. But remember, 7,000, 8,000 years ago, the fragmented populations of Cro-Magnon man in Spain and Europe were dark-skinned. Some of them niggas had blue eyes. This is before the Neolithic Europeans even expanded and gave them a light-skinned variant. So that's not getting.
So that's what you mean by robust features, right? You mean archaic human features.
Well, the early Cro-Magnon humans, which is Homo sapien, which is us, that lived in Europe, that goes up there 40,000 years ago with dark skin. They come from the Middle East too. They are called Agrigetian population too. You had the Levantine Agrigetian, and you had the Agrigetian population that went into Southern Europe around 40,000 years ago from the Levant, or the so-called Middle East. Remember, the exit route for Homo sapiens is North Africa. They're leaving out of North Africa. Some of these people linger around the Levant, and they only make it into Europe around 40,000 years ago. These early humans, who they're calling Cro-Magnon man from the Cro-Magnon caves in France, were dark-skinned humans that come out of the early Middle East. At this time, the light-skinned variant did not express itself this time. So until 40,000 to 10,000 years to Mesolithic Europeans, they were dark-skinned. Some of them had blue eyes. So you can go into Spain and France. Let me just say this, King. You can go into Spain and France and see cave art, because I'm just going to your conclusion. Dark skin does not mean black in the sense of what we understand today. That's true. But what I'm saying is this. But when you get into what we know, that the reason why we understand that the people that made the Tassili cave art wasn't just the idea of what we call black based off the artwork. It's also certain customs that some equatorial Africans still practice today from old layers of their old Saharian ancestors partially. And we have something that's a reminder of the black signature that was there, or what we call black signature. It's called the Black Libyan mummy. The Black Libyan mummy, according to the morphology, according to the skull type, when they measured the skull, when they looked at his limb proportions, the baby who was 2 years old that was mummified was labeled Negroid. He was labeled Negroid. So they let you know at one time period, there was a idea of what we know as a black population lingering around that Sahara. Not just the artwork, but the Black Libyan mummy kind of shows that. And also, if you guys can look this up right now, type up Garamantes. According to the anthropologist with the Garamantes, she clearly said that there were two distinct groups there. A Mediterranean group, which is the typical North African that look like French Montana, and another group were Negroid-like. Then we have to get into a culture that lives in southern Libya that's Negroid, that's not a result of slaves that live there. They're called the Taboo people of Libya. They're Nilo-Saharan speaking people. How long have they been there? You get what I'm trying to say?
So you accept that, Corey, that the people on that cave art.
I accept that, but my question about the cave art, I was actually asking a question about the cave art, because the cave art is, and I could be wrong. This might not be the cave art that y'all talking about.
No, it's the same cave art, Corey.
Right. I'm probably not familiar exactly with the name of it, but let me explain it to you.
The shit with the cows and shit, bro. It's the same. Yes. It's the same shit, bro.
That's the proto.
Right. It's got the cows, right? Hold on. Let me
go ahead, King. Go ahead.
My question is, the cows are the same color as the people in that cave painting, right? Am I correct on that?
I don't think so.
Some of them are darker. You gotta look at it. We can pull it up, because y'all pull it up.
Pull it up right now.
I just saw it. Yeah, pull it. Somebody pull that up, because
but Corey,
while they're pulling it up in Goldie, let me ask you this about.
Yeah, but Corey, hold on real quick,
if it's what I'm talking about,
I just want to say something to Corey real quick. Corey, I don't know
it's
if you
what
heard what
I'm
he said
talking
a while
about,
ago, that it wasn't just the color of the art or whatever. It's corroborated, right? That those people are black, meaning within the concept of
fine.
how we
I
see
heard
black
y'all say that. I heard you
based
say
on
that.
based on the customs
I'm
aligning
saying
with certain
y'all
people
wrong
in
on this. I'm not saying
right.
anybody's wrong. I just want to point
I'm
out.
saying I don't know if you heard that when he said it wasn't just the art, it's based on the customs and shit
I've heard him
of
say
what
that.
them people
Heard
was
him say
practicing
that.
on
Let them
that
get it
art.
out, Haskell. Let them get it out.
I'm not trying to combat anything, Haskell. I'm not saying this to be combative. I'm just saying this to bring this to my attention so that I know that I'm thinking about, when he says this, I'm thinking about the right pictures, right? So Sosa, have you saw this thing, right? Have you saw this pet painting, Sosa?
Yeah, a while back. Yeah.
Is the cows the same color as the people? That's all I'm asking.
I don't remember if all the cows were the same color people. I'm sure some of them were.
Okay, that was it. That's all I was wanting to know.
But the question that you're asking is indicative of why rock art and all of this stuff has to be used in concert with a lot of other stuff. You know, I know artists today, we act as if these artists had Adobe Photoshop and a full spectrum of colors.
No,
and
but we know
hold
when
up, Doc.
variants occur. I'm saying we
We
know
act
when
as if
certain.
hold up, my friend. We act as if they had a full array of artistic tools to accurately depict what they looked like and what their environment looked like. They worked with what they had. And then we act as if when they were doing this thousands of years ago, they had some level of intent to prove a point to us in this modern day. If they knew we were going
No
to be
one's
having
saying that. Nobody on that
But
panel
yeah,
is
that's what I'm
saying
saying.
that.
I was trying to stop you. That's not. But that's why you
Yeah,
can't
no
stop
one on
it.
this panel is
And then
saying
we
that.
know we know
That's a
when
red herring.
we know
No,
when
no.
that what they call the pale. We know when the pale skin genes start to proliferate. So there's different things that we can track to get an understanding of what the colorations were. So we can go deeper.
The pale skin gene has nothing
Hey
to do with
guys,
that,
you have a
though.
search
So
term?
I'm
You
saying
guys
that we
have a
can go
search term
deeper
I
than
can
the
look
paint.
at for
Is what I'm saying. It's
the
not
No,
just
I'm
based.
saying,
yeah,
I'm
I
not
just wanted
saying
to know
don't
about the
use the
paint.
paint.
That's all I wanted
I
to
was
know.
talking about Mike as far as
do you guys have a search term I can use to pull up
Okay.
the actual thing?
Type up to silly cave art. But I wanted to say this: it's just not the cave art. That's a reminder. Most archaeologists that deal with that cave art, they already know the population that was wandering around there. And I'm gonna tell you who they are. The cattle that they have on the cave art is still being used. And guess who they are? They're called the Fulani. They're called the Tuaregs. The Tuaregs or the Amazigh Tuaregs and the Fulani, they call those people proto-Fulani people. The cattle, it's just not the artwork, but it shows the type of cattle that they use. Those Fulani people, which exist in between the Sahel and sub-Saharan Africa, have always been there. They have always been there. So what I'm saying is that if you study the cattle, if you guys look up, if you're on the line right now, you can even type up Garamani skulls. You can see what's going on. So it's just not the artwork. We have to deal with the art. We have to deal with the archaeology. We have to deal with the anthropology. We have to deal with the skulls. It tells a very complex story in that area. But the
So then
Fulani,
was my ancestors then that made them paint.
hell yeah, they're your ancestors. If you are,
I'm Fulani.
This? Can you guys see this? Is this what you guys were mentioning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, here go another one. I got one for you. Type up Negro
Listen,
mask.
I can guarantee you that an artist today, using what they have available today, looking at that same thing, would draw would draw a depiction.
Nobody's saying that what you're saying is wrong. That's why you can't just stop at looking at the art. That's why he's using the other
But
explanation.
listen to me. But I'm not stopping there. I said up front that it has to be used in concert.
So do you disagree with the notion being presented, or are you presenting
No,
a different argument?
Listen, I disagree. I'm talking about this in general, rock art altogether. What I'm saying is it has to be used in concert with all the other things, and reaching a conclusion leaning heavily on art.
Yeah, Magic Mike. Did you hear what
you're saying?
He said they
them to
leaning
do
heavily on
what
it.
we're
Though.
telling you that.
I'm
but
sure they got other
do
shit, but they leaning heavily on it.
It's like what
So
you're
hold on. He
asking
said
for
they
has already been
corroborated with some
done. So
other
it's like
disciplines, but
you're
they
bringing
lean
up something
heavily
that's already been done.
Yeah, he said that. He said that.
All
Haskell,
right.
yeah.
So, and goes, if you're on here,
Could you give
No, you give it. You give it, because you know all
I
the
don't
shit.
have enough knowledge on it
Okay,
to
well,
give.
shut the
What I
fuck
want
up
to
and let the
ask
man
though
make
is
his goddamn
how
point.
much
Damn, dude.
if you were to give
Damn,
a
the
quick
man can't even get
appraisal,
his
right?
shit out. You don't even know
Yeah,
half the
hold
shit you
on,
talking
bruh.
about, but you want to object. You know that Ngozi got an objection to it.
Nah,
No,
I
let
don't
him
know if
make
you
his
got an
fucking
objection.
point,
What I want to
and
know is
then have Ngozi object to it if he want to.
what I want to know is because he said that there's some groups
beautiful
up there
art,
that
though.
practice similar customs to what's depicted on this. So my question is, how much, if you had to give an appraisal in a percentage like pie chart type shit, how much would you say the percentage they leaning on the art, the percentage they leaning on the customs, the percentage they leaning on the other shit?
Oh, well, if we base it off the art, the customs, the fossils, certain genetic signatures, based which in some layers is postulation, but yet and still, like the people of the Green Sahara, if I was to put it on a chart scale, there's a 90% chance of what we saying of the population being who they're saying, which is those.
Right. No, but I'm saying, you said they
You
leaning
have to.
heavily on the art though. So would you say 50% art and then
Nah.
50%
We
right?
can't give a breakdown like that, but the artist.
I can't do it because art is exaggerated, so I can't
Yeah,
really do
art's
that.
gonna be the least. Art gonna be the least.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's what I'm saying. That's
okay,
what
so
I'm
they're not
saying.
heavily leaning on the art then.
No,
That's
it's not
what
heavily.
I'm
It's not
saying.
heavily leaning on the art, but the art is
Somebody
important.
just said they're heavily leaning on the art.
No. I said you can't heavily lean
okay,
on
they're
it. I
not
said you
Magic Mike.
shouldn't.
He just
Yeah,
said
that's
they
what I keep
not.
saying. They're
That's the
not
red
doing that.
herring.
That's what I'm saying.
And
Right,
the
to
thing,
bring it up is crazy.
and we all intelligent. We got a scientific mind. We know for us, whether pseudo killers or whatever, we understand that we can't base things off lookership. So if a person look at an art or a depiction, that's called lookership. So we got to go past the lookership and think scientifically.
Right.
We got to have the scientific methodology.
Yeah,
we have
Mike, how we get down on here, bro. So why you keep bringing that up? Niggas is not doing that, bro.
I brought it up for
that shit is
just
a red
minute.
herring. That same shit.
Yeah, but
Corey talking
yeah.
about.
Yeah, it's distracting from because we already covered the
Right. We don't get down like that on here. We not Shaka.
Oh man, come on! All the red herrings you done brought, high school, get the shit, get the hell out of here.
Corey, let that man get the red herring in one
your ass
time.
been enabling.
You
You've been the red herring enabler, dude. I changed your name. You is not the pseudo enabler.
You can't own the red herring.
You the red herring enabler.
You got the red herrings on lock. You got to share some of the goddamn red herring.
Man,
you just got all the herrings.
All the red herrings in the world, bro. Come on, man.
Corey got all the goddamn herrings.
Hey, Corey, it was niggas in that rock art, bro. Just accept it, dog. I don't know why it bothered you so much. That was us, nigga.
It don't bother me. It don't bother me.
Sister CK and Adrian got their hand up for the last hour. Did they have something they want to say?
Got their hand up. Hey, kick them off the goddamn panel.
No, because they gonna convolute the conversation about what color somebody.
Can I read something to you? Can I read something to you guys from Paleolithic DNA of the Caucasus? This is a BioRab article. I wanted to read something about what's going on. So is this point right here, right? It says archaeological studies indicate that the spread of morphological features and artifacts from North Africa into the Near East, such scenario would be also explain the presence of Y chromosome haplogroup E in the Natufian Levantine farmers. A common link between the Levant and Africa, moreover, a model predicts the West African, represented by the Yoruba, had 12.5 plus 1.1% ancestry from the Tuareg-related groups, then the Tuareg have an ancestry in sub-Saharan Africa. This also shows the limited aspect or one of the reasons for the Neanderthal signature being so low in the admixed presence in West Africa. An advantage of our model is that it allowed the North African component and ancestry of the Tuareg group rather than deriving exclusively from the Levantine and sub-Saharan sources. So basically what I'm trying to say is that, again, us who have this marker, this E marker, this is a scientific article. It's coming from some of those groups that came from that Paleo-Saharan population that went south. We mixed with some shit that was south of the Sahara, and some layers of our genetics, as we get mixed with ghost populations or ghost genes, or what they call ghost genes, or ghost populations that have some archaic shit in them, possibly what they're labeling as Homo Bodhi now, because they threw out the term Homo heidelbergensis, because they said that the terminology, they just did this year. They said the dude that said that it was some bias, some racist shit to it. So now they're calling it Homo Bodhi man. They just did that this year. But that was probably Homo heidelbergensis, which was a transitional phase in between us, or what we found in Morocco called Jebel Hud. with that ghost population and old Mesolithic West African hunter-gatherers that dispersed in East Africa 33,000 years ago, with the combination of the fragmented population from the Green Sahara and some layers when it dried up 7,500 years ago that went south and mixed with these populations, later on creating what we know today as sub-Saharan Africans. While the other population, and this is why some people believe, or some of these DNA tests is linking E1B1A with Ramesses III. It's not that you come from Ramesses III. It represents something in the Green Sahara that dispersed in multiple directions. Some of these dudes did go back towards the Nile, meeting up with other groups, even though they were highly mixed. So there's a North African component that inserted south. And most of us in the southern portion of sub-Saharan Africa have late downstream mutations of this E marker. So there is relation through the Green Sahara, yet and still we're not them, but there's a bridge, especially when it comes to this so-called paternal marker. 12.5.
Let me ask you something, Gozi.
Yes.
Let me ask you, where else in the world did we have I probably can't pronounce this correctly, a desert, well, the desert dried up essentially. Did that happen in the Americas? A Green Sahara phenomenon. Where else did that happen? Whether it happened in Africa or did it happen in the Americas and Asia?
It happened in Lush Arabia, where our paternal marker probably really came from 72,000 years ago, before people went back into Ethiopia and diversified. It also happened in, we understand the history of Arizona. A lot of these places were green before a lot of stuff became red. But if you study the Arabian Peninsula, 80,000 years ago, Arabia was green. And then 72,000 years ago, things started to drop. So it happened in more, people are going to move around to survive. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Very
and what I'm
interesting.
trying to say is that some of our West African ancestors may have I'm just saying, because it's not, you can't pigeonhole science, not me, not none of us. It's so complicated, bro. Not saying, because we're not Egyptians. I'm not claiming that. But I do look at Egypt as an African civilization, but we are our own cluster. But the thing is, some of our genetics represent basal Eurasians that back migrated a long time ago. That represents who we are. So there's a bridge where things can come together, and there are bridges where we can be genetically far off. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think you're the authority as far
yeah, but you know, for the purposes of the discussions that we be having on here, because we are interested in race, right? I know I am. And I want to say Corey and the others are. The discussions we have on here, I think they're more dealing with the most recent, you know, and how it would relate to us as far as the discussions we have in today.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So when it comes to the Egyptians today, I'm going to answer this question. They are genetically far from us. Those people that you see in those areas now represent their history. Those North Africans represent their history. Did we have anything to do with Egypt? No. Were there a black presence, or was there a black presence in Egypt? What we classify as black? Absolutely. It was a dark-skinned, you still got dark-skinned people there. It's been going in and out for a long time. Was those dark-skinned people connected to us? Sub-Saharan Africa is diverse. A Somali is genetically far off distantly and genetically than a Nigerian, yet and still they're classified as Sub-Saharan Africans. The same thing with a Nilo-Saharan. Like when you look at those Nubians that's chained up, those Nubians that was chained up that the Egyptians were getting from other Sudanese people, they're not us. Those dark-skinned Nubians are not us. Those are not Bantu speakers. Those are not Niger-Congo speakers. Those are not Yoruba, Igbo. Those are not our ancestors. Those were primarily Nilotic people that always range in that Sudanic area, in that Nile Valley. They're part of that Nile Valley cluster, you know. So even those darker-skinned groups that we labeled as black, or could be classified as black, they're not us. So the bottom line is that those people in Egypt today represent their history. The people in Nubia represent their history. Even with the late addition of the Arab ancestry in Northern Sudan, they came in 641 AD and mixed with them. It represents their history. The people in Southern Sudan represent their genetic continuity. That whole Nile Valley cluster from Sudan to Egypt represent their history. And the same thing with the Berbers in North Africa or the Amazigh in North Africa. I couldn't make them non-African. They represent their history. And the people that were so-called black or whatever we want to call them, did get absorbed in those other populations because, again, Eurasians came in phases. Some Eurasians wasn't the same. We're talking about 23,000 years with the earliest population, 7,600 years, 4,300 years, 1800 BC when the Hyksos come in, Persians, Arabs, other groups of Mediterranean people studied constantly in certain genes in there. So what we come to say about North Africa is that these people have unrested genes. So they represent their history. They represent the history from the old Sahara to the Mediterranean, plays a major role with what they are and what they look like. And they should look like that. They should look like that. But when it comes to us, because we were isolated from our ancestors that went into tropical sub-Saharan Africa, intermingle with people, stay isolated, and all we can do is breed with people that look similar to us. It's not like we was going out our way or we had to go out our way to try to breed with other people. We only bred with the population that we had, and we created our own kingdoms independently without a person from the Nile coming in or us going into the Nile. We have our own history, our own cluster, our own time frame. And those people on the cuff, like our Pula ancestors or Fulani ancestors, they represent a group of people that always stayed in the Sahel that pop in and out. They're nomadic, they're pastoralists. And when you get into their genetic signatures, it tells a beautiful story. They represent their history. So if we understand the complexity of Africa, geographics, timeline, the archaeology, the anthropology, the genetics, the whole picture can come to you. The whole framework can come to you to have a full understanding of what's going on. It makes sense then.
Hey, how much stock you put in that Turin Kings list? Because I was reading today that according to the Egyptians, their own words, that their kingship goes back like 30,000 years. Like how much stock you put in that?
Well, I want you to type this up, my brother. The oldest monarchy starts in Sudan or ancient Nubia. It's an article on that. When it comes to monarchy, the monarchy pre-dynastically, I would say, here again, dynastic period is a framework of what Egyptologists gives us. But again, these people had kingdoms and pre-kingdoms before the idea of Egypt. They had the tubulus that exists before the mastabas or the benches that was created, which later on gave rise to the pyramid. And you find a lot of that stuff in the Central Sahara. You have Natufian populations who were farmers, especially in the Chalcolithic period coming in. So their kingdoms, when it comes to the timeline, I can definitely agree that just because we have a snapshot or a time frame of monarchy starting 7,000 years ago, if we understand our species as primates or Homo sapiens sapiens, we understand the male ego or how we function in a monarch or in the characteristics of the leader within our species always happening. So I don't know how they define kingdom or kingship, but when it comes to a dynastic idea of king from the framework of what we know as Egypt, that starts with Narma unification of Semat-Tawi before you have the idea of Kemet, which is another later term that happens in the 11th dynasty, or the term desert, which gives rise to the term desert or whatever. That starts 5,300 years ago. If we want to base it off the oldest monarchy from the article, that starts around 6,300 years ago. So I don't understand a model of what they understand as king. But when it comes to kingdoms within the Nile, if they're saying in that sense, there have always been people, because a lot of this stuff isn't based off the consensus of what's been discovered. So in some cases, some of their things are also being exaggerated to explain an idea model of their history. You get what I'm trying to say, bro?
Right, because I'm saying like academia doesn't the consensus, they don't accept it. Like the Turin Kings list.
Yes.
Like at a certain point, they write it off as being like mystical and
yes,
you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why I was asking you, like,
because
how
it would have had to been oral for like so many thousand years before you get writing it, and you can't really. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Say it again, Sosa.
It would have had to be oral for so many thousands of years before writing. It's like they would be like, well, how can you even accurately account?
Exactly.
And
a reign that long.
Yes,
what's
sir.
our greatest sub-Saharan, what we call sub-Saharan? What's our greatest sub-Saharan African kingdom to where we were the dominant population for, throughout its existence and at its peak? If we were looking at something outside of Egypt, which one would kind of stand out the most in your opinion?
Well, for
Hold
us
up.
and
Hold
Western,
up, brother Ngozi. Not trying to be mean. Y'all been talking for flipping hours. It's been 2 hours since both Adrian and I have been trying to speak. Y'all keep asking questions and talking in circles. So I'm gonna be nice and see if Adrian, did you want to speak first?
Yeah, but let him answer that question.
If you're still awake, apparently, because he could have fell off. With y'all mother flowers.
Man, you gotta get in when you finish.
He was just about to answer.
I
Just about to answer a pivotal question.
Hey, I love y'all platform. Pseudo killers be rocking because this is when you get intellectual sportsmanship. This is deep shit.
Go ahead.
Reggie,
Peace, Reggie. Peace.
Hold up, Adrian.
He's back.
You know, that question, you can look up plenty of books in plenty of books in the New Black Knowledge Discourse server on African kingdoms that you can read on your own time. Go ahead, Adrian.
Let him name one though. CK, don't just start. Let him
Nah,
name one.
Mother Flower's been talking long enough. Y'all
Yeah,
be
but
okay.
let him finish the point.
Nope.
And then
That's a
go
point.
after
That's
that.
a point behind the question.
CK, you can't just.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Sosa. Because y'all
CK,
been
you don't
talking for
just-
hours.
I understand
because
that,
that
but if we
question's going to
talk
lead
about
into another
hours-
question. Then someone's going to have something
No,
else that
no,
they're going
but
to
if you
interject.
already
And we're
made
going
the
to be here for a
statement-
whole nother hour. We
But
already
if
been
you
here for 2
already
hours
made
waiting
the
to speak.
Adrian fell off anyway.
No, Sosa.
Adrian, I don't hear no more.
I'm just telling you no. Straight up
Now
telling you
Adrian
no.
fell off. CK,
All right,
he not.
I'm out.
No, he just
I'ma
unmuted his
holler at
mic. Go ahead, Adrian.
What up,
He's
Adrian?
not. He's not on the panel. CK, look again. Oh no, he right there. Okay, I see him.
What up, Adrian?
Craziness, I say. Goodness. Sit back for a little bit. Listen for a little bit instead of doing so much talking. Go ahead, Adrian.
Adrian, you there, brother?
That boy fell asleep, man.
I hear him. He's quiet. His mic.
Nah, that boy out of there.
Yeah, that was the reason I asked the question. I mean, you don't have to answer it if we don't have time or want to go to someone else, but it was in the
You need to
context of our
check your audio, Adrian.
Nah, we can't hear you,
I
Adrian.
think it's low. He's low.
It's probably whatever you're using to speak, where you're going to have to unplug it and plug it back in. Or if you're using some type of adapter, you might not be able to use that.
Welcome back, brother Reggie.
You on mute, Reg.
Yeah, he said wait a sec.
No, we're talking about Reg. Reg on mute, not Adrian.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, Adrian, you're going to have to figure that out. So I guess I'll just go ahead and go because I'm not trying to sit up here and wait for another hour after waiting too, just for y'all to talk about some more other stuff and circle back to
the CK. Why did you
arguments.
wait? Why did you wait? Why didn't you jump in?
Anyways, peace to, well, actually, you know what? I ain't going to say peace because I don't come in peace. I'll say peace to the chat. I'm not gonna be long-winded at all. I'm gonna try to touch on everything if I can as quickly as possible. I'm just gonna keep it 100. People can take it how they want to flip and take it. I don't care if your feelings get hurt. This whole Egyptian conversation, it pops up every fucking year. Shockingly, actually, multiple times a year. Almost like people don't know nothing else. They can't talk about nothing else. Their intellect only goes as far as Egypt. And, not saying that that's the case for everyone. Maybe that's the case for you if you take it personal. Even furthermore, which bothers me, is that it always comes up in Black History Month. There is other shit that we can talk about. Every year around Black History Month, the whole Egypt conversation come up. We squashed this shit like years ago. So I don't understand why is it coming back up again. Unc has dropped his sources. Shit, Truth Ministry, he dropped a bomb on the damn panel, a video by a really good writer called Basil Davison, a video that a documentary that was done by him that cleared up all of this craziness. So it is what it is. I understand we can't know everything. We can't read everything. You can't be the expert on everything. But there's other things we can talk about. There are so many Black scientists that we are not aware of. There are plenty of Black revolutionaries that we could talk about, that we can learn about. There's a lot of Black issues that we got going on here in America in regards to voter rights protests, white supremacists running wild. You know what I mean? So much stuff that we could talk
you
about.
got to talk to the pseudo killers,
and
CK. They the ones keep bringing up Egypt.
Okay, well, I'm still going down my list, still speaking, sir. You had all night to talk all crazy. And like I said, I won't be long, hopefully no longer than 5 minutes. Y'all can time me. So with that being said, with the whole Egypt thing, let's just jump into that real quick, craziness. It's been gone over before. The source that y'all read that's from 2018 or 2017 or whatever, I dropped that source a whole month ago. And me and Unc already read through it, and he corrected me on some shit that I was wrong on live on the air. Why people don't remember is because it was the last 2 minutes of the darn live stream. Yo, y'all doing too much. We have to keep things in context. We can't keep saying that we are scientific. Oh, we trying to be right and correct, but we want to leave out certain details because it proves us wrong. We only want to talk about up to a certain period because if we go back past that certain period, some shit's going to prove us wrong. It's not about us being right. It's not about me trying to make you look like you wrong. Yo, we have to give the truth, but give it in context. Just be honest, yo. Just be honest. The Egyptians, the North Africans, whatever problem that y'all got a problem with, yo, there were Black Africans up there. Whether you want to believe it or not, whether you want to agree with it or not, they were up there, yo. Some groups, we already have historical, we already have, well, probably historical documents too, but we already have various articles written on the science in regards to the migrations out and back into Africa. So, yo, if we already have that proof that some people left and some people came back, yo, some people probably stayed too. That's why you still see that lingering of some of the native Africans there. You're doing too much by trying to make it seem like it's only about today. It's only about who the people are there today. Yo, like, just keep it 100. Those people are heavily mixed. They're heavily mixed with the native African population and the people that migrated to there, yo. Heavily mixed. So now you want to say, oh, those people ain't us. Of course, nobody's saying that they are. They aren't us. The problem is we can't ignore the other part of their ancestry just because you only want to focus on the Europeans and Arabs that like took over that whole area, basically took it over. You can't ignore the original population that was there. You know what I mean? So yes, if we want to sit up here and go to the ethnic groups, when it comes to Western Central Africans, no, Western Central Africans were not, there wasn't us up there. When we start looking at the DNA test, you're seeing the Maasai and Nalalic speaking people from the Sudan area. Okay, those aren't us ethnically, fine, but you cannot ignore that Black Africans was up there. Keep it in context. So I'm going to drop a video real quick, if I can find it as quickly as possible, because I only got like another minute or two. I don't want to, hold on. Damn it. Okay, right here. I'm going to drop a video in the YouTube chat right now. And actually, I'm gonna take it a step further and I'm gonna put it in the Pseudo Killer Discord server for people to watch as well. It goes into detail and explains and clears up some things in regards to DNA and even some mistakes that I was even making with DNA that Unc had to correct me on. We all still learning. We getting there. We can't be the best on everything. And I really appreciate good brother Ngozi for coming through because he cleared up a lot of stuff that I hope and pray is not going over people's head, going in through one ear and out the other. I really, really, really hope so. Because when it comes to genetics and DNA, sometimes we may not completely understand stuff in regards to genetic divergent. And like he mentioned earlier, bottlenecking. And there's another one that Unc went over like years ago when we were beating up the Abos real bad. I can't even remember the name of it off the top of my head. I probably got it saved somewhere. But, it is what it is. So another thing that I wanted to touch on that I really do not care for, I really want us to be careful about some of our borderline racist things that we may say in regards to African people, yo. Unc, this is the last two things I'm gonna touch on. Unc brought up a good point when he said that, hey, we are heavily Europeanized here in America. And I'm not gonna lie, even I had to catch myself sometimes when I say or think certain things that I have to remind myself, like, yo, like we're taught over here in America, a lot of their racist ideologies pass on to us. And then we end up using that when we get to talking about our ancestors. So yes, he is right in regards to the whole sub-Saharan thing. We have to keep that in context. That doesn't necessarily make us racist, but the ideology, it influences us heavily. And a lot of times it's getting to the point where you don't even realize it. We get to talking reckless and get to talking crazy. We don't even realize it. It takes somebody from outside of America to like tell us about ourselves. Like, yo, you need to check yourself. Like you heavily influenced by some craziness. And there were some things too that Corey said that I really didn't care for as well in regards to African people not caring about people here in America. I'm gonna be honest. I understand that most Black people, and even I'm still learning, like I'm gonna give a shout out to good brother Adrian. He's been helping me as well as people like Truthstorian from New Black Knowledge, been passing on books and letting people know about prominent individuals that played a role in our liberation. So we have to learn, we have to read. We can't just focus on just what happened here in America or just what happened, you know what I mean, in this one segment of history that you want to talk about. Because there have been plenty of African leaders and activists that have been involved in our struggle over here in America. And I'm just going to name just like one right off the top of my head, Kwame Nkrumah. That dude's Ghanaian. And he was a Pan-Africanist. From Nigeria, Fumilanyo Ransome Kuti. And then another one who was, yes, killed, Emil Cabral. And there's probably many other ones that I can think of too. But I'm still learning about these individuals. I'm still, eventually at some point in time, I'll get to their books and their works. Right now, I'm kind of reading Fanon's work and watching a lot of lectures from Kwame Ture. If you're not familiar with the whole Black power struggle and how we had Black people here that were involved in our liberation and Africans that were involved in our liberation, don't make extreme claims like Africans don't care about us. Because there are many African countries that do care about what happened to us over here. Just because you're not aware of it, you know, that it is what, I mean, that's your ignorance. We just got to be careful with that. But I really just hope that we as the pseudo killers, in my closing, because I went over by a couple minutes, my mistake, is we have to stick to the science. We have to make sure that we keeping stuff in context. We can't just read or only point out the things that make us right and that make us feel good or whatever. And if we're not expert on the situation, go to the experts. Try not to use these articles that's 5-10 years old. Try to find the most recent one. You know what I mean? I just hope that we can do better. So that's all I wanted to say. Hopefully Adrian can speak now. Adrian?
Hey, Queen CK, you gonna play the video, sister?
Nah, I just dropped it so that y'all. Which one you talking about? The one? Which one you talking about? The one that David, that Basil Davidson did, or the one that I dropped in the YouTube chat?
Oh, you dropped in the YouTube chat. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. No,
I'll drop it in the back chat so you don't have to hunt for it.
Okay.
Is Adrian on?
Yeah, he's here. He's been trying to speak.
Yeah, I think his audio is like turned down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you on your phone or?
Try plugging in like your headphones.
We can barely hear you.
Try to go out.
I can just hear you just right there. He just spoke.
Oh, that was Brother Reggie.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, go out and come back in, Adrian.
Yeah.
Go there. very quickly, you don't have to answer that previous question. I will say that I've been listening to you guys for a couple months, and one of the reasons I decided to come on, this is probably my third time being on the panel, is that I really believe that most of you guys really agree. You probably agree on 90% of everything you talk about. I think what you disagree on is the methodology of reaching your points. And then you disagree on time frames. But for the totality of everything I've listened to, probably 20 videos over the last couple of months, really you guys agree a lot. I just think the methodology and the time period. So that's really why I come on and try to add some clarity and just try to get everyone to coalesce around what you agree on.
Can I speak for a few seconds?
Sure.
Great. So I got, I guess I got asked to leave on earlier. That might have been, maybe Ankh wanted to say something and he wanted the room cleared. And so ultimately I left. Next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, I will be part of a international conference of scholars dealing with the subject of Africans from the West Africa to the Nile Valley. It'd be, I think, could be about 12, 14 scholars. And it's an international conference. One of the speakers is going to be Dr. Nasiri, who was a student of Dr. Shekant Diop, Dr. Shamaka Kite, Soy Kite. He'll be speaking. Dr. Faraji, he'll be speaking, and some young PhDs from West Africa, and it's West Africa Beyond, and I will be speaking. I come to these platforms. I don't have to. But I come to these platforms because when I was young, the age that I am now is the age that I met Dr. Yosef Benjo Cannon, really. And Dr. Clark was years older. And so I had a sacred obligation because they decided to teach me. One of the differences is about a good student in the real African movement is good character. It doesn't matter how much information you have. It's your character that's going to bring forward what you're going to do with it. So you can quibble about what you think about Egypt. How many of you here been to Egypt? Any of you? Anybody? How many of you been to Nubia, Aswan, or the lower parts? Any of you? How many of you been to West Africa? Any of you? No. I'm just waiting. You can unmute your mic if you have. But if you haven't, it says something. It says something, why even bring up the subject when you don't even do field work? How many of you been to the museums with me? Any of the museums? The major museums, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, the Penn University, the Ngozi's been to the Oriental Institute of Chicago, that museum, I know he has. How many of you have gone to museums? How many of you part of Black movements? Right? What Black organization you are? Hopefully somebody will say they're part of All African People's Revolutionary Party, right? I am a organizer in the Organization of Afro-American Unity, Sons of Africa, that do work for Professor Smalls. But when I come on these channels, I know that many people are going to disrespect me, but many of you do not know is that I've started many of these conversations using first Black News 102 Sonetta, which is the House of Consciousness, and all these Hebrew conversations and these conversations about Egypt and West Africa. I was the person that brought Meta Necha to the House of Consciousness. Other people can come along later, but they didn't do it in the beginning. I did it. Most of the people talking about Egypt can't read, and especially the Kemet dudes, can't read a full sentence, can't verify the work. How many of you got library cards? Who got a library card here? I'm talking to a research library. Right. So the question is, you quibble and you argue and then you disrespect people like myself. And you know, I can go on other places, but I am going to be on an international conference speaking with other scholars as a peer. But when I come to your channels, you'll think you're so damn smart. You ain't got no library cards. You ain't been to no museums, right? How many of you written an article? Who's written an article here? Right? A peer review article in a journal. Any of you? So if you're so smart and you're so smart about what you think is right or wrong, right? Then where's your work? But your arrogance doesn't let you know that you're just students. That's what your arrogance says. You're just students, yeah. And I can respect a student, but when I was a student, I just tried to learn as much as I can and keep an open mind, knowing full well that unless I can investigate myself the materials, I really don't know. I could read all these journal articles. I could read these PhD articles that are coming out, these dissertations, right? I can read it, but fundamentally, I have to go and do my own direct research. I can't talk about Africa if I've never been there, right? And I can't talk about parts of Africa like Egypt if I've never been there, right? As an authority. So, but still, I have faith in y'all. Many of y'all are really, really bright people. But the question is, what are you going to do with your brightness? That's the question. Is your brightness going to help African people? And if it doesn't help African people, and I'm not talking about African people from the continent, I'm talking about the group African people, that because our elders struggled to get us to this point where we can even have a conversation and defeat. We've watched Dr. John Henry Clark model for us, Dr. Ben model for us intellectually. We've heard and read Dr. Diop's work and Dr. Theophilo Banga's work. They changed the course of history. And so then you take their work and you don't be better, you actually get counter, right? You actually get counter to their arguments. So the question is about whether Egyptians were African or Black Africans. I think that we are messing that up. They were an African population. There were several African populations, right? Some of them, and all of them have been there forever, right? But you got to look at not 50 years, 100 years. You got to look at 500 years. You got to look at 1,000 years. Sometimes you got to look at 10,000 years. So I'll stop. It's my pleasure to serve, but do know whether you respect me or not, right? The question is, what are you going to do with the information? I know what I'm going to do with the information, right? Because I'm first on deck, right? I'm first on deck, and I'm first on deck, and I'm on deck with sources. I'm on deck with winning arguments and methodology, right? I'm hoping that some of you can rise to the occasion, because we only need one or two of you, right? We need one or two of you for a generation. We would like to have many, but build your character up. No character, you're not good for this. You're not good for this work, right? All this yelling and screaming and stuff like that. I mean, I don't even. So I'm gonna stop. I appreciate your time. The person that you are listening to is a real student of Dr. John Henry Clark, a real student of Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannon, real student of Dr. Leonard Jeffries, took classes with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, right? And a whole host of Black scholars, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Malana Karenga, Dr. Riketti Ahmed. I'm a good student. I'm hoping that some of you can be good students. But CK was saying a lot of things that's really real. There are a lot of arguments and a lot of other conversations that we can have. But I sense that people want to beat this Egypt thing down because you really, really want Egypt out of Africa. But the stuff that y'all bring, we bring the sources. I did a whole lecture. I did a whole lecture on migrations of Cushitic people across the Wadi Hawar into Chad, right? I showed African people from 40,000 years all the way down to the period of the Egyptians, and I didn't even talk about the Egyptians. But y'all don't bring that up. Anyway, thanks for your time. I like to listen to a few of you, but all of this counter-Black stuff, you ain't better than a white man. And your sources, and the thing about it is, the white man is better with his sources because you're using his sources, Negroes. You're using his sources, Negroes. And he's better than you in articulating his sources. So I goddamn it don't need to hear y'all use his sources because he's better with his sources, his counter sources, than you are. Thanks very much.
Brother Reggie, hey, I'm registered for the conference, man. I'm looking forward to hearing you. Are you which day are you speaking? I'm registered for both of the sessions.
Brendan, I think I'm speaking on Wednesday at 12:30.
Okay, Wednesday.
But you my
30 for sure.
Yeah, I think 12:30 Eastern time. But you my brother. You one of my favorites, right? So the issue is on that particular. First, the other conference is canceled. The conference with the African One World or something like that.
The one you guys are, or the one that you're speaking with Faraji, that's still on, right?
Yes.
Okay, for sure.
Jabari and the Happy People are doing that. That one I think is canceled.
Okay, nah, I don't think I registered for that one. Okay.
No, yeah. So this one should be because you get to see Africans talking about their work like we are, and many of them are PhDs, and they're tackling the question of continuity of African culture. And I do want to be honest, Brendan, a lot of them are GOP students. In my thinking, a lot of them haven't moved past check out the DAP. They don't have the methodology to do so. They are still dealing with things like grammar and affinities and linguistics and things like that to connect themselves to Egypt. And believe it or not, I believe that I am one of the best speakers at that conference.
Oh, wow. Give us a snap, just a bit. What's your topic? I read the flyer, but it was a couple of weeks ago. What's the topic that you're going to be covering?
And how can we register for it, Dr. Reggie?
Yep, it's Brother Reggie. It's I think it's West Africa Beyond. Let me give you the exact website because I confused myself. So it's
I have it too. Let me see if I can pull it up as well.
It's either Beyond West Africa or West Africa Beyond. So let me just pull it up.
Okay.
So $35 a day. Yeah, West Africa and Beyond.org.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. So a snippet of my work is that the connections throughout West Central and East Africa is one because of the parent people, which I've talked about on this show. The Norma was an Egyptian. He came from Nubia A in the Sahel, right? And they got there through migrations from people moving based on climate. Climate forced the fauna and flora and the humans to move from the Green Sahara into the to the river valleys. But what my particular expertise is, I'm finishing up my book on writing began in Africa. And in my research, I have discovered that, well, fire clay was first developed in West Africa near Mali. And that spread through the Green Sahara and out of Africa into Asia, into Europe, Spain particularly, and that what's important is that the paintings, the rock paintings in the Tassili and Jir, and got there because of the rock paintings in Southern Africa. And so that was basically their world, their encyclopedia. Those rock paintings are precise. They are done by scribes. They're not scribble scrabble. They're done expertly to tell the histories of their people. So these are masterworks. But what ultimately happened with fire clay is that Africans could now make portable totems. And those portable totems were the things that were passed through trade throughout the Sahel, from West Africa to Central Africa to East Africa and back and forth. And it spread the culture. But one thing it also did was it created the cognitive and neural basis for writing. And so when you look at later African scripts, the Nsibidi scripts, the Mum script, the Vai script, and the other scripts, they all contain characters. And if you start looking at these characters, they're all similar. So the Africans were communicating by culture, by words, and this was Pan-African before, in their particular way. I mean, it was a Pan-African communication, and so when you're looking at West Africa, Central Africa, and East Africa, particularly the Sahelian belt, Africans were communicating. How were they communicating? Through these portable totems. Why did they communicate? Because they grazed cattle all through those wadis and those titularies and then those lakes and those rivers. So Africans were communicating. Who gave Egypt its writing? Egypt was, we know Egypt best because of its writing script and what they did. Nakata and Nubia A. Well, that's where we see the first aspects of morphemes that I have proven in my work. So once we get to writing, the Egyptians perfect the writing system, create the first sentences. They move from subject, object, verb to verb, subject, object, right? And the reason why they do that is because they are communicating also with their neighbors, right? So they create they move away from the subject, object, verb to verb, subject, object. But writing catapults the ancient Egyptians because now we can actually see what they said. We can understand what they said through the pre-dynastic period, the dynastic, the early dynastic, Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, all the way up to the late period, right? So we can actually see what they say. So I'm not interested in the spooky stuff. I'm interested in the spread of communication throughout Africa. So we get we look at Egypt like it's Michael Jackson, and we don't understand that there was a Jermaine, there was a Tito, there was a Reby, and there was a Joe Jackson, and there was a Catherine Jackson, and there was other groups, Smokey Robinson, Otis Redding, a whole bunch of other groups prior to them. We get caught up in Egypt, and brush our teeth. And so that's why I'm against this whole Kemetic concept, because they don't know enough. As a scholar, I know that they don't know enough, but I'm disturbing their movement and sometimes their money and sometimes their belief. But when I began in this work, there were few Kemetic believers. We were people trying to understand the work under Dr. Yosef Benjo Cannon, and he never believed in no ancient Egyptian gods. But they took it, it makes them feel good, makes them feel happy, makes them feel free, right? But most of them can't even read it. They just read the English and then they feel certain about it. So what we really want to concern ourselves with is and I'll stop unless there's another question, with the cognitive and neural evolution of the African, to make sure that we are still evolving mentally, that we're not stuck on symbols, that we're being, as Edgar really says, symptomatic. We can't be symbolic people and survive. We have to be symptomatic. Thank you. That's my presentation, but my presentation is actually, will actually show the material that I have worked in some aspects of.
Man, but that's pretty cool, because I was actually looking at a lecture from the University of Chicago, their Oriental department today, and they were talking about some of the same things you were just mentioning about the art and iconography in terms of the ceramics, right? And they were saying about the importance of not only you guys always talk about the wavy handle pottery, but what about the pottery that comes out of the desert, right? And the I guess the fire, the kindling that they, I guess whatever they use to fire the pottery in the West was exactly was more advanced. So they actually were taking a look at that in terms of like an advancement in terms of the I guess the pottery and the iconography there, because it sort of evolved into where they were using those of not only just I guess you would say practical pieces. They were using those as, decorative pieces. They were using those as, valuable pieces of prestige as well, and funerary pieces as well, right?
Well, but all of this is what you call portable communications. Yeah. So when you are creating jewelry, ornaments, signs and symbols that you're carrying, talisman and stuff like that, fathers, and sometimes weapons, what you're doing is you're creating portable culture. And that portable culture leads into language. So the only difference between me and them is that I detect writing on the vases. The wavy line and dotted pottery is actually the first morphine for water. And so that wavy line and dotted pottery meant water and rain. And that was ubiquitous across the Green Sahara. And then they started putting other morphemes. They started putting animals on it and fauna and flora on it, right? They started expanding their encyclopedia, because the encyclopedias were in sacred groves and rock art, but then they made it portable. They put it on pottery. Wow. And that moved the evolution, the cognitive and neural evolution of the African. When it became portable, then you could say, look what's in my pocket. Look what's on my cattle. They put it on their clothing, right? And so So what we want to really concern ourselves with is how the mind of the African expanded. Yeah.
Oh, that's extremely interesting, man. That's good stuff.
I think your analogy using I really appreciate your analogy as a musician using the Michael Jackson. It may sound simplistic, but it really makes a lot of sense when you talk about all the contributors that ultimately produced what we know as Michael. So, if you can continue to build that out, I think more
it's
people.
An African story, so you have been building it out here, but you've been in. You get caught up in fights. So when you have Ngozi coming in and talking about the Michael Jacksons and the groups, but he's doing it in haplogroups. He's doing the same thing in haplogroups and populations. So he's just saying, don't get caught up in one haplogroup. Don't get caught up in what you think the ancient Egyptians were, because they're composed of African populations, right? So he's doing the same thing I'm talking about with Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson, right? Because then you can't see the Janet Jackson. You can't see the future. See, it one of the things is about ethnicity or populations, but the other thing about it is, how are we building tools? Are we evolving? Right? We're so damn argumentative. We got all this testosterone and this nigga stuff that allows us that everybody wants to be smarter. Hey, listen, man, you're not really smart unless you start publishing. And I ain't talking about these goddamn Amazon books. I ain't talking about everybody talking about I wrote a goddamn book. Most of these books, what type of footnoting are they using? They're using Chicago style. What are they using? Most of the books are not footnoted. Most of the motherfuckers ain't got no page numbers. Most of them ain't none of them motherfuckers in libraries. Ain't none of these motherfucking books is in libraries. Everybody want to sell a fucking book, but their books ain't in libraries, because you know why? Most libraries ain't taking these books. Because when you send a book to a library, there's a peer review to even put the book in the damn library. Funny, right? Funny. But you can Google at least one, two pieces of mine. You could find them that they're indexed in libraries, right? So look, it's my pleasure to serve. It's also my pleasure to actually try to build some standards with you, right? I don't have to argue with y'all. I'm gonna arguing with y'all on the pseudo killers, all this crazy shit that I be hearing, all this disrespect, and you're not the most disrespectful, right? But I'm a present at an international conference. You can look me up. I have 112 citations on federal law that I did. I don't know if you know what a federal citation is. That means when they use aspects of your case for another case. I have 112 citations in federal law. You can look me up. My name is Reginald Mabry. You can look me up, see what they cite on my case. Matter of fact, my case is at the basis of civil rights in the United States. You can't do a federal complaint in the United States without looking at a discrimination case in federal law without looking at my case, because my case on the complaint level will tell you whether or not you can go further or not. My case, right? And so I've done state law, but in my particular matter, I made an agreement with my opponents. I made an agreement, but today, while I'm working on a federal case right now. It's a big federal case on enough, and I helped 3 professors in federal law, Black professors, black scholars having problems with either their employer, their university, and their school. So it gets a little tiring. It gets a little tiring arguing with people that I love, But I think that you're just too damn argumentative. And I think it was the other brother, Mike, that was over here, that was basically saying, well, there's more agreement than disagreement. So what? So the disagreements do what? What do the disagreements do? You don't believe something, they always come out, I don't believe this. Motherfuck your belief, right? I don't care what you believe. It's what you can prove and how what you can prove can help the next generation. Because most of you just goddamn, we're all hobbyists. Coming in the morning, most of us got to go to jobs or forced into retirement. Most of this is hobbyists. But why are we doing this? We're doing this to defeat the hegemony that Europeans have against us. And if you ain't part of that, wasting our time. Thanks for your time.
Hey, brother, outside of yourself, you know, I don't want you to single out any of the other peers on the conference here. Who do you think we should look out for outside of yourself in terms of that are going to be delivering on the conference? That are going to be like some knockout presentations there, because I'm trying to, like, you know, maximize my
Dr. Shamaka Kite. He's on the first day.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Shamaka Kite is like in Ngozi. He's he's an expert. Shamaka Kite.
Oh, wow. I actually I was watching him online a couple days ago. He's gonna be on there. Oh, wow. For sure.
Yeah, Shamaka Kite. And he's one of our he's incredible. He was doing a presentation in I think definitely in Europe. I don't know if it was Cambridge or Oxford. And someone asked.
Yeah, I think that was an Oxford. It was an Oxford video I was watching him on a couple days ago. Yeah.
And
he was presenting. Yep.
Someone came in and started talking about the Mediterranean.
I think Unc shared that video with me for him. Yep.
And he busted dudes. What do you mean Mediterranean? He busted dude down, right? And he's talking to all Shamaka's, you know, he's talking to all white people, right? Ain't no black people in that audience, right?
Yeah. He's actually he's the medical doctor, right?
Yes, he's the medical.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
So Shamaka
got him down.
But our presentations are only going to be, believe it or not, 15 to 20 minutes at best for each of the panelists. And then behind that, of course, our work and then a panel discussion. But the question is, when we do a conference like this, it's an all African conference. It's all black.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Angel. Yeah,
oh my God.
You good now.
Oh man. I'm sorry, but I really want to get this part off my chest though, since it's three of us on here. Brother Reggie.
Oh, that means Chef ain't gonna kick us out. You know what happens, right?
But it's just the three of us.
Yeah, but we get kicked out. But go ahead.
All right, Brother Reggie, I just want to say this from one revolutionary to another. I respect, you know, your relationship with Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, you know, Malefia, Sante, all them cats, right? Because you're probably one of the only, I say, you're one of the only activists that know about theory and practice on here. But this is what I'm gonna say. From one revolutionary to another, I don't think that you should constantly say to the community that, like, you knew these people, where's your library card and all of that, because I'm just going, I'm being, you know, really respectful with you. You know, I respect you. I've been watching you since I was a kid. All right. I think you shouldn't necessarily do that as much, because what you're telling, this is what, okay, I'm gonna tell you what Ho, you know who Ho Chi Minh is, right?
Yeah, Asian. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ho Chi Minh is the father of Vietnam.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he was always the smartest cat out of all of his comrades, right? And the people that was under him, like Geop and all them cats, they was like, "Ho, you know everything. Like, why don't you get frustrated and you go off at the people? How are you so charismatic when talking to the illiterate masses?" And you know what Ho Chi Minh said? He said, "You have to talk to the people, not at them." Like, I get what you're saying when you say, like, where's your library card? Where's your papers? But you got to show a little bit humility, especially.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you for a second.
Okay.
I'm just bear with me.
I show my face this time, so I'll let you already see it.
I'm 56 years old.
Right, you old enough to be my pops.
Yeah. When I met Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben, that's in fact what they did. They talked about their genetic scholarly relationship to a core of people. Most people that I deal with, they don't have a relationship. You having a relationship with me, right, is one of the few people that you know that actually knew them and studied with them. You can, it validates that you're part of the genetic movement. You're talking to somebody who knows, who met Sister Ella Collins and Sister Betty Shabazz, right? Someone who knows the people who stood with Brother Malcolm, right? Alhaji Maliko Shabazz on the night that on the day that he died, right? So who's better to tell the story than somebody that's authentic, right? Now, I only need a few of you, like you, Adrian, right? Like Cedric, right? Like Brandon, right? I only need, I'm recruiting. I only need a few. I don't need the people with the bad characters and stuff like that. I don't need those. Those are people who are not ushered into our movement in a real way, right? I saw Imhotep, he's also being part of the conference. So I understand what you're saying, good brother, but it would be different if I was your age. I'm not. So when you hear me speak, you're thinking, oh, Brother Reggie's just saying that. I'm not your age, right? I'm not your age. So you can't tell me, right? Because I'm not talking to my peers. You're not my peer. Right? I may not be the best student, or you may not respect me as the best teacher.
No,
right?
I respect you.
No, but I'm just saying in general, because most of the people don't, right? But I didn't start this 10 years ago. I started this 35 years ago, right? And so when you're saying talk to them, most of these people are my son's age. My son is 24 years old. He's in a doctoral program in neuroscience, by the way, right? So most of the people that I talk to can't raise a man child to get to higher education, right? My son is working with this with Cycloplast machine, right? That's the machine that detects it detects COVID-19 virus. You know, the PCR test has to go to a cycloplast, right? So I can listen, I gotta argue with my son. And he said, Dad, you wasting your time. You wasting your time, right? And I tell my son, I'm not wasting my time because it helped me to make you. But so why does it, when I say about a library card, that means shut me up, get a goddamn library card.
I mean, like, this is just the thing. It's like when you all, I mean, I get the lineage, you know, the lineage thing. I come out of a big lineage myself. Maybe if like me and you like actually know each other personally, I'll tell you who I come out of and stuff. And they like, you know, revolutionaries as well. But like, I just say when you do the whole like library card, have you been to Africa? You know,
go to Africa.
But hear me out though. I don't think that you should be telling, you know, the layman that, because that sounds almost, I'm not gonna say arrogant, but you could show that you're the baddest man in the room by, you know, just not saying that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just a tad bit of humility. Like I'm being, you know,
No, you
really.
can be, but you know what? I'm gonna be just straight, real honest. I hear your opinion, right? But in the relationship that I have, my education, there's a pecking order. There's a pecking order.
I get what you saying.
Dr. Clark, it took you 3 years to know for Dr. Clark to mention your name. And if he never mentioned your name, you wasn't really nobody. And Dr. Ben, it's a secret, sacred society, right? And basically you have to excel. You have to get off your ass and you have to excel. So you and Brandon, right? You and Brandon and there's Cedric, right? How can I say y'all are excelling, right? And then there's just people who are just hobbyists. They come here. I mean, what do they do during the day? What do they really do? So do not worry about who I talk to. I am fishing for certain individuals, right?
Okay.
That I could walk through the museum, right? That I could talk to. Ngozi is a friend of mine. Listen, do you ever hear Ngozi say, Brother Reggie, don't say that? No, because Ngozi knows the line that I'm from, and he respects me and he respects my work. Ngozi is someone that I want to have a relationship. You and Brandon and Cedric.
I finally understand what you mean. But keep going.
You have a son? You have a child?
Who, me?
Yeah, you have any children?
No, I'm 23 years old. I don't think I have. I got an intellectual father too, but I don't want to say
Adrian's eyes got big. As me? No.
I have an intellectual father who you know, who I came out of a university and stuff like that, and he taught me everything I know. You know,
is your intellectual father your friend?
Yes, he is like my mentor. Like he taught me
Is he
everything.
your friend?
Yes, he's my friend. Yeah, he taught me everything.
No, is he your friend?
He about your age.
My son is not my friend. We can be friendly.
But I'm using intellectual father. Like he taught me everything.
Y'all
like,
have a great relationship, right?
I'm his favorite student. I'm literally, if you ask him, like I'm literally his favorite student. Like he almost looks at me like, you know, I'm his protege, you know.
Good.
Hey, Adrian, look at it this way. You talked about on one of the previous streams about how some of your professors actually challenged you in terms of like when you ask questions and stuff. I'll just give you an example. When I was an undergrad and I was taking, this was like one of my first literature classes I was taking as an undergrad, getting my bachelor's. It was in the middle of the semester, right?
Right.
We were actually reading the books that he was writing and everything. And in the middle of the class, right, he looked at it. I think it was about 3 or 4 brothers, black brothers in there, and he asked, he was like, and we were going through different literature, novels, things that are very popular. And he said, "How many of you brothers have read the autobiography of Malcolm X?" And it was, if you look, you know who he was talking to, right? He was talking to us, and it was like we were all silent, right? And this was back in the, I think maybe 96. This was back in 96. And he just looked, he was like, brothers, he was like, come on. None of you guys have read the autobiography of Malcolm X. And it was a challenge. Basically, that's what it was. He was like, if I can read it, damn sure right that you need to be reading that, right? And all of us, we left the class and went straight to the bookstore and all of us got it, right? A lot of times it's a challenge. You know, it's not putting you down or anything. It's not saying that you're an idiot. You know, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a black guy. No, you need to be getting on your on your shit, guy, and learn something about your people. That's what he was saying.
Well, can I say this? Because, for example, okay, so Adrian, what are the names of your great grandparents?
Well, unfortunately, on my mom's side, we don't know who my grandmother's father is, but my great grandmother's last name is Calhoun.
What's her first name?
What's her first name?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say what her last name is. It's Calhoun.
Do you know her first name?
Yes, I know about. I just don't want to. I just don't want to reveal that.
But saying the first name is better than saying what the last name is.
I mean, the last name. That's okay. You get what I'm saying. Her last name's Calhoun.
Okay, so here's the thing. Most of the people that we talk to, they tumbleweeds.
Right.
They don't know. They can't say who their great grandparents are, right?
Right.
And so don't talk to me about the Black struggle. Don't talk to me about El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Malcolm X, Sister Betty, and all those people, because your family lived at the same time, were contemporaries with them, right? But you don't care enough about your own family, and so not you, but
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw the show. I follow everything.
Yeah. So the fact is that, and the other fact is, I'm pushing you to go to Africa. I'm pushing you to be able to walk into a research center and get a library card, and to be able to see the artifacts and stuff yourself, and to be examining it in front of white people, and they got their little white gloves on, and they're figuring out is the nigga with the white, if the nigga put on the white gloves, can we wear the white gloves? Because these are the high-end professors that go to research libraries. And for a Black man to walk into a research library and to call a book, right, and to source a book, and to conduct himself. Do you see in the libraries that I go to? I'm fucking feared. They're like, can a chimp talk? Because they don't expect to see me. They're writing these books. These are the Egyptologists, and these are the Assyrianologists, and these are the religious scholars, and they're sitting there with their fucking bow ties and all of that, and they see me come up and their eyes go like this.
So do you go to the Schomburg Center? Because that's where Dr. Clark was taught at. Is that library like open to the public? Because that's where I want to go first. Like, is the Schomburg, center?
Adrian, I worked for the Schomburg Center for Research of the New York Public Library for 5 years.
That's where I want to go. Like, before I go anywhere, I want to go to New York first.
It's a research library, the New York Public Library. It has art and artifacts, prints, and photographs. It has rare books and manuscripts, and it has moving images and sound. And then it has a general stack. The Schomburg Center, you need a library card, and it's basically you have to call books. You can use the internet now to find out what's in the catalog, and you can actually have books if you're sent from the various branches and research parts to the Schomburg. The Schomburg, you can't take out any books, but I am part of the Schomburg family. So it's at the Schomburg that I met a whole host of other scholars working on as scholars in residence, including I worked with Dr. James Turner, and just a whole bunch of scholars that came through there, and then other people, like even actors like Morgan Freeman, and people like Quincy Jones, and Bill Cosby, and a lot of actors and stuff like that. So when you come to New York, if you come to New York,
I'm gonna look for you.
I'll take you to the Schomburg. I used to know all of the librarians, but since I'm old and they're old, and I worked there 34 years ago for 5 years, many of them have left. But yeah, but the other thing is the stacks, and so you can go and get the stack on Wentworth Matthews. You can get the stack on Dr. John Henry Clark, all his personal papers, and you can see the papers that he wrote, his notes and stuff like that.
Yeah, because he was a brilliant man, Dr. Clark. I got all of his writings. I bought them all recently. And
so you get upset when I say I was a student of his?
No, it's just that I like
What should I say?
Your claim, you should always prove to when you go in circles like this that you are the baddest man in the room. That's how you should be going.
And no, I'm with a whole bunch of boys in men bodies, right? It's hard to do that. So the way that I am the baddest is that I used to read for Dr. John Henry Clark. I used to be a reader for his.
You got to show that when you in platforms like this.
So I don't show it?
No, what I'm saying is you got to have a presence to, like, even though you do have it, but like,
hey, listen. Hey, listen. I'm a dig this up, bro. I'm on a cover of I'm a Superman, bro. I'm on a cover of a DC comic. I'm gonna show you. I'll pull this up. I'm on the cover of DC Comics. I'm a black Superman. I don't have to tell, so I can be Clark Kent, right? I don't have to. It's a real funny type of thing. So let me pull this up before I get cut off, right? Let's see, sent.
Well, I'm just saying that you got to show you the baddest man. That's all.
Well, I've showed. Okay, so this is gonna be. I don't know if Sheffrin's gonna. If I can share my screen. So let's.
No, he not on here no more.
I know.
No, I can. Let's see if
I'm gonna
hold
see
on,
if
just a sec.
If I can share my screen. Let me see this.
But Brother Reggie, can I say something now?
Yeah, you've been talking to me. Yeah.
Every time that me and you would be saying something on here and it'll be really getting good, we always get cut off.
Yeah, no, what happens is the time. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Right? It says DC Comics, represent.
Mm-hmm.
You see this guy right here? He look a little familiar, right?
You.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. So I'm already a superhero. So why I'm on DC Comics in front? I mean, most people can't make the cover of DC Comics. I led a team in defense of some Black scholars. So what? So when I showed, hold on, is my screen still sharing? No.
No, it's not.
Okay, let me share it.
I love you, Dr. Reggie, man. You could be seriously going off on me right now, but you being cool. But
yeah, I'm real cool, right? Because I'm gonna show you something, right? You see this? So I let in this comic book, right? This is Harvard University. A professor of mine spoke, right? And we were surrounded by an angry mob of group of people, right?
Right.
This is us, me, Cool Karma Collective. I'm taking a team, and this is my team, right? This is my team, and I'm taking them to defend. I don't know what happened. I'm taking him to defend this professor, right? This professor. I'm not going to tell you who that professor is.
Zoom in on the.
No, it doesn't look like the professor because of the controversy, but this is what Harvard looks like. And this person spoke at the same podium Malcolm X spoke, right?
Right.
And this is me and my team. And we are protection. And prior to this, there was a whole, they wouldn't let us in because there were accusations about weapons, right?
Right.
There's this whole conversation, you see me negotiating with the professor, right? About what we have. And this is my team outside, and they had video cameras, they was pushing up on us. So I don't have to, I'm just trying to tell you, look, man, Look, man, I mean, I know who I am. I'm just giving you like Brendan was saying. I'm giving you a passport. There's too much testosterone. I got these, bro, get a library card, take a trip to Africa, defend Black leaders. When I tell somebody I was Dr. Khalid Muhammad's pallbearer,
was Sarnetta with you back in the day? Because Sarnetta talk about how he was with him too, and I remember a story where he said Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad had went off on him because he was with, I think, Al Sharpton, somebody, and he went off on him. And was Sarnetta like, was you and Sarnetta like this back in the day, like partners in crime in that regard?
No, but I knew him. He was a soldier for Dr. Khalid Muhammad. He was actually he was a great soldier. He like me led a team. And I would say when some people was pushing up on Dr. Ben, Sarnetta and his team basically handled that situation, right? Knocked the dude to the curve. So Sarnetta was really nothing to play with. I'm not gonna
You don't gotta go into it. You ain't gotta go into it.
Yeah, Sarnetta was nothing to play with. And he led a team, and this dude was putting pressure on Dr. Ben, and we were all looking for him, but Sarnetta and them got him first.
That's theory and practice right there.
Yeah, so he has my respect. He just we weren't always, me and Sarnetta, we weren't always friends, huh?
I didn't say nothing.
We weren't always friends, but when Dr. Khalid Muhammad died, you know, a lot of things went awry.
I can imagine.
So and Sarnetta tells you his story. Nobody tells Sarnetta when he says so the question, but I was in the movement before Sarnetta. Sarnetta had came home from
prison.
Yeah. And yeah, he had came home from prison, and he joined Dr. Khalid Muhammad. And I'm just trying to figure out if I could find a picture with me and Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah, Khalid, I mean, like, I still need to grab the book by Malik Zulu Shabazz, because I'm doing a little independent project. Yeah. So I need the book. Like, I'm gonna get some bread soon enough.
What book you looking for?
It's the book on Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad called it was by Malik Zulu Shabazz. I forget what it's called, but if you type in Malik Zulu Shabazz and Khalid Abdul Muhammad, the book should come up.
Yeah, Khalid, the book of Khalid.
Yeah, the book of Khalid. Yeah, for sure.
Hello?
You gotta give me your address, man. I was thinking about that earlier. I need to send you a care package with some stuff, Adrian. You're a young scholar, so I gotta look out for you.
Yeah.
I'll shoot you my my email address.
You got a Facebook too?
Yeah, I do. I'm actually on the on Unks. Are you on Unks Facebook group?
I'm on the Pseudo Killers Facebook page. I'm always on there.
I don't think I'm on that one.
So I knew Dr. Khalid Muhammad when he was in the Nation of Islam, when he was the minister, and I knew him when.
Put your email in the back chat.
Okay.
I knew him when he was forced out. I went to the Audubon. Not the Audubon. The Armory. Yeah. Okay. So let me see. It has attachment. I went to the I went to the Audubon, not the Audubon, I'm sorry, the Armory, when he was organizing for the Million Man March, right? I went there, and I've spoke to him many times. Wow, I don't see. I thought, okay, so I got to figure out where this is. Yeah, I spoke to him. I spoke to him many times. And so my professor, and we buried him. He told us if anything happened, he wanted to be buried where Malcolm was buried. So we that's exactly what happened. Yeah, this is funny. I can't find. Well, there you go. Has attachments. So yeah. So I haven't read the book only because, unlike a lot of people, I actually knew him, right? So that I can say that's the difference. I actually knew him. He was a hard dude to be with at any moment. I'm gonna be honest. At any minute, any moment, working with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, you can kill or be killed. It's as simple. It's just as simple as that.
Like in real life, or you meaning like he'll chew you up? Like the circumstances that y'all went through, kill or be killed?
Yeah, the circumstances.
Okay.
The circumstances of working with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, because he was very passionate about the defense of Black people. And so you'd be on the road with him, suited and booted.
You know what Sergei Nechayev tells us in Catechism of a Revolutionary?
Tell me.
He tells us the very first thing that a revolutionary should know is that we are doomed. That means like we gonna die, like we gotta be walking around like we gonna die tomorrow. You know?
Adrian is full of these anecdotes.
Yeah.
Sergei Nechayev was the theoretician before the revolution, the Russian Revolution of 1917 kicked off. And he wrote a pamphlet called Catechism of a Revolutionary. And he tells you in that book, he tells you about how you should act and maneuver as a revolutionary. Like the reason why the Black Panthers had to read that. If you read Huey P. Newton's autobiography, To Die to the People, to die for the people, the first line he says, the first thing a revolutionary should know is that we are doomed. We are doomed. So like,
here's what I would say, brother. In terms of, I listen to you. You're an avid reader and everything. What I would caution against, in terms of moving to the extreme sides of anything, the best thing you can do a lot of times is read these things, take in the information, right? But in terms of you being doomed, you're not a doomed brother. No. It's like you take the practical pieces that you can use out of anything, right? You use those because, like we were talking about earlier, dude, you're a young Black guy. Hey, I want to see you raise a family. I want to see you, make plenty of Black babies and raise those up to do the same thing that you're doing. Go to college and get their educations, and you raise them up, right? Well, you're not so that's what I would say, right? I would caution against extremism on any sides, right? So you have to be careful.
It's just I read the literature that the Black Panthers and stuff read and all of that. I'm like real interested in like, revolutions and stuff that are practical from a historical perspective.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not out here, going crazy. It's just
yeah.
I'll show you a picture of me and Dr. Khalid Muhammad just to show my point. Yeah, so share screen.
And like when CK was talking about me a couple minutes ago, she was like, yeah, Adrian got me hip on The Wretched of the Earth with, Fanon. Like I read that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We all read Fanon, in our undergrad. That's what you're supposed to do.
So here's the difference, but the difference is when you're in the company of great men. So this fella right here looks familiar to you, right?
Oh man, who's rocking that bald head, man? I see you.
Yeah, you see my weight is up, right?
It is.
I don't look like I look now, right?
You like you ready to ragdoll somebody. You know?
Got the
so the stuff that you're talking about, Adrian, is actually the stuff that we let me stop sharing my screen, is not talk, but real. But I'm an old man now, so I don't do the things that I do. I don't even talk about it, and I forgot the things that I did. And I did most of the stuff for the Black movement. So, but I think Brandon is right. You could be a reactionary, you can hone your skills, and you can do what you're telling me to do, right? Be the baddest man. But when you're the baddest man, brother, let me just tell you something. You're a target. You're a target. You're a target because look, and they hire people out of school just like you, your age, right? The people that were stalking Malcolm X, Ray Woods, and all of them, they your age, man. Malcolm was 33. These dudes were 27, 30, right? You know, most of the informants are young, and they come out of these universities, huh?
They come out of you see more of an influx in Black intelligence being in HBCUs. You can look this up on the CIA website, because they're trying to do that diversity thing. So like, you know, it's real.
That's why I told you that, right? They come from college. They can write well, they can take notes, they can remember well, and they're paid to do that, right? That's their job. And I know because I've been in contact with many Black agents, female and males, right? Females and males, right? So I would listen to Brandon. Brandon gave you some really good advice. You could quote Huey Newton, and all of them, but yeah, but they took advantage of Huey Newton because they studied him for his weaknesses, right? So his need for a certain type of drugs, his need for a certain type of women. So Huey.
That women part that can, I mean, well, keep going. That, I mean,
that's the first thing. Well, depending on who you are, women or boys, depending on the type of nigga you are, right? But the freak you are, right? Not you, but trust me, a lot of like there's a lot of people out here, like it's almost private, nobody listen to this, but like someone like Dr. Naeem Akbar, right? He just happens to be bisexual, right? So
James Baldwin was, you know, he was, you know, that way too. It's not really a big
well, he
deal,
was out there. James was out there. But I'll tell you one thing, that dude was such a Black revolutionary. I'll walk hand in hand up and down 125th Street with James Baldwin. I absolutely love that Black man for who he is. Forget all that stuff about James, calling James gay and all of that. Dr. Jeffries used to date James Baldwin's sister, right? So he knew James Baldwin. Yeah, he knew James Baldwin pretty well. Professor Small knew James Baldwin. You know, he was also a friend of Malcolm. So James,
him and Malcolm got along pretty well. Him and James Baldwin.
Yeah, because James Baldwin was that dude, man. And I didn't give a damn that he had. He said he's the white man's concubine. I didn't give a damn about that, right?
He said that?
Huh?
He said that?
Yeah, look it up.
Man. Well,
Adrian's reactions just be killing me on this thing. It's like,
I mean, Paul Robeson had white women all confused too, but he one of my favorites, so we can't throw him away over that.
Paul Robeson is buried where Malcolm is buried, in Ferncliff Cemetery.
They should be buried next to each other because, I mean,
that's not possible. It's plots, and every plot is money, right? So
I wish, because like it would be good to show like Paul Robeson, in my opinion, he was smarter than people like Dr. King and Malcolm X, because he saw the intersection between race and class. That's why he was.
You got some socialist tendencies.
No, it's just that when I studied Marxism,
exactly, Reggie, exactly.
I see that.
No,
studying dialectical materialism, and okay, I see what's going on. Go ahead.
I always study the objective conditions. That's why I always study revolutions, because like I'm not studying. I don't care about pretty much Egypt no more. Like I care more about other stuff that's like super
he's
important.
Hey, Reggie, he's a full-blown Marxist. It's beyond.
No.
I'm just messing with. I was just right.
But watch this. Kwanzaa. People don't know Kwanzaa is a socialist concept. It comes out of cultural nationalism when
pork chop
Coweta theory, huh?
Yeah, pork chop nationalism. I know about it. I know all about
pork chop. No, they weren't pork chop nationalists. They were cultural nationalists. And so Coweta theory is Kwanzaa comes out of Coweta theory, and it's a socialist construct. You ain't know that? You knew that?
I mean, I know about Karinga, and I know about some other stuff, but I mean, I generally, I'm reading, like I haven't got into Karinga for real like that because of just reasons.
Well, I know Dr. Karenga, Dr. Malana Karenga. He has 2 PhDs. That dude, right? I know his wife, I met his daughters. Very smart man, very passionate. People hold some things against him. A Bunchy Carter's death and all that, right? They hold that against him, but he's a brilliant person, brilliant.
Yeah, I'm not taking it away from him. It's just that it's.
And he's your man. He's a socialist.
No, I mean, I like the Black Panthers version because even Chinese Communist version. I like all the different versions that was appropriated for the struggles in the early 20s, in the 70s and stuff. I like those types because they're just very interesting.
Yeah, but they are also they were in a movement that they never fulfilled. So now the Chinese and the rest of the Asians are the biggest capitalists.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing though. Harrison J. Salisbury of the New York Times, he wrote a couple books on Mao. He said, look, Mao's spirit will forever loom over China. And his successors, all of those people like Deng Xiaoping, all them cats, they gonna still hold on to Marxist China no matter how they do.
Because it's their form of Christianity. They can control the people with it, but they don't believe in the shit.
They do.
No, they do not.
They modified a lot of his teachings. They still use it today.
No, they just use it to control people. They driving in they got their little Bruce Lee shirts and all of that bullshit in their brown shirts and all of that. They straight up capitalists. They into money and material.
I mean, we can go back and forth on that one.
Yeah, what do you want to say when it's like, hey, we want a uranium mine in Kenya? It's like, hey, do you think a Marxist back in the in Vietnam would be thinking about acquiring something like that? No,
well,
not at all.
This is the thing with Marxism.
This is what they're focused on.
Oh boy, Brandon, we got a good one here, boy. Let me hear.
We're.
I want to, Brandon.
We gotta get him. We gotta get him into the. It's 2022, right? What year is this?
This is the thing with Marxism, Leninism. When you see it appropriated in different countries, they can I'm gonna give an example. this is one of my favorite examples right here. Mao Zedong, at this point when he first started like ruling China, right? There were some Chinese who had studied all of their life in Moscow under the Communist Tourist School of the East. That was where during the Cold War, you would get a letter from Russia saying, we want to train you to make sales and make communism all over the world, right? So there was these 12 Chinese Marxists who had came back to China, and Mao thought he could use them for advice. They got into it, and Mao had ended the conference by saying, y'all don't know nothing about your own people, get on up out of here. Him and Mao Zedong and Khrushchev, they was debating on a lot of stuff because, you know, they can't agree on Marxist ideology. But I mean, China, they're gonna always be Marxist, you know, because Mao changed them.
Brandon, Adrian is somebody, how can I say, he's like one, you know, a star football player, right? where you wanna recruit coming out of college, huh? Somebody's gonna be knocking on his door. You know too much. You know too much. But the thing about the thing about it is that, and yeah,
I'm just a historian. That's all I am.
No, that's who they hire. That's who they recruit. The Black movement recruits them, but the Black movement is not successful because it's just too many niggas, right?
I would say that. I would say it's because here's the thing that a lot of people, I say, get confused when it comes to movements. When you study revolutions, whether it be the Russian Revolution, which is my favorite, there was only a small group of Bolsheviks that had ran up in the Romanov castle and literally changed Russia forever. We don't necessarily have to get the masses. It's always a few good men, like the 300. The 300 Spartans caused a lot of damage by themselves.
I understand what you're saying, but those times have changed. Those type of revolutions don't last. Every man got a price on his head. You could pay. There's technology. You're not gonna do any of that type of stuff unless one of the major powers wants it done, right? And those people are going to be. It's not about now. It's definitely about food. It's definitely about food, and it's definitely about jobs, but it's also about weapons. And so you can depose anytime you depose. You can't depose anybody without kissing the ring of one of the masters. That's just completely out of the. That's completely out of the game right now. So you have to do it. You have to do it by diplomatic means, right? And you end up having to kiss a ring.
Castro had to do that with Russia with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I get what you're saying.
And then Russia ultimately betrayed Castro, and Africa betrayed Castro. If it wasn't for Castro's forces, South Africa ultimately wouldn't have been. How can I say it wouldn't have moved to black hands, right? It was Castro's troops that marched all throughout Africa, and Africa betrayed Castro. Africa betrayed Cuba. They got what they want. They got a certain level of independence, and they never helped that country. Right? They could have came in between that block between the Soviets and the Chinese. Africa could have had a relationship with China, with Cuba. Africa betrayed Cuba.
It's unfortunate, but like I get what you're saying. We gotta kiss the ring to somebody, because you got to do that for protection. You know that's what all new countries honestly have to do.
Cuba has no protection. They ain't kissing nobody's ring. China's deserted them, Russia's deserted them, and Africa deserted Cuba. And yet they still stand. right? And Fidel came to New York to Hotel Teresa to meet Brother Malcolm, right? If the people are organized, first the thing is the people got to get food source and they got to get drinking water. There ain't nothing, ain't no movement without water and without food, right? Then there has to be education, right? There has to be a certain amount of education, and then so this is what we do. But in our community, Brandon, people fight for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, as I like
Hey,
to
Adrian,
call
quick question.
Mhm.
So I hear you're about 23, be 24 years old. If I do my math right, okay, well, you sound like you're about ready to be graduating from college here, right? In a bit.
I got
Right?
about like a year left.
Yeah, you're just about ready, right? What are your thoughts? What are you thinking about doing like once you're done with your history degree? Are you thinking about going, for your master's in, or
Yeah, I'm
maybe
yeah, I'm trying to get I want to get my master's right when I graduate because
yeah, for
I'm
sure.
on the verge of getting straight A's.
You
Like
might as
right.
well, yeah. Especially with a history degree, you might as well do that, right? Are you thinking about teaching, right?
Maybe because like it's a lot of stuff that I'm like seriously trying to do, and I'm like kind of still an artist as well. So it's like I got a lot of stuff.
What about law enforcement?
No, I don't think I'll pass the physical part because I have spastic.
You pass it with flying colors. FBI.
I got spastic diplegia. That means I don't have full range of motion in my legs, so I would fail the physical. I'm kind of like Tyrion Lannister off Game of Thrones when you think about it.
Yeah. You still be you're still recruitment material. You ain't gotta all you gotta do is be smart technically, right? You gotta control those keyboards, but yeah. So
It's like I do kind of, I don't know, like it's a lot of stuff that I want to use my mind for. Cause like I've always said, like I kind of want to be able to be like kind of like Gerald Horn and where he's at.
Dr. Gerald
Because like, cause like I love Dr. Clark, I love Gerald Horn, I love W.E.B. Du Bois, even though he was.
I love him, but he put Obama on blast.
He did.
He put Obama on blast, and now he went for Obama's father.
What?
Read the whole thing on Obama's father?
I be watching all his videos. Brandon, you heard of Gerald Horn?
Gerald Horn? Nah.
Yeah, Gerald Horn.
He is the most prolific writer, Black writer ever, Dr. Gerald Horn. So he just wrote a whole article that Malcolm X's father was an agent on the British American side, disrupting Africa. He just murdered the legacy of Malcolm's father, and he's always been critical of Obama. He's always been critical of Obama. So he hit Obama's father the other day. But Gerald Horn, if he writes about you, you're fucked up because he's an expert.
Gerald Horn is probably, as you said, the most prolific, and it's like I mean, when I hear Sheffrin and them talk about we need to update a lot of stuff, like we need to like start, writing our own stuff and pushing, stuff like that. Cause I mean, like, don't nobody talk about Gerald Horn. Like, and it's sad,
Brandon, if you look up,
let me write this guy's name down.
Dr. Gerald,
because I take notes on these shows.
Dr. Gerald Horn, Jerald Horn, Horne. Dr. Gerald Horn has probably got 40 books. He was a former a lawyer. He was also
attorney.
He is that's one bad ass dude.
He teaches at the University of Houston.
Okay.
One of my favorite things about his work is the illegal slave trade.
Oh yeah, with Brazil and yeah. Gerald,
That's the only thing bad about me. It's like I get so ensconced in, you know, my technical stuff, right? I don't come up for air and research anything outside of that, right?
What do you mean
So
technical stuff?
I'm an engineer. I work in the STEM field. So all of my time ends up being doing that, right? All of my reading, my research ends up being geek stuff, right? That's why I love these type of panels and all this stuff, because it kind of pulls me out of that, right? And gives me a little an opportunity to be a little bit more well-rounded, right?
Hey, you smarter than us. You a whole engineer,
This
man.
outside, this is outside of my wheelhouse, but yeah.
Oh boy, I didn't know the chat is still there. I just thought it was just the three of us, right? And I turn on and look at the chat, and man, the chat is out there, man. Joseph Israel, Six Fingers, CK the Poet is still there. Shout out to her, CK the Poet. Lucas, I don't know. Lucas Jensen, he got deleted, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, Zizan, the Don, Stacy Betts, Shaba Zulu. Oh man, there's a lot. His Majesty, this magnificent L. Man, I was talking about some stuff I should not have been talking about.
You know, every now and then when Chef and those guys leave off the panel, they'll give me the reins to the kingdom, right? So yeah,
Mike Will is there.
We still live.
Venice Blue Dev. I'm over here talking about stuff that I shouldn't even be talking about. And I just thought it was just us three, huh? 504 top level. There's 69 people still watching.
Yeah.
My man Six Fingers, man. Look, I'm gonna turn this off. I didn't think I said too much.
You all right? You didn't do too much, Reggie.
Mike Will, man. I mean, I think I said
mostly we was focused on that. It's like, hey, it's great to study and understand these revolutionary struggles around the globe and through history, man. But hey, we got things here at home as well, right?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up, if my my mic was working at the time, I wanted to bring up, because I brought this up to Chef and Art many times, right? I said, instead of talking about Egypt, which we beat to death already, instead of talking about the slave trade, which we beat to death already, let's talk about the 1619 project. That's history.
But that's
she can't hit on that today, man. She hit, she hit a nerve where it's like, it's Black History Month. Why are we, beating ourselves upside the head with this Egypt thing, right? We should be taking advantage of Black History Month.
My great uncle is the founder of the 1619 project. The first landing, right? His name is Calvin Pearson. He's the one who basically did the research on where the first ship of the 20-odd Negroes came, and that's my mother's first cousin.
So that means you mostly Angolan then.
Well, see, here's the thing is, some of my family, Congo and stuff, but obviously, I'm a long-term. I was born in Virginia, but my family's been here for a while, and so we went through all the iterations of, you could say, of slavery life in North Carolina. My father was sharecropper. My great grandmother, Jenny Mabry, she died on a plantation of exhaustion, but she died during the period of that flu. So I don't know if it was because she died of the flu or just being exhausted on the plantation. So when these niggas get up on this chat and start talking about they Black American and African American, and you don't know your great grandmother's names, man, who you capping, yo? You capping. Nigga, if you don't know your great grandparents, nigga, we don't know who the hell you are. So don't be saying, if you can't say who they are, like that means you never bothered to research them. So don't tell me about no Malcolm X and no King or any of those people in that period when you don't even know your own family that was around during that period. You're a traitor to your own family. So you're no good for my revolution. If you don't even know what your own family was thinking at that time, you betrayed your own people. And if you're gonna betray your own heritage, you ain't good for our movement. You capping over here talking about you Black American or you Native American, because my grandmother told me. What's your grandmother's name? I want to see her birth certificate. Right? I want to see her obituary. Man, if you ain't got your, let me show y'all something, man, real quick, man.
But Brandon, you smarter than us, man. You a whole engineer.
Don't put that on me, man.
It's
I
cool
used to be an engineer in my past life. I'm a pre-sales systems architect. So that's a whole different thing. It was like now I don't do it to be smart. I do it to make dollars now for my company. So
that second
now
job you just
it's
said
not
sounds smarter than me.
it's not you know it's yeah, hey, that's how it goes, man.
STEM is the future though. Like, I mean, like we still do need the intellectualism, and I love that you still brought that up. But maybe because this is like kind of what I do, right? And I'm just being a little backwards, right? Okay, for every 5 books I read on African history, right? Because that is African history and revolutionary history, right? That's my thing, right? But guess what other books I read guess what other books I read besides that?
Mm-hmm.
I read like The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, The 48 Laws of Power, all of Robert Greene's books a couple of more times, to get my mind right and to, keep me from not being stuck in the past.
Yeah, that was a motivational piece.
Yeah, who's that?
I read all of those. I read all of those.
Who's that, y'all?
Who? Harry Belafonte?
Nah, that's your brother Gil Noble. This is a
oh
man.
That's Gil Noble's obituary.
Man.
Gil Noble's obituary, y'all. Right? How you get it? You go to his funeral. Who's this, y'all?
Dr. Clark.
That's his obituary, right? This is Dr. Clark's obituary. How you know it? Because Adrian's always getting on me about, I knew this and I knew that, right? Well, how you know it is because you actually go to his funeral, right?
Yeah.
So, and these are
Show Dr. Benz. Show Dr. Benz.
You know what?
Dr. Benz?
Yeah, I have the obituary that I had of Dr. Ben, right? It got stolen from me. Niggas stole it. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Here's my great grandmother on my mother's side.
Mm.
Right? Great grandmother on my mother's side. This is my great grandfather. These are original obituaries, right? On my mother's side, his wife, right? His wife, Flora Gilchrist, my great grandmother who I met on my mother's side, and then on my father's side, I have to pull those out. But if you ain't, and this is my grandfather. It's my grandfather. My father's deceased. I have his, and my grandmother. Yeah. So if you don't, this is, to me, this is currency right here. I'm a Black American, right? It didn't matter if I was a Caribbean American. Shout out to the Caribbean Americans and shout out to the Caribbean. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't know your family, you're a tumbleweed. You're an agent.
I got some older aunts in our family, man. They do a really good job. They publish our family sort of, I guess, family tree lineage things. They send out the books. You know, I think it's like every 2 or 3 years we do it, and they send it out to all of us, and they keep track of it. I got to start getting involved in that as well because they're getting older. So we got to keep that up too. Man, I've got them on my shelf. It's like, hey, it's that's you got to do that, right? You got to know who you are.
I remember my uncle a long time ago. He told me something that was hilarious, right? You know, when you first start learning about African history, you want to know where you come from in Africa, right? I would be, you know, when you first start to learn about African history and all that, you want to know where you come from in Africa, right? Man, I used to say to my family, I want to know who my forefathers were, right? Whoop-de-woo. And guess what my uncle said that was so funny? He pointed to my grandfather. He was like, there go one of your forefathers right there.
Right? For sure. Yeah.
There go one of your forefathers right there walking around.
All our he said, and I open our books up, and it's like all of our people come out of it's the I think it's South Carolina, right? It's like
Really?
all of the what they call it, the Geechee people of South Carolina, right?
That
When you
dude
talk
social.
when you talk about, I always heard my uncles always they call people. He said, "Oh, she speak Geechee, so you know she can't talk. She speaks Geechee, right?"
Mm-hmm.
As a kid, I never knew what that was, right? But that's where all of our people are from because you know back home, my hometown is back in South Georgia, right? So all of our people, you know, are no, well, we were there. That's where we, you know, that's where our hometown is. But originally, when you look at our family tree, it goes back up into South Carolina there, right? Which I think most, you know, a big portion of I think Black American people originate out of there. That was a big slave port, right? So
I think Mississippi too.
yep.
Mississippi as well, because I know that's where all my family is from, Mississippi and Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Sosa is a Geechee.
Yeah.
He be screaming at every stream. I'm like, man, you gotta keep on saying you a Geechee.
He spent a lot of time. Yeah, I think he was spent a lot of time in Atlanta as well, right? So yeah, Savannah area and all that. Oh yeah, for sure.
Mhm. We should all know where our family history is at, because all the white people that I know that are like my friends, right? They all know that they Germans. They all know when their ancestors first came over here, and they say they Germans with pride.
But you know what? That's the crazy thing. You know, you mentioned that, right? It's like it's always been that cutoff for Black Americans, right? In terms of like our lineage, right?
Yeah,
We can trace it back so far, right? But then you have DNA, right? So that DNA barrier, right? That I guess you would say that kind of overcame some of that barrier, and now we know a lot about our ancestry over in West Africa, right? Um, and a lot of that, right, in terms of the research that's been done over there in West Africa, right? That demand has been driven by us, right? A lot of the genetic research there is because we want to know who we are, right? Um,
right.
and then you know when you take a look at some of the other African populations, when you look at some of the research papers we talk um about North Africa, right? We have more genetic information about us in West Africa than they have about the people over in North Africa, right? We know more about us genetically than they know about them over in North Africa. Not only because you know it's you know it
It's
for the
real murky.
demand, not only because of the demand, because it's just a lot more difficult, I think, over in North Africa to do it, right? Because you have so many different, you know, genetic variations to mix and match and try to put things together, right? It's more difficult, right? For us, like for instance, you only have maybe a few admixtures to try to figure out, like, okay, well, where our lineage comes from, right? So
Yeah. I know where I
It's
come from.
a photo for y'all. This is a photo for you.
I see. What
You know this photo right here?
What's that?
Right here. That's if I'm sorry to be the lighting. That's Malcolm's grave. That's El Hajj Malik El Shabazz' grave. That's all that we have. Now it's initialized with Sister Betty. And over here is your brother,
Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben, and who's that other dude?
Al Sharpton.
That's Reverend
And
Al.
then that's you with the afro.
Huh?
That was you with the afro, right?
No, I had a fur coat on. I mean a fur hat on. And over here, it's my picture. Who's that right there? You like revolutionaries? Who's like?
It's
Who's that?
Musa, right?
That's
not Brother Small, ain't it? That's not Brother Small, is it?
No, that's Percy Sutton, brother. That's Malcolm's lawyer.
Oh,
okay. And that's Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rollins.
Oh, okay. I didn't say. Oh man.
Right. So that's that's when you're actually in doing the work in service. You wear many hats. But so when I'm arguing with these young people, and they acting like they superheroes, like what you done in your life? What kind of service have you done for your people, huh? And so don't get mad at me, y'all. Don't get mad at me because I'm just aspiring. I'm just aspiring y'all to do better. To do better. Right? Just to do better.
Yeah, we gotta let Egypt, we gotta let sub conversations go now. I think we gotta move on to the 1619 project, something modern. Like even with the Holocaust, we could talk about that too, because they just removed Mouse from the school, you know. Got a lot of other stuff.
But here's the thing that Reggie mentioned. He was like, "Hey, how many of you have a library card?" Right? You'll be surprised that the level of access of things online you can get if you have a library card number, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even know, right? I almost went out and bought a full volume of the Oxford English dictionaries, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's thousands of dollars. And then if you get a subscription online, right? If you pay for it, how much does it cost annually, right? I almost did it. It's like, dude, my local library, just putting in my library card gives me free access to the online Oxford dictionary. You know, that's a huge discount, right? It's like if you do research and if you listen to all these things that we talk about online, is we're always talking about, well, what's the definition of something, what's the the origins of a particular word. Dude, having the Oxford English dictionary online is a big value for you, right? That's the definitive that's definitive source for the English language, right? So that's just with a library card number, right? For me, that's a big deal, right? I don't know about anybody else, but for me, that's a big deal.
No, you're yeah.
I don't have a library card. I just buy my books off Amazon. I got a
huge. You can go right down to the closest library that you stay in your county, and you can get all kind of stuff for free, man.
I like to highlight. I like to do all types of stuff with my books, man.
No, you can get all the stuff online now. It's like you'll be surprised. Like if you go to like for instance, if you go to a particular like a scholarly article site, they'll say, how do you want to access this particular article? They'll ask you. You say, hey, do you have a library card? Sometimes if your library institute is registered with a particular article, you can get it for free, as opposed to figuring out how you download it or pay for an article or something like that. You can get it for free because you have a library card.
I want to show you all this photo. Can I show you this photo? Can you see it?
For sure. Yeah, see it.
Yeah, who was that?
This fellow right here?
Yeah.
You can't see who it is?
Who is it?
This fellow, that's me. That's Reverend Calvin O. Butts. right? And this is the last time that you will see Dr. John Henry Clark.
Oh.
This is Dr. John Henry Clark. This is me. This is Reverend Butts, and I am a student of, a true student of Dr. John Henry Clark.
Wow.
Right. So when,
Hey, Rich, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is it true? Because I've done a little research on Dr. Clark and his kind of like love life and stuff. Is it true that he liked West Indian women, like them Jamaicans or whatever they was? Because
there you go.
I mean, like I heard that he liked the West Indians. Like that's what me and him got in common.
Where'd you hear that from?
Okay, so
his wife Sybil was a West Indian. She had a little accent. I think she was on an interview with Booker T. Coleman, and she had a little West Indian accent. I'm like, he probably liked the West Indians. That's what me and him got in common.
Okay, so let me put it in context for you, right? So since you wanna deal with that, Sister Sybil started dating Dr. John Henry Clark when Dr. Clark was blind, right? She was an enormous support to him for the dignity of humanity, the dignity of humanity that she would be his wife and he could not see, right? And he was already at this particular point 80, 87, 88 years old, right? So it wasn't about this is an adult, this is a sacred ancestor relationship. His wife, his other wife, who he has Sony Clark and Nzinga from, she, I believe, I'm not so sure if she's from the Caribbean. I've talked to her many times, but I never asked her what her situation is. But she was a school teacher, and she was a school teacher. And so, but Dr. Clark, of all the men that I've ever known, right, he was the most honorable man to women, right? He would not use his professorship or anything like that to beg women or anything like that. He might have tea with you, have tea with them, but he would not, he's not like some of these other people that figure, oh, she loves me or she likes me and take advantage of a young woman. A lot of, unfortunately, a lot of professors unfortunately do that. Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries is another one. I've learned a lot about relationships from Dr. Leonard Jeffries. So that was your question, your FBI question.
No, it's just that, like I like learning about the human side of these people, because I think that that's what historians we supposed to do. We got to learn the human side of our greats,
Why? These are evil niggas. You see how they talk to me, curse me out, kick me off of shows, act like I'm a non-fucking person to their ego, right? So no, a lot of these people are unfortunately savages.
You know what, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he seems like a really good sort of professor to have a course with, and maybe spend some time in terms of like going through your academic career with. How was that for you in terms of just academically working with Dr. Leonard Jeffries and learning under him?
Well, I'm gonna show a picture. I'll talk and I'll look for a picture. Dr. Jeffries took me to Africa. Dr. Jeffries helped change my life. He even taught me how to drive.
What?
Dr. Jeffries also helped Alex Haley with the Kente Project. He was the one who had the funding for something called the Kente Project to help Alex Haley do his work. Dr. Jeffries took, and Rosalind Jeffries took Alex Haley to Jufaray, worked on the movies until they kicked Dr. Jeffries off. In '86, we were planning to go see Diop, and then Cheikh Anta Diop died. But we were planning to see Cheikh Anta Diop and meet him in Senegal. We did go to Senegal, but he had already passed. I did meet Cheikh Anta Diop's wife. And she's white. We met Thomas Sankara.
Thomas Sankara?
Yes, he came to City College with his machine guns, with his team before he died. Dr. Leonard Jeffries is the bridge to the African world. So how is it working with him? I'm gonna show you this one. You're gonna like this one.
I can imagine him like being your professor, walking you through like an advanced research project or something. And it's like, okay, I got to call. Just telling him.
No, definitely.
My progress isn't doing so well. So what is he gonna tell me? Like, Brendan, get your ass in order, right?
Y'all see the screen? Y'all see the screen?
Clark Hobbs, right?
Yeah, but whose grave is that? You can't see it?
So are they buried together?
This is Dr. John Henry Clark's, actually, I think Ankh sent me this. This is Dr. John Henry Clark's burial place. He's buried with a family member, right? Mrs. Eddie, Miss Mary Eddie. So he's buried in a family plot, right, with his relative, right? But that's where his ancestral shrine is. How you like
that? Can I ask you another question? Sir?
Yeah, you've been asking me questions all night. Yeah.
Why was, I remember you said last time that Dr. Ben was a mean dude. Like why was he a mean cat? Like, was that just how he was? Was he arrogant? Like what was his deal? Like, because I heard
enough, you ain't work enough, you ain't read his. Don't talk to Dr. Ben if you ain't read his works. Don't talk. You can't have a conversation with him. He'd be like, "Man, you stupid, you damn fool." I mean, I already said it in my book. Like, read my book. Don't waste my time, right? What do you think I wrote the book for, right? So he's not that type
of. He's pushing you, right?
Yeah. So that's my Professor Small is the Professor Small is the worst.
What?
Huh? Yeah, Professor Small is the worst when it comes to he's not nice at all.
Man.
You know what? Some of the ones that are meanest, you end up at the end of it, you come out with the best product. At the end of the day, you know, it's like your product ends up being the best, you know, on the other end. It may not feel good at the time, right? But you know.
Yeah. So Professor Smalls, you walk into his class, you think you get next to him, he'll tell you, boy, what's the price of freedom? Price of freedom is death. That's the price. So he says, you gonna work with me? Just like you had said earlier about that kind of like that you're doomed. Yeah, working with Professor Small, you're doomed, right?
You're doomed.
Here's Dr. Ben's funeral program. right?
What happened to his library? Because I want to know what happened to that.
Well, I'm gonna walk
Do
you
you
through
know?
it. This is Dr. Ben's funeral program. If y'all see speakers, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Greg Carr. I tell you as soon as what's the next page of this? Dr. Clark's funeral, Dr. Ben, what happened? Okay, so what happened with Inquiring Minds wants to know is that his family decided to be the trustees of his
library.
So his family kept the books.
They should have gave that to Schomburg. They should have gave it to there. Like
Schomburg couldn't house his books. They had already they couldn't house Dr. Clark's. They have Dr. Clark's personal papers, but they gave I forgot, was it Clark University or something?
Yeah, they gave it to Clark University.
Yeah, that they gave his they gave his collection to. They couldn't house it. They just couldn't house it. But this is Dr. Ben's service of commemoration. I was just trying to show y'all something, but I don't know where that. Oh, and you see over here? You see on the bottom?
Oh, Brother Reggie Mabry.
That's right, right? Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Brother Reggie Mabry, right? We organized this funeral together, right? So when you say to me, "Oh, Brother Reggie, you always saying this or that," well, tonight you get a chance to see why I say that, right? Why I say that. So I hope you appreciate. I hope you appreciate it.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous, man. I only know like a few people, but they famous to me. But you know the fathers of Black studies, and that's something that a lot of people,
So why can't I tell my story? Why can't I tell my story? My story is important. My story is about dignity, and it's about service, and it's about good character, and I will come to teach and to tell you what I've learned from these people. But some of you are too damn disrespectful, ain't never did nothing for your people, don't even know your goddamn family, and you're just so damn disrespectful. And I'm not talking about all of them, but you see what is people calling people cowards. Nigga, I never seen you do anything to a white man, right? To a white oppressor. You're gonna call a Black man a coward, and you ain't part of a Black organization. You do something with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right? Then I'll say that you got some stripes, right?
Yeah. We got a lot of people on YouTube that be just talking, like just be talking crazy. Like I can't deal with it sometimes. Like why?
Yeah. And they never did nothing, right? Or sold drugs, came out of prison, killed somebody, raped somebody, hurt somebody, came out of prison, and then all of a sudden you woke and you serving our people. Man, you better get the hell out of here. You better get the hell out of here, right? You just got out of prison, and you now all of a sudden you part of the movement. We don't want you in a goddamn movement. You gotta earn. You gotta do something for your people to balance out with the other than that the stuff that you did against your people, right? So that's the only price that we actually respect, right? But just because you done did 100 push-ups and shit like that, and you like you're not accepted because we don't know who you are. We don't know who you are.
How long did Dr. Ben teach at Cornell? because one of my former high school teachers, he said down at Cornell right now they still have his plaque down at Cornell.
He retired. He retired and got a pension from Cornell. So he was on and off Cornell, I think, for about 10 years.
The people would say he's pseudo. That's so funny.
What?
He didn't die, bro. He had a pension from Cornell University.
Says that nobody says Dr. Clark is pseudo.
No, I said Dr. Ben. People want to say.
They said, why is he in a nursing home?
Oh.
Why is he in the nursing home? I can put in the back chat this link. This link is Dr. John Henry Clark's. I don't know if you have ever seen this before, so let me just show this to you. Dr. John Henry Clark's FBI file.
Oh, I got all of them. I've read them. I read J.A. Rogers's FBI file too.
Let me see if I can share my screen.
Yeah, the FBI, they wanted him to snitch, and he was like, "Look, I ain't gonna tell y'all nothing." And then the FBI had walked up out of his house.
Where is this? Where's the share screen?
Just because they were teaching African history?
Oh, Dr. John Henry Clark's FBI file is bananas. His got a couple. File, so I'm gonna show it to y'all right now. So this is the while it's up here, FBI file of African American authors, right? So
do you got J.A. Rogers's one? Because he got one.
Yeah, they got James Baldwin, Baraka, Alice Childress, John Henry Clark, which I'm on right now. Let's see, Du Bois, Ebony Magazine, Franklin E. Fraser, right? But Dr. Clark's FBI file is huge. So I'm gonna just click on it.
They talk about that he knew Malcolm X in one of them, I think.
That he was the brain trust of the Organization of Afro-American Unity. So here is, so this one is 71 pages, right? All of his aliases, the phone numbers, I mean, the how can I say, the codes, the FBI codes, and then the, so this is I think this is the index of it, right? I think this is the index, and I'll get to it, I'll come back to it. Let's see, part 2, let's see what's going on here. And these are the FBI reports on him. Fair Play for Cuba Committee, the director of FBI, blah, blah, blah. His Free World Organization for Radio Free Europe, all of his, because you know, Dr. Clark used to mess with the socialist groups, right? And the Black groups, right? And so this is, they had his phone tapped. They followed his publications. You would not think that they would do this amount of, this is on the African Heritage in December 1959. Watch this. A review of the African Heritage issue of December 1959 reflects that Clark wrote articles containing background information on the city of Timbuktu, the Emperor of Morocco, and the Empire of Ethiopia. The African Heritage issue of December 1959 also reflects that Clark was a member of the African Exposition staff, which exposition was held at the Coliseum, New York during August 6 through 1959. So at some point, we'll get to the period of 65 with El Haj Malik El Shabazz. What period am I? This is in 61. So I got to go to another file. I got to go.
Sad part about him and Malcolm X was Dr. Clark never got over that. He never got over his assassination. That's just, I can't imagine losing my friend like that. Like,
yeah, he never got over it. It was traumatic to him. and he never forgave the Nation of Islam ever. He didn't go to the Million Man March. He told us not to go. He broke us down. We went. He was so disappointed at us. But then Dr. Clark went.
He eventually went.
Huh? Say what?
He eventually went to the Million Man March.
He never went to the Million Man March.
Because I'm like, he hated Farrakhan. Like, I love that lecture that he did on him. I love that. That is like classic.
So
here we are.
So did you say that Dr. Clark went, or was somebody else?
Dr. Ben went.
Dr. Ben went. Okay, yeah.
So they're following him on some of the issues on Malcolm X and Mosque number. Okay, so let me just see here. Okay, so here you go. Muslim Mosque Incorporated, March 1364. The New York Times, the Daily News paper published in New York, contained an article on page 20 where it indicated that Malcolm X, little former national official of the Nation of Islam, NOI and Minister of NOI number 7, New York, who broke with NOI on March 8th, 64, publicly announced in New York City, in the corporation of Muslim Mosque Incorporated. And so this is being tied into Dr. Clark, because Dr. Clark, he's going to write the Organization of Afro-American Unity preamble. Then he says during an appearance on KYW television in Cleveland, Ohio, Malcolm X stated that the MIA does not stand for integration, but for complete freedom, justice, and equality for Negroes. And then, okay, so all of these correspondences have connected with some connection with Dr. John Henry Clark. And you see over here, it says secret. This is how they getting down. And then Dr. Clark and Herbert Aptheker, and then it goes on.
I did not know that him and Herbert Aptheker was tight like that, because he used his work, the history of American Negro slave revolts, a lot in his writings.
Yeah, he was down with everybody. Then, so this is the FBI. This is how they get down. January 20th, 1965. Right. So now, Malcolm's getting ready to get killed February, right? He's getting ready to get killed in February. So they are heavily paying attention to Malcolm's affiliations, right? They got Clark's birthday, right? He's a dark, complected Negro, 5'6" in height, 160 pounds, and a chunky in build, right? That's
I thought Dr. Clark was skinny back in the day. Like,
no, Dr. Clark, you got to understand, Dr. Clark was in the United States Army as a quartermaster, right? So,
picking up the groceries, right?
And he stated that Clark since 1948, and Clark told him that he had joined the Communist Party in the 1930s, but broke with it and left the CP in 1942. I know you like that, because he felt that the CP was using the Negro race to further their own ends and doing nothing for the Negro as such.
Ooh, he writes about that in Notes for African Rural Revolution.
But Clark says he was interviewed in January 10th, and he said he never belonged to the CP at any time in his life. He did not state he was a subscriber to the Daily Worker, where he did state that he was a subscriber to the Daily Worker, but he wasn't no damn communist, right? He's an African nationalist. So Dr. Clark is mad about that, right? But the FBI is following any rift that they can have. John Henry Clark, 1/2065. So I'm just saying, what does it have to say about any more about Malcolm X?
They cut out all the important stuff.
So here's so there's the so I'm trying to get to where anything with the Teresa Hotel, just to see where he was. Even though I've looked at this before, I'm just trying to do this quickly for the audience.
What website is this? By the way,
A website.
Because I just found out I don't have all this FBI files. I only got like 2 of them.
Oh, you don't. Yeah. Let me just see. And guess what else I have? I have the whole court trial of the people that was accused of murdering Malcolm X. I have the whole court trial.
Transcripts?
Huh?
Oh. The transcripts?
The whole court trial, everything.
Wow.
Every statement, everything. Yeah. So they're heavily following Dr. Clark during this particular period. And this is a lot of look, this is a lot of material that they're investing a lot of money in Dr. Clark.
I wonder what it would be like if he would have read his own files.
No,
man, they was doing all this stuff to me.
But the thing about it, the people that was doing it to him was the people that was close to him. This is close quarter surveillance, huh?
I say,
Yeah, this is talking about. Remember, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark worked at the Hariyak, the Hariyak. Yeah, so here it goes. In '65, he's working at Harawak, and so he later gets Dr. Ben. So it says Clark spoke to about 25 Harlem school teachers at the Hotel Teresa in New York City, and said that Clark is being paid to lecture at Harlem public school teachers by Harawak Act, and these teachers are being lectured on the African and Negro history. As the source said further, that Clark also teaches dropouts in the evening at the Harawak. So here is where Dr. Clark is going to is going to get Dr. Ben involved in Harawak, right? There's apotheker that he's talking about here, and he says, he's talking about Du Bois. It states that he went to Ghana as a guest of President Kwame Nkrumah to become director of the Encyclopedia Africana, which was sponsored by the government of Ghana, became a citizen of that country. The article states that during his later years, he was active in many left-wing and communist activities. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was Dr. John Henry Clark's good friend.
Yeah, he mentored Kwame Nkrumah. He talked about that when that interview with Dr. Clark, Gil Noble, Mary Hoover, and James Smalls.
Yes. So anyway, I'll stop sharing. There's something else.
Why Dr. Clark was so mean and angry?
Who was?
Dr.
He
Clark.
said
He was mean.
Dr. Ben.
No, Dr. Ben was mean. Dr. Clark was the most pleasant person you can deal with. He liked to joke, he liked to laugh, except for when he's talking about the pain of his people. And he's a great storyteller, griot. He lives the pain of his people. So look, I've been on his bad side too. Dr. Clark called me damn fool. Dr. Clark,
we're going to the Million Man March.
No. I was in when we went to Africa, I was their escort, Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben's escort, and we were going from mosque to mosque, African mosque to mosque. And Dr. Clark was telling us the story about the great African Islam, and we had went to like 2 mosques, and we were going to the 3rd one, and I was like, look, why do we have to keep going to these damn Muslim mosques, right? Because they're all Muslim, and Africans are practicing this Islam, and I was on the one side. Dr. Jeffries was in the middle, and Dr. Clark was at the other side of the car. And Dr. Clark stopped Dr. Jeffries and told him, "Lynn, be quiet. told over here, he told me, he says, and you a damn fool. Shut your mouth, right? And so but he's like my grandfather, right? And like I was overstepping myself. Then what he did was, because he forgives real easily, right? He took us to the Tuba Mosque, the great Tuba Mosque. We come in there, we walk through the whole, because it's a medieval village, basically. So we get out the cab, we walk over there. Dr. Clark is leading us, we following, we don't know where the hell we are in. And Dr. Clark goes and speaks to the person in charge, and then Dr. Jeffries takes over and speaks in French. We get entry. Then we go to this great well, basically, and Dr. Clark takes off his shoes. He washes his feet, and he looks at us and he says, and what are y'all waiting for? So we took off our shoes, washed our feet, and we traveled that Tuba Mosque barefoot, an African mosque, Islamic mosque, a famous one. We was in that mosque for basically a half a mile. We climbed the citadel, the thing where, the tower, right? We went to the tower where they do the Adhan. We went through many, many places in that mosque, barefoot. Dr. Clark was barefoot leading us, right? So, but that was my reward. He was just beating me up because I was a little out of line, but he loved me. I took care of his son, Sonny Clark. I was just out of line. So when you say, why do I always say this? I think that I'm in this conversation. I think I'm ending this conversation of why I can say it, right? I think I'm ending that conversation, why I can say it. And I don't give a damn if you don't want to hear it. Maybe people should just shut up and learn something from somebody who actually served, right? From other people who did, huh?
You right.
So with all the pictures, the personal pictures and the things that I've shown, I think I have the right to say, I think I have a right to say what I have to say. Other people ain't got a goddamn right.
And you know what? I think that's a part of the reason why we stayed on so long is to kind of hear your perspectives and kind of hear your history and your background, Reggie. Right? I think this is really, really valuable. I enjoyed it. I really, really did enjoy it, and I know brother Adrian did as well. As a young scholar, kind of just giving him some inspiration in terms of what he'll be doing in the future here. But it's getting late. We want to go ahead and close this out.
Let's not end it yet. Let's keep
I know
on.
you want to keep it going. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. It's almost.
let's wait till the timer run out.
Let's not exhaust brother Reggie.
Let's wait till the timer.
I have sleep problems lately, so I've been working on somebody's federal case and stuff, and so this is a break, but I get to how can I say, I get to make my point and answer Adrian and answer some of these hateful people that be talking about just be ranting about shit, and they ain't got no how can I say, they ain't got no they don't, I'm not your age. I'm not your age. You just have too much access to me. I'm not your goddamn age, right? My son is as old or older than some of you people, right? But and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to y'all, but I'm just trying to say that the abuse that these people get up, shut up, some of the things that they say or how they treat elders and young elders and people that serve them. Hey man, they taking away their first they're taking away from other people their ignorance, and then they're breaking a connection to history because of their arrogance, because of their me personalities. and I can't find it. I was looking for a picture of me and Dr. Clark. I can't find it. And it's terrible. I had a picture of one of my mother's albums of Dr. Clark and Bishop Tutu that I took, but I went to her house and I can't find it. I can't.
You know, so many people.
Huh?
You know, so many people, man. Like New York, man. New York is the home of Black liberation, like, well, the home of Black nationalism, African American Black nationalism, rather. You lucky.
Yeah. It can be, but it's the home of negritude and a whole bunch of others.
Oh, negritude.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So
you know, speaking of that, you know what? You know how I first, I guess, got introduced to you guys. I was on a family trip to New York, right? We were down in Harlem, so we just as tourists, right? And we saw these guys on the corner just screaming to the top of their lungs, right? Dressed looking weird and had these bull horns, right? I'm trying to figure out, it's like, who are these people? I got back home, I got on the internet. They were the Hebrew Israelites, right? And guess what one of the first sites was that I ran up on? It was Sarnetter. It was Sarnetter TV versus the Hebrew Israelites, and they were going back and forth and all this stuff, and it just took off from there. And I remember seeing Brother Reggie as one of the research. He was like a research master, but way back. This is almost, man, how far back this was almost about 10 years ago. This may have been about 10 years ago when I first got introduced to you, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while, and that's
it's just online stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's when I decided to how can I say, to teach. I mean, to decide that I wanted to maybe help people navigate this, and it's important. And they're like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Well, this is who I am. This is who I work with, and who are you?" Right? So it works out like this. So I'm just looking for one picture, and maybe I can find it, and then I'll close out.
I never knew that I'd be able to have conversations like this with you either, Dr. Reggie, like, because you the man, man. Like, I like when you would go with Sarnetta and interview brothers and sisters on the street. That's probably like, it was one video where you interviewed a sister who was very dark complexion, and I think she broke down crying because y'all said that, you know, she was beautiful, and I'm like, man, these some stand-up brothers right here.
Yeah. And then I went to high school with General Yohana.
Wow.
Huh?
I said, man, that dude there, he I don't want to say nothing crazy about him on the internet because I heard they busted the windows out of Jabari car, so I don't want to.
I don't think it's ISUPK. They're very disciplined. They don't do stuff like that. But they don't do stuff like that. But no, seriously, they don't. But General Yohana is my brother from high school, from the block, right? And we got history. So you don't hear him calling me he don't call me what they call the rest of the so-called Kemetic people. They don't call me no names. ISUPK do not call me no names.
He called Dr. Ben an agent though.
Yeah, he did, and I had a kind of conversation with him. Yeah, right. I mean, they have their point of view, but they be crossing the line and shit. So we had a little conversation. We had a little conversation, and so we calmed all that stuff down, right?
I like the brother Tazariak. He's he's very like direct in terms of like where he stands and with his, I guess, his religion and all this stuff. He's not disrespectful.
He's
He
mad
does his
disrespectful.
thing. Yeah.
But he's
Well,
my
I'm gonna
brother,
say,
but he mad. He talk about a bone in the nose, African, and all that in a minute.
Yeah, I saw
yeah,
that.
yeah. I guess, yeah.
So I don't know what you're
He
talking
will
about.
do, but that I guess for me, I would say that if out of all of the, I guess you would say the Hebrew Israelite, camps and the people, I would say that Tazariak is one of the better representatives of them.
Oh,
Just for me.
ISUPK very ordered. But sometimes, they get a little out of pocket and they start spilling themselves and you have to remind them. And then I don't know if you knew Hashar. Did you know Hashar from AOC or Lions?
I think so. Yeah. Those the
Zion
guys
Lex,
used to wear all black and stuff. Yeah.
yeah. If you think Zion Lex is something, that dude, that dude is something, huh?
Yeah, some of the guys are like over the top,
I can't get with the Hebrew Israelites sometimes. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. My thing is just about anything, right? In terms of like being extreme on anything, right? It's like, hey, we all live in this country together. It's like you can't. Hey, all you guys, at the end of the day, you get up and you go to work and you work with these people that you disagree with and all this stuff. Then you get online and you try to make it seem like you're at war with them. No, let's be real. Let's be real, right?
They are real. They're in the war for your souls. They want your soul, huh? Yeah, they real. They real with that. They want to convert you.
I can't get with the Hebrew Israelites because I don't like the fact how a lot of them Hispanics that they got on there, they be calling black people the N-word, and I'm like, I'm cool with that. I'm real cool on that.
The N-word.
Well, yeah, we call ourselves that. We throw that
I know,
around
but still, I can't. I know about like Spanish colonialism and Casa de la Spain. Like I can't work with that.
I found it. Here it is. I know you but listen, I mean, they found a formula to get them to join their organization, right? So we ain't found a formula to get them to join our organizations, right?
Some people we just gotta let go. Like we can't get some people. Like
we can't get each other. We look at this, look at how we carry ourselves scholarly, right? Like you can't it's crazy, right?
Press for that talk about that. We real quick to fight each other and grab the knife and all that type of stuff on each other. Like it's conditioning. It's social conditioning. That's all it is.
Yeah,
colonialism.
It's gonna come up. So let me just show this one picture and I'm gonna quit. I'll tell you what the picture is. Is it a slide? Yeah, it's a slide. So I don't know why it's not popping up. Okay, let's try it one more time. It's our own self-hate. Yeah, it's our self-hate. This is coming up.
Did you ever meet Runoko Rashidi?
Yeah, several times.
Oh yeah, I remember when you broke the news. The first thing I did was I called Robin Walker up, and I told him about it because that broke my heart. Yeah, that. How was Runoko as a person?
He was a teacher. You know, Runoko was a teacher. But a great teacher. But the issue is with Dr. Runoko Rashidi is that he would make everything black, right? Even things that he shouldn't make black, right?
Oh man.
So everything, everybody's black. The Chinese got black people. So he was muddying the water. He muddied the water, but he was a great, great elder. So here is one of the pictures I was trying to show you. Bear with me, I think it's gonna come up right now.
Wow, Dr. Clark was short.
Well, I'm tall.
How tall are you?
6'2".
Oh, for real?
Yeah, but that's me and my elder at the Schomburg.
Man, he looks so happy.
Huh?
He looks so happy.
Yes, me and my elder at the Schomburg. So you asked me, so today you got, why do I always say I was a student of Dr. When I showed that picture of Dr. Clark, he could see. Most of these people talking about Dr. Clark when Dr. Clark could not see, right? So, oh, here's another picture y'all might like. This is a classic picture. It's not with me, not with Dr. Clark, but maybe I'm pretty sure some people would like this picture. Share screen. Where is it? Is it popping up? I'm sorry if y'all can't see it. I don't know why it's not big, but y'all see that?
Oh, Dr. Ben, he got the fedora on. Is that Ashwa Crazy?
Yep, that's Ashwa Crazy. Dr. Ben and Ashwa Crazy. That's how Dr. Ben be looking, boy. He be looking mean. Yo, you be like, Dad, Doc, right? What's going on, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's about it. Anything else you want? See what the chat got to say. Always interesting what the chat got to say, and then
imagine Adrian, before the era of email and video conference. It's like, okay, I gotta go in here and talk to Dr. Ben. Okay, I may be late on my my milestone for my advanced research project. And then you walk into there, he's like, "What are you doing, you damn fool?" It's like just mean as I don't know what, right?
That's how my mentor was to me a few times. Like there been a few times where my mentor even cussed me out and I almost cried.
but if he did it he would do it in private. He wouldn't do
right. No, not in public.
He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it in public because that would ruin you. Dr. Ben would do it in public. He don't give a damn.
Like in word, you didn't read my book. He'd be like that.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. He would do it in public to you, right? And Dr. Jeffries is a kind elder. Professor Small does majority of things behind. He never does things on camera and stuff like that. It was a difficult conversation to see when Zion Lex tried to talk to Brother Smalls a certain type of way.
Yeah, that was ignorant for him to do that. That made me mad when I first saw him. I'm like, you ignorant fool. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of disrespectful, but the Hebrew Israelite community, I'm talking about the commandment keepers, I'm talking about the Levites, I'm talking about the old group, the real One West, right? They called Zion up real quick.
What?
I'm talking about his elders.
That's key checking right there.
Yeah, so there's some things that you just don't, you know, Zion Lex is who he is, but there's some things, some lines that you just can't cross.
Yeah, Brother Small was like, yeah, I'm not on here to go back and forth with you. You know, it was like, nah, I'm not.
We having a
conversation.
conversation.
Yeah, I'm not here to do that.
You know, Brother Smalls was the Imam of Muslim Mosque Incorporated after Malcolm X. Working with Sister Ella Collins. Sister Ella Collins was a no-nonsense type of woman. She tell you to do something, don't come back until you do it. So it's and in those times those were difficult times when Malcolm, when Brother Smalls worked with Sister Ella Collins, because there were still some difficulties with around Malcolm's death, without me saying any more. And
I remember. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm listening.
I remember when I was watching Who Killed Malcolm X by that one dude. It's an okay documentary. It wasn't nothing new in there, but they talked about how after Malcolm had passed away, it was some cats that were shooting the NOI members. Some cats part of the other side of the political spectrum was like, "Y'all kill Malcolm," boom, bloodshed everywhere.
Well, what we do have to do is sometimes we point the fingers at each other for things. I do think that there was a climate of hate. I am very close to one of Malcolm's rostrum bodyguards that was there during the assassination. He was one of the people who frisked who they call the Laughing Lieutenant Linwood. He frisked them, and so he told me the whole. But he was a rostrum bodyguard, so but he did travel with Malcolm at times. He was close, but there were other people that was closer, like Lukman and stuff like that. That they were in fact a little closer. They were a lot closer to Malcolm. But he did his job. It's just that on that day they was just overwhelmed. But Sister Ella, I got a picture for y'all. Y'all like? Here's a picture of. Let me see if I can pull this picture up. Come on, why is my picture's not coming up? Yeah. So, but during those. There was pointing fingers within the organization of Afro-American Unity. There was internal pointing fingers, and there was external pointing fingers, and there was a lot of bloodshed. So we don't want to talk about. We could take sides, but we weren't there. I was born in '65. I was man. I don't know why some of these pictures are just. Okay, so maybe it's a thumbnail, but I'll show it to you just nevertheless. Let's see. Okay, let's see if I can get it to zoom to fit. 1 second. This is a nice one. Zoom to fit. Yeah. I think it might be a little blurry because I just said, but I share it nevertheless. So this picture is a picture of Dr. Yosef Bento Cannon, Dr. Clark's wife, Sister Sybil, and myself.
Looking fresh there with the shades on, sir.
Yeah, but that's that. And I have a couple more personal pictures. So just to give you an idea of like in our movement, we're real people having real relationships with our with our elders, right? So it's not like it's not YouTube. It's families of supporting people in the struggle. So you understand?
Yeah, I get you. I get you 100%. Now you have every right to scream that now. Like I would be screaming that from the rooftops too, So I completely understand. I get it.
Yeah, I'm just letting people know that it's not fake. It's not one of these situations where I'm capping. I mean, this is my extended family. I'm not capping. They capping. So when somebody comes around and they be talking, I'll be saying they're a student of Dr. Ben, I'm like, yeah, right.
Yeah, some cats was out there saying that in 08 and 09. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they capping. I'm just trying to. So in order for me to sometimes I just have to end up showing people stuff. So because Adrian's beat me up about trying to give me some advice about who I should.
Yeah, you got to be more humble. Don't beat them up so bad, Reggie. Don't do.
No, sometimes you gotta bury the Negroes, right?
Don't tell them to read anything. Come on, why would you say that?
No, you gotta bury the Negro ego. Huh?
We just laughing.
You gotta dig a ditch and put the Negro ego in it, and not the person, but the nigga ego, and you gotta put that in there, and you gotta throw the dirt on it, and then you gotta stomp on it, because they say you ain't been through, you ain't nobody. You're talking to grown men, right? Look, I mean, I can scream off the world. Yeah, I'm on the front page of a comic book. I am a superhero, right? For my people, doing my people's work. What you do, Negro?
And with that, we're gonna close it out with that. Everybody, let's try to bury the ninja ego. Right? That's what we need to do.
Bury and put it in a ditch, right?
Exactly. Right.
You gotta let that go.
Exactly.
So I ain't gotta be humble. They gotta be humble.
Let's bury that ninja ego. All right, brothers. This is good, man. It was really good.
Hey, peace to the chat.
Sure. Peace. Hey, off the chat. Peace to y'all for sticking with us this long, right? I'm telling